Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had an Overpowered Copy System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shin sat quietly, sipping the tea that Konan had brewed for him, contemplating what Kushina, Tsunade, and Mikoto might be doing in his absence. He suspected they were not training seriously, especially with each other around, but he felt confident in his ability to protect them from any danger. In his mind, there was nothing in the world that could threaten him now, not even the legendary sage of six paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Konan, observing him, expressed her concern about his thoughts drifting to the others. Shin teased her about her apparent jealousy, noting how her demeanor suggested she was feeling uncomfortable. Konan was straightforward with her feelings, and she admitted that even though they were together, his mind seemed elsewhere. Shin, wanting to reassure her, suggested that he would focus solely on her when they were together. This comment caught Konan off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. As she processed his words, her face flushed with embarrassment. Shin playfully remarked on her reddened cheeks, which only intensified her shyness. Eventually, she gathered the courage to ask him if he was serious about his feelings for her, wanting to know if it was more than just a brotherly affection. Shin confirmed his romantic feelings for her, which filled Konan with joy. She expressed her longing to be with him in a way similar to how he was with Kushina and Mikoto. Although surprised by her boldness, Shin felt a mix of excitement and hesitation, wondering if it was too soon for such a commitment. Konan, however, was resolute in her feelings and insisted that she wanted to be with him, emphasizing that she needed his promise not to abandon her. As morning arrived, Konan woke up early, a habit she had developed over time. Shin, already awake, offered to make breakfast while encouraging her to rest a bit longer. Despite her eagerness to help, he gently insisted that she should not overexert herself. Once he left the room, a blissful smile spread across her face as she relaxed, feeling completely at ease. Shin prepared breakfast but hesitated to wake Konan, who was sleeping soundly. He decided to let her rest a little longer, sitting beside her and enjoying the peaceful moment. He couldn't help but think about how he would face Tsunade and Kushina for having spent the night with Konan. The thought of their potential reactions made him chuckle, but he felt that the happiness he found with Konan was worth any consequences. Eventually, Konan stirred awake, rubbing her eyes and taking in her surroundings. When Shin asked if she thought he would run away, she blushed, still processing the reality of their relationship. Her wish had come true, she was now with Shin. When he inquired if she was hungry, she nodded but shyly requested that he leave the room while she got ready, feeling embarrassed. As she stepped out, she cast a quick glance at Shin before lowering her head, grateful that their friends were not around. Shin quietly noted how embarrassed Konan would be if they were present, appreciating the moment they shared together. Shin casually invited Konan to eat, pulling her to the table and sitting down with her. This time, Konan appeared less flustered, perhaps growing accustomed to their routine. After finishing breakfast, she inquired about their training plans for the day. Shin informed her that they would take a break, emphasizing that she didn't need to push herself so hard and should take time to relax. The following morning, with Konan fully recovered, Shin led her outside. She happily held his hand and asked where they were going. Shin explained that they were going to check on Nawaki, who had gone off seeking revenge, and he wanted to see how he was faring. Konan expressed concern about how they would find him, given the size of the Land of Rain. Shin reassured her, stating that he could track Nawaki thanks to a marker he had placed on him. They soon arrived at the battlefield between Konoha and Iwa, where they spotted Nawaki engaged in combat with a red-haired shinobi. Shin noted Nawaki's recklessness in rushing into an active war zone for revenge, wondering if he understood the danger he was in. Konan asked if they should help him, but Shin decided they should wait, knowing Nawaki's pride would be hurt if he intervened prematurely. They settled down to observe the battle. As they watched, Shin was taken aback to see that the red-haired shinobi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He recognized the significance of this, realizing that Uzumaki Kai had somehow acquired these powerful eyes, which likely had been transplanted since he had no ties to the Uchiha clan. Shin speculated about the involvement of Danzo, questioning whether he would part with such a valuable asset. Despite the years of hardship, Nawaki had grown significantly stronger, reaching a level comparable to a Kage. His lineage as Hashirama's grandson explained his potential. If he had not died young in the original timeline, he would have likely become a key figure in Konoha. Now, however, he was a missing nin. Nawaki, fueled by anger, declared his intent for revenge against Kai after successfully landing a hit with his kunai. He could not forgive Kai for nearly killing him a decade ago. If Kai hadn't been in Konoha, Nawaki would have sought vengeance much earlier. Kai, dismissive of Nawaki's threats, taunted him, underestimating his abilities. Nawaki unleashed an earth release technique, summoning a massive rock dragon to attack Kai, who effortlessly dodged the assault with swift movements. Kai then prepared to demonstrate his true power, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan and unleashing Amaterasu. Unaware of the technique's nature, Nawaki found his arm engulfed in inextinguishable black flames, which Kai reveled in, laughing maniacally. However, just as the flames threatened Nawaki, Shin and Konan appeared. Shin used his ability to control and extinguish the Amaterasu flames, saving Nawaki from a grim fate. The sudden intervention startled Kai, who recognized Shin and expressed surprise at his presence. Shin, unfazed, questioned Kai about the origin of his Mangekyo Sharingan, intrigued by how he had acquired such power. Nawaki, recovering from his burns, felt a mix of gratitude and embarrassment for needing Shin's help. Shin pointed out that Nawaki's reckless actions could have led to his demise, emphasizing that he should be more cautious, especially as a missing nin. Kai, still defiant, challenged Shin to defeat him in order to learn about his abilities. Shin, unimpressed by Kai's bravado, regarded him with disdain, dismissing the notion that possessing Mangekyo Sharingan made him formidable. As Kai prepared to attack, Shin effortlessly caught him by the throat, showcasing his overwhelming strength. Nawaki, feeling inadequate in comparison, reflected on his near-death experience against Kai and the implications of Shin's words. As Kai struggled in Shin's grip, it became clear that the dynamics of power and strength were shifting dramatically on the battlefield. Nawaki found himself unable to move as he watched Shin prepare to attack. Shin, with a lazy demeanor, expressed his intent to crush Kai's neck, but Nawaki, snapping out of his daze, revealed his longing for revenge against Kai. However, he recognized that if Shin insisted on taking action, he could not stop him. Shin proposed a deal, demanding to know the source of Kai's Mangekyo Sharingan in exchange for sparing him. He released Kai, who collapsed to the ground, glaring at Shin with intense hatred. Shin, unfazed by the animosity, acknowledged their long-standing rivalry and urged Kai to speak quickly, threatening to kill him if he did not comply. With a swift motion, Shin drew his Kusanagi blade, its sharp edge gleaming ominously. Kai, refusing to back down, activated his Susanoo, a skeletal figure forming around him. Shin watched in mild surprise as Kai's Susanoo took shape, but soon his expression shifted to amusement. He mocked the appearance of Kai's Susanoo, noting its pathetic color and incomplete form, which reflected Kai's jealousy over Akiko Uzumaki, who was now with Minato Namake's. Kai's Susanoo lacked a proper weapon, a consequence of his transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan. As the armored fist of Susanoo swung toward Shin, Nawaki expressed concern for his friend. Despite his worries, Shin reassured him of his strength, reminding Nawaki of his reputation as the Reaper of the shinobi world. With a powerful wind blade, Shin slashed through the towering Susanoo, causing Kai to fall to his knees, blood and tears streaming down his face as he succumbed to excruciating pain. His eyes turned gray, losing all light. Shin, surprised by Kai's sudden blindness, noted that overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan could lead to such a fate. Kai, in a state of despair, roared in anguish, unable to comprehend the consequences of his reckless use of power. Ignoring Shin's words, he continued to cry out in frustration. With no further hesitation, Shin stepped forward and placed a hand on Kai's head, activating his Sharingan to extract every last memory from Kai's mind. After a moment, he smirked, revealing that Kai had received his Mangekyo from Danzo, originally belonging to Uchiha Kagami. It became clear that Danzo had intended to use Kai as a weapon, having cursed him to ensure loyalty. Kai collapsed, his mind severely damaged from the memory extraction. Recognizing the cruelty of keeping him alive, Shin decided to end Kai's suffering with Amaterasu, engulfing him in black flames until he was reduced to ash. Nawaki sighed, lamenting that he could not achieve his revenge personally. Shin, glancing at Nawaki, suggested that he may never surpass Kai, a genius in his own right. As the battle continued, Shin noticed the retreat of the IWA shinobi, realizing that his display of power had instigated their withdrawal. Anoki, engaged in combat with Orochimaru, had witnessed Shin's overwhelming strength and ordered a retreat without hesitation. Orochimaru approached Shin, acknowledging the time that had passed since they last met. He expressed indifference toward Kai's death, revealing that his true interests lay in immortality, knowledge, and power, rather than in the lives of his students. Shin, uninterested in conversing with Orochimaru, prepared to leave with Konan. However, Orochimaru called out to him, determined to engage in conversation. Konan whispered her discomfort about Orochimaru's presence, sensing his unsettling aura. Orochimaru, aware of her words, remained unfazed, knowing he was not well liked. Orochimaru inquired about the differences in Mangekyo Sharingan, noting that Shin's was superior to Kai's. He expressed disappointment over the loss of Kai's eyes, which he had hoped to acquire for himself, even if it meant clashing with Danzo. Shin, smirking, questioned why he should share such information. Orochimaru offered to trade jutsu for the knowledge, but Shin declined, expressing his lack of interest in Orochimaru's techniques, which he found repulsive. Frustrated, Orochimaru shifted his approach, mentioning that he possessed a Kusanagi blade as well. However, Shin immediately rejected the offer, knowing that Orochimaru's blade was stored within his own body, a thought that disgusted him. Finally, Orochimaru presented one last option, revealing a summoning contract for Ryuchi Cave, which would allow Shin to summon snakes from one of the 3 sage regions. Orochimaru presented a scroll, revealing the summoning contract for Ryuchi Cave. Shin recognized it from a previous encounter with Tsunade, who had shown him the summoning contract for Shikatsu Forest. However, he had declined, as he had no interest in slugs or summons. He believed his own strength rendered summons unnecessary, even if the Nine Tails offered to join him. As Shin contemplated refusing Orochimaru's offer, a thought crossed his mind. He inquired whether Orochimaru had consumed the scroll, catching him off guard. Orochimaru quickly assured him he had not. Satisfied, Shin took the contract, feeling it could prove useful in the future. Orochimaru smirked, acknowledging their deal, but Shin found the expression unsettling and warned him it might frighten children. With a serious demeanor, Shin explained that the Mangekyo Sharingan was not the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. There existed something beyond it, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He elaborated that awakening this advanced form required the transplant of a sibling's Mangekyo Sharingan, specifically from a blood relative who also possessed it. After sharing this information, Shin lost interest in further conversation with Orochimaru, taking Konan's hand and preparing to leave. Before departing, Shin addressed Nawaki, questioning whether he intended to stay and reminisce with Orochimaru. Nawaki, now a missing nin from Konoha, confirmed he would leave with Shin and Konan. Orochimaru remained in a daze, contemplating the implications of Shin's revelation about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He found the idea of transplanting a sibling's eyes brutal and realized the difficulty in obtaining such power, especially since Shin had no siblings. Orochimaru's curiosity about Shin's origins grew, but he decided to explore the possibility of targeting the Uchiha clan, knowing they were formidable. As they walked, Konan expressed her confusion about Shin's intentions with the summoning contract. Shin smiled, revealing that he had a specific purpose in mind. He wished to meet the White Snake Sage one day. Shin stored the Ryuchi Cave summoning contract away, not planning to visit the Sage region just yet. He turned his attention to Nawaki, noticing the burn on his arm and offering to heal it without leaving a scar. Nawaki, however, declined, wanting to keep the scar as a reminder of his lesson learned. Shin then inquired about Nawaki's plans, suggesting he could join them in returning to the Land of Whirlpools. Nawaki hesitated, concerned about Tsunade's reaction to his reckless actions. He preferred to avoid a confrontation with her, fearing her disciplinary measures. Instead, he expressed his longing to travel the world and explore, now that he was free from his previous burdens. After parting ways with Nawaki, Shin and Konan prepared to return home. They had been away for over half a month, and Shin wondered if Kushina and the others were upset with their absence. Konan, feeling nervous about facing them, worried about their potential anger. Shin reassured her, insisting that everything would be fine as long as he was there. Despite his confidence, Konan remained apprehensive, not wanting to hurt Shin's feelings by expressing her doubts. She knew they could not avoid the confrontation forever. As they prepared to use Yamatsu Hirasaka, Shin opened a swirling black portal. Konan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, asked if he missed Kushina and the others. Shin admitted he did, acknowledging the time that had passed since they last saw each other. He picked Konan up and stepped through the portal, arriving in the courtyard of their home in the Land of Whirlpools. Upon their arrival, Mikoto rushed over, her face lighting up with joy. She set down her watering can and embraced Shin, expressing how much she had missed him. Shin, feeling a bit awkward, quickly changed the subject to inquire about Kushina and Tsunade's whereabouts. Mikoto explained that they had gone out to recruit shinobi for Suikagakure, and Shin wondered when they would return, doubting they would find anyone suitable for the village. Shin found himself puzzled by Konan's longing to create a hidden village. He shrugged, trying to make sense of it. Mikoto noticed Konan's flushed face and turned her attention to her friend, wondering about the reason behind it. Konan quickly suggested that the heat might be the cause, but Mikoto remained skeptical, sensing that something was amiss. As evening approached, Kushina and Tsunade returned. Kushina rushed over to Shin and embraced him, which annoyed Tsunade, who had wanted to greet him first. After the hug, Kushina insisted that Shin explain what had happened with Konan. Mikoto, having already learned the full story from Konan, smiled sweetly at Shin, though her eyes conveyed a warning. Confused, Kushina and Tsunade looked to Mikoto for clarification, who simply directed them to ask Shin. With the weight of the moment upon him, Shin decided to be straightforward. He declared that Konan was now his partner. The shock of his announcement left Kushina fuming, her fists clenched and chakra flaring. She demanded to know how he could make such a choice, threatening him with her kunai. Shin froze, contemplating the seriousness of her words, feeling as if he were facing a dire fate. Kushina, still angry, expressed her disbelief that he would dare to choose someone else. However, after a moment, she sheathed her kunai, glaring at him with a promise of future consequences. Shin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that she was likely just bluffing. He had been putting on a brave front, but inside he felt calm. Tsunade, having observed the exchange, turned her attention to Shin as well. She shared her thoughts with a glare, acknowledging that what was done was done. She had anticipated this development, knowing that she was somewhat of a latecomer in this situation. Kushina, attempting to lighten the mood, encouraged Konan to join them, patting her shoulder. Konan, feeling shy, insisted she was not, though her red cheeks betrayed her. Kushina teased her about her blush, prompting Konan to question if her face was really that red. Shin shifted the conversation, inquiring about Kushina's efforts to recruit shinobi for Suikagekure. Tsunade bluntly remarked that they had not found anyone suitable, while Kushina expressed her disappointment over the lack of strong female shinobi. She had envisioned a village filled with powerful kunoichi, but the search had proven difficult. Kushina jokingly suggested that if they found someone, they could kidnap them first and persuade them later. Shin felt a pang of sympathy for any kunoichi who might catch Kushina's eye. The conversation turned to what he and Konan had been doing, with Kushina playfully insinuating that they had been up to no good. Konan, flustered, hurried to the kitchen to help Mikoto with dinner, eager to escape Kushina's teasing. Shin explained that they had encountered Nawaki in the Land of Rain. Tsunade's expression turned serious upon hearing this, concerned about Nawaki's safety in such a dangerous area. Shin reassured her that Nawaki was fine and capable of protecting himself, having reached a level of strength comparable to a Kage. He also mentioned that Nawaki had avenged his fallen comrade, Uzumaki Kai. Dinner was soon ready, and Mikoto and Konan emerged from the kitchen with a feast prepared for Shin's return. The meal was met with enthusiasm, and Mikoto smiled, pleased to have made it special for him. After dinner, as they enjoyed tea, Shin asked Kushina and Tsunade about their training during his absence. Kushina quickly denied any lack of effort, insisting she had been training hard, but Shin saw through her lie. Kushina playfully stuck out her tongue, trying to deflect his teasing. Shin pointed out that she still had much to learn, especially if she wanted to be considered above Kage level. Despite her confidence, she knew she needed to improve, especially with Mikoto's recent advancements in strength. Kushina reluctantly agreed to train seriously starting the next day, realizing that her search for kunoichi would have to wait. Konan, eager to MSTR Sage Mode, asked Shin for help, and he readily agreed, encouraging her to persevere through the challenges. As the night wore on, they shared stories and laughter until it was time for bed. Shin returned to his room, feeling a sense of solitude wash over him as he pondered the events of the day. Shin had intended to visit Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade, but they had sent him away. The following morning, he noticed the dark circles under Kushina's eyes and inquired about her lack of sleep. Her sharp response surprised him, leaving him puzzled about what he had done to provoke her. The previous night, he had attempted to go to Kushina's room, but she had kicked him out. Instead of resting, she had stayed awake, anticipating a late-night visit that never occurred. Now, her sleepless night had turned into resentment. This tension wasn't limited to Kushina. Tsunade and Mikoto also regarded him with a mix of frustration and annoyance. Shin felt completely lost, and he knew that if he ever discovered the reason behind their behavior, he would likely be left shaking his head in disbelief. After breakfast, Shin took the 4 girls to the training grounds. While Konan was eager to train, the other 3 were clearly not at their best, having pulled an all-night. Shin checked on them, asking if they needed a break. Kushina insisted she was fine, stating that staying up all night was no big deal for a shinobi. However, she cast a curious glance at Mikoto and Tsunade, who both seemed less energetic. Mikoto blushed in embarrassment, while Tsunade remained stoic, unable to tease Kushina since she was equally tired. Although Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade could train independently, Konan required Shin's guidance for her Sage Mode training, a technique that demanded careful supervision due to its risks. Around noon, Mikoto paused to prepare lunch, prompting Shin to suggest a break for Konan. He reminded her that Sage Mode training required precise chakra control, which could not be rushed. Konan nodded, acknowledging her exhaustion, and they decided to stop for the day, planning to continue the next. As they settled in for lunch, Shin revealed a summoning contract scroll he had obtained from Orochimaru. Tsunade expressed surprise, questioning where he had acquired it. Shin explained that he had encountered Orochimaru in the Land of Rain alongside Jiraiya. Tsunade felt a twinge of hurt, recalling that she had previously offered him a contract that he had ignored. It wasn't that he disliked her slugs, he simply found them uncomfortable. Shin announced his intention to visit Ryuchi Cave, which piqued Kushina's curiosity. However, when he invited her to join him, she quickly declined, expressing her aversion to snakes. After lunch, Shin signed the summoning contract and performed the necessary hand seals, summoning Manda, Orochimaru's massive purple-striped snake. Manda, known for its arrogance, usually required sacrifices for cooperation, but Shin easily subdued it with his Rinnegan. As he prepared to leave, he asked the girls if they wanted to join him, but they all declined, expressing their apprehension about snakes. With that, Shin sent Manda back to Ryuchi Cave and used the reverse summoning jutsu to teleport there himself. Upon arrival, Shin was immediately struck by the unpleasant odor of the cave, filled with snake scales. Most of the snakes were ordinary, but a few were at the level of summoning beasts. He released his control over Manda, causing the snake to recoil in fear. Shin smirked at Manda's reaction, noting its sudden timidity compared to its usual arrogance. Manda, wary of Shin's power, questioned who he was and how he had obtained a summoning contract from Ryuchi Cave. Shin made it clear that if Manda did not cooperate and take him to the White Snake Sage, he would exert his control over it once more. Reluctantly, Manda agreed, lowering its head and leading the way. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Shin released his chakra, causing the surrounding snakes to scatter in fear. Even Manda, usually bold, cowered in Shin's presence. Following Manda, he finally encountered the White Snake Sage, who coiled around a throne, a pipe clenched in its jaws. Manda, despite its usual defiance, showed respect in the presence of the White Snake Sage, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. The sage questioned why Manda had brought a human to its domain, sensing the potential danger that Shin posed. Manda quickly slithered towards the White Snake Sage, distancing herself from Shin. The White Snake Sage, with its snake-like eyes, focused on Shin. Typically, it would not concern itself with a human, perhaps even devouring them if it were in a foul mood. However, it sensed a dangerous power emanating from him and restrained its predatory instincts. Shin stated his purpose for being there, expressing his longing to see the White Snake Sage. He observed the sage's massive body, which contained an immense amount of senjutsu chakra, surpassing even that of the Nine Tails. The White Snake Sage was ancient, possibly older than the Nine Tails, and might have existed even before Hagoromo Otsutsuki was born. It was at least as old as Gamamaru, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, both of whom hailed from Hagoromo's era. Having lived for so long, the sage likely possessed valuable information, which was Shin's goal in seeking it out. The White Snake Sage inquired about Shin's purpose, sensing that his arrival might not bode well. Shin sought information about the Sage of Six Paths, suspecting that Hagoromo might still be alive somewhere, not merely as a lingering chakra presence. He hoped the White Snake Sage, with its extensive lifespan, might have knowledge of this. The sage narrowed its eyes, questioning why Shin wanted to know, warning him that sometimes, knowing too much could be dangerous. Shin's calm demeanor suggested he was determined to obtain the information, even if it meant resorting to force. He also sought to understand the strength of the sages of the three great sage regions. The White Snake Sage, feeling threatened for the first time by a human, warned Shin not to be arrogant. It was not easily intimidated, and anyone who dared to threaten it would face consequences. Shin introduced himself, expressing his dislike for being referred to as little human, and asserting that the sage, being a mere beast, had no right to call him that. In a fit of rage, the White Snake Sage lunged at Shin, jaws wide open. Despite living in the Ryuchi Cave, it understood the insult. Manda, sensing the impending danger, gleefully remarked on the sage's anger before slithering away, knowing that Shin was in peril. Shin, repulsed by the stench from the White Snake Sage's mouth, used a powerful technique, blasting the sage back with a force that destroyed its dwelling and left a massive crater in its wake. The White Snake Sage, furious and injured, glared at Shin, its hatred palpable. It had not only been harmed but had also lost its home, an unforgivable offense in its eyes. Shin, realizing that he could have spared the sage had it cooperated, prepared to eliminate it. He activated his 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen, focusing his gaze on the White Snake Sage. Suddenly, a notification from his system interrupted his thoughts, presenting him with a new mission to eliminate the White Snake Sage, offering a reward of 3 advanced replication cards. This mission was significant, as it could lead to the creation of a divine replication card. The White Snake Sage, intrigued by Shin's unique eyes, questioned their nature. It had encountered various powerful ocular abilities but had never seen anything like Shin's. Shin reiterated his dislike for being called little human, asserting his identity. With a flicker of his eyes, Shin unleashed an immense repulsive force that slammed into the White Snake Sage, sending it crashing into the ground. The cave trembled as the sage's massive body sank, causing the floor of Ryuchi Cave to drop significantly. Hovering in midair, Shin observed the flattened White Snake Sage, acknowledging its tenacity. Despite the severe injuries, the sage's life force remained strong. Suddenly, the sage opened its mouth, and a white-scaled snake emerged, leaving behind only shed skin. Shin recognized this as a clever survival tactic, reminiscent of Orochimaru's substitution technique. The White Snake Sage began gathering senjutsu chakra rapidly, drawing in the abundant natural energy of Ryuchi Cave. Shin watched with curiosity, confident that no one, especially not a mere beast, could threaten him. After a moment, the sage unleashed a technique that resembled a tailed beast bomb, aimed directly at Shin. In response, Shin activated his dojutsu, reflecting the incoming chakra sphere back at the white snake sage. The explosion cracked the previously solid ground, creating countless fissures. Shin's dojutsu, Takamagara, nullified and reflected all attacks, showcasing its formidable power. As the dust settled, Shin taunted the white snake sage, asking how it felt to be struck by its own technique. Shin inquired about the thoughts of the white snake sage, who had survived the reflected attack by using its shedding technique once again. Observing the situation, Shin noted that while the reflected attack was powerful enough to surpass a tailed beast bomb, the sage remained unscathed. Among the opponents he had faced, the sage ranked second in resilience, only surpassed by Ryusuke Otsutsuki. The sage glared at Shin and lashed its tail toward him, creating an explosive force that showcased its immense power. Shin estimated the sage's strength to be at the peak of the Super Kage level, capable of contending with legendary figures like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, though it might not prevail in an actual fight against them. The attack reached him in an instant, and despite the massive size of the sage's tail, Shin appeared small in comparison. However, true strength was not determined by size. The tail halted before him, effortlessly stopped by his Shinra Tensei technique, which created a repulsive force field centered on him, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Unless one could overcome this repulsive force, harming Shin was impossible. Curiously, Shin asked the white snake sage who was stronger between it and the great toad sage. When the sage did not respond and continued its assault, Shin decided to activate his Tensigen chakra mode, enveloping himself in dark chakra. He expressed his intent to end the fight, eager to test the power of his new mode. The powerful technique, 12 black truth-seeking ball appeared in his hand, forming a towering golden sword. The white snake sage stared at him in terror, realizing for the first time that he wielded the power of the six paths. Had it known earlier, it would not have dared to attack him. But some situations offered no second chances. Under the golden wheel reincarnation explosion, the sage's body was cleaved in two, along with the very cave they fought in. Shin observed the bisected body of the white snake sage, wondering if it had any other tricks to survive. He noticed a small white snake attempting to slither away from the halved corpse, the sage abandoning its original body to save its life. Shin raised his hand, creating a truth-seeking ball with ease, having mastered the power of Kekkei Mora. He directed the truth-seeking ball toward the fleeing white snake, erasing it instantly. The truth-seeking ball could obliterate anything lacking six paths power, and clearly, the white snake sage did not possess such power, leading to its demise. With the confirmation of the sage's death, Shin suddenly remembered his original purpose for visiting Ryuchi Cave. To inquire about the sage of six paths. Regrettably, he had forgotten during the fight, and now it was too late. He lamented not having read the sage's memories before killing it, considering it a wasted opportunity. Although he was curious about the sage of six paths, it was not essential. He looked at the remains of the white snake sage and used a truth-seeking ball to erase them completely. After erasing the sage's corpse, Shin surveyed the entirety of Ryuchi Cave with his 9-tomo Rinne Tensigen, which allowed him to encompass the entire area in his sight. Finding nothing of value, he decided to leave, as he did not favor the cave's gloomy environment. Once he departed, the surviving snakes in Ryuchi Cave breathed a sigh of relief. The cave had been split in two, and over half of the snakes had been killed, but it was fortunate that half had survived. Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka to return home. He had not used it to enter Ryuchi Cave earlier because he did not know its coordinates, so he had summoned Manda to lead him there. However, returning was straightforward now that he possessed the coordinates of the outside world. Upon his return, he exhaled deeply, relieved to be back. Despite the abundant natural energy in Ryuchi Cave, he did not appreciate its dark atmosphere. Entering his house, Shin noticed that Kushina and the others were absent, indicating they were likely training. He went to the training ground he had built and found Kushina, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Konan all present. Mikoto was the first to notice his return and paused her training to approach him, expressing surprise at the short duration of his absence. Shin acknowledged that he had not achieved his primary goal but reassured them that he had not returned empty-handed, having acquired 3 advanced copy cards. Kushina, eager to learn, pulled Shin toward them, expressing her determination to surpass Mikoto. Shin smiled at her enthusiasm, noting her unusual diligence. Mikoto, however, pointed out that surpassing her would be difficult, as her strength had grown formidable, especially with the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Curious about Kushina's motivation, Mikoto asked why she wanted to surpass her. After pondering, Kushina explained that it was a matter of pride, recalling how she used to easily defeat Mikoto, but now Mikoto had overtaken her. Mikoto playfully contested Kushina's claim, reminding her that their strengths had always been similar. Shin decided to guide them in a few days, as he needed to help Konan with her sage mode training. Time passed quickly, and a month later, Shin remained busy instructing the 4 women. Konan had now mastered Sage mode proficiently, while Kushina and the others had improved, though not significantly, as they had nearly reached their limits. At that moment, Shin stood by the seaside, watching a ship approach from the distance. With his keen eyesight he could easily see the people aboard the vessel. Dressed as shinobi, the group from Kirigakure approached the Land of Whirlpools. Shin narrowed his eyes, questioning their audacity to intrude. Beside him, Kushina appeared suddenly, having used the body flicker technique, and suggested they return to eat. However, Shin insisted they deal with the intruders first, pointing toward the ship that had just reached the shore, where a group of Kiri shinobi was disembarking. Kushina frowned, wondering what they were doing there, while Shin declared that their presence was unacceptable since it was their land. In an instant, Kushina vanished again, reappearing in front of the Kiri shinobi. Shin observed her speed, contemplating how it compared to that of Shursui Uchiha, whom he had never met but believed Kushina surpassed in strength. Kushina confronted the Kiri shinobi, demanding to know who had given them permission to enter. One of the shinobi, a fierce-looking man, alerted his captain to her presence. The captain, a young woman with green eyes and long, wavy brown hair, appeared strong and appealing, fitting the criteria for Kushina's ideal recruit. Kushina asked for her name, and the captain introduced herself as Mei Terumi. Kushina declared Mei a member of Suikagakure without waiting for her agreement, which surprised Shin, who recognized Mei as the 5th Mizukichi. Mei was confused by the mention of Suikagakure, a place she had never heard of. Shin approached Kushina, suggesting she should ask Mei if she agreed to join. Kushina dismissed his concern, asserting that Mei had no choice in the matter. A Kiri shinobi behind Mei drew his kunai and questioned whether they should handle Shin and Kushina. Shin's gaze flickered, and the shinobi collapsed without understanding what had happened. The others rushed to his side, horrified to find him lifeless, having not seen Shin move. They were unaware that he had used genjutsu, a simple illusion that shattered the man's mind. Mei, unlike her comrades, acted quickly, launching a water dragon jutsu at Shin. Just as he prepared to counter, Kushina intervened with an earth wall, blocking the attack. She expressed her longing to deal with the Kiri shinobi herself, wanting to recruit Mei rather than kill her. Shin agreed, having no intention of harming Mei. Upon recognizing Shin, Mei's eyes widened with surprise and fear, realizing she was in the presence of the infamous Uzumaki Shin, known as the Reaper of the shinobi world. The Kiri shinobi, aware of his reputation, felt despair at his presence. Shin's calm demeanor sent chills through them, and Kushina expressed disappointment that they had already lost their will to fight. Kushina addressed the Kiri shinobi, stating that they had trespassed and should face consequences. However, she decided to spare them, allowing them to leave while keeping Mei. The Kiri shinobi exchanged glances and quickly agreed, retreating to their ship in haste, leaving Mei behind. Frustrated, she protested, feeling abandoned by her comrades. Shin, having grabbed Mei, handed her over to Kushina, who regarded her with an intimidating gaze. Mei felt the weight of her situation, fearing for her life. Kushina directly asked about Mei's decision regarding joining Suikagakure. Faced with the threat of death, Mei quickly agreed, realizing she had no other option. Kushina was pleased with Mei's swift acceptance, seeing her as the first outsider to join Suikagakure. Shin warned Mei not to entertain any rebellious thoughts, to which she nodded, understanding the gravity of her situation. They prepared to return home. Shin teleported back with Kushina and Mei, just as Mikoto was about to search for them. Mikoto greeted them, surprised to see a new face and questioning who Mei was. Kushina excitedly introduced Mei as her new recruit, prompting Mikoto's expression to shift from gentle to sharp, making Mei cower under her gaze. Mikoto's demeanor softened as she teased Shin about his apparent playboy reputation, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mikoto observed Shin, contemplating how he perceived her. Shin stroked his chin, considering how to address Mikoto's behavior. Suddenly, Mikoto felt a chill as she caught his gaze, sensing trouble. She quickly shifted the conversation, suggesting they eat before the food got cold, aware that Shin's look often signaled impending consequences. Shin watched her retreating figure, deciding to confront her later. At the dinner table, Mikoto, Tsunade, and Konan scrutinized Mei, who felt increasingly anxious under their watchful eyes. Although she was unfamiliar with Mikoto and Konan, she knew Tsunade's reputation as one of the legendary Sen. Tsunade expressed her doubts about trusting Mei, a Kiri shinobi, questioning Kushina's decision. Kushina admitted her lack of trust but believed that Mei could earn it over time. Tsunade remained skeptical, voicing concerns about adding another girl to their group. She glanced at Shin, who remained silent, indicating that he supported Kushina's choice as long as she was comfortable with it. After finishing his meal, Shin wiped his mouth and excused himself, stating he was going to train. Despite already being strong, he was not satisfied and sought to improve further. Kushina, also feeling full, decided to follow him, leaving Tsunade, Mikoto, and Konan to stare at the empty dishes. Realizing they had not prepared enough food, Mikoto felt a twinge of jealousy toward Kushina, who seemed to eat without gaining weight. Life in their village was peaceful, but the shinobi world was in chaos. Uzumaki had joined the war, launching an attack on Konoha, which now faced multiple great villages simultaneously. This situation was dire, even for the strongest of villages. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the village leader, had left to join the battle, a decision made only when absolutely necessary. The current war was proving to be more brutal than the Second Shinobi World War, which had been somewhat contained by Shin. Although there had been casualties, it had not reached the level of chaos they were now experiencing, with every village deploying their genin, including Konoha. Shin observed the Uchiha clan's plight on the battlefield, noting their ineffective deployment against Kiri shinobi. Despite their specialization in fire release and Sharingan, they were being used as cannon fodder, facing opponents whose water release techniques countered their abilities. This strategic misstep seemed deliberate, a form of sabotage by Hiruzen and Danzo. Shin found it disheartening that the Uchiha, despite their unfair treatment, lacked the courage to rebel, which only confirmed Madara Uchiha's disappointment in them. Mei Terumi cautiously approached Shin, asking if he intended to intervene in the battle. Surprised by her question, Shin clarified that he had no intention of helping Konoha, as he had his own reasons for bringing her along. Mei, who had been betrayed by her own people, still held feelings for Kirigakure, and she hoped Shin would not interfere in a way that would jeopardize her village. Curious about his motives, Mei wondered why Shin had brought her to the battlefield. She admired his strength and found herself flattered by his attention, despite the circumstances. Many in Kirigakure had mixed feelings about Shin. They feared him, hated him, yet also admired his power. He was at the pinnacle of strength in this era, a figure of both awe and dread. As Shin flicked her forehead, bringing her back to reality, Mei quickly denied having any thoughts. Shin, however, was not convinced by her reaction. He explained that he had brought her along at Kushina's request to train her and to test her strength. When he pushed her forward, Mei was startled to find herself teleported to the battlefield without warning. Annoyed, she realized she was now a target for both Konoha and Kiri shinobi, as she lacked a forehead protector to identify her. Shin observed Mei on the battlefield, knowing his intention was not solely to test her strength but also to sever her ties with Kirigakure. After this battle, she would become a missing nin, and he had no concern for her future or that of her village. As he activated his 9-tomo Rinnegan, he exerted control over several Kiri shinobi, bending their wills to his command. He could manipulate even Kaga-level shinobi with ease. The controlled Kiri shinobi advanced toward Mei without mercy. Conflicted, she gripped her kunai tightly, unable to bring herself to attack her fellow shinobi. Her hesitation only led to more aggressive assaults, as 5 Kiri shinobi unleashed powerful water release techniques upon her. Each technique was lethal, and the danger was palpable. Even Kaga-level shinobi could be defeated if struck by a powerful jutsu without defense, and an elite jonin like Mei Terumi was no exception. While not all shinobi were physically weak, taijutsu specialists were notably durable, but Mei Terumi did not fall into that category. In the midst of a fierce battle, Mei found herself overwhelmed and furious. She had narrowly escaped death, and the Kiri shinobi around her were relentless in their pursuit. One of them shouted a command to eliminate her, disregarding her warning. Mei, feeling the weight of her decision to join Suikagakure, recognized the irony of being labeled a traitor to Kirigakure. Determined to defend herself, she resolved that if they sought her life, she would not hesitate to fight back. As kunai and shuriken rained down upon her, some equipped with explosive tags, she unleashed her lava release technique, the melting apparition technique. Although she had not yet awakened her boil release, her lava release was powerful enough to melt through her enemies, instantly eliminating the Kiri shinobi who attacked her. Conflicted emotions swirled within her. She did not wish to kill her fellow shinobi, yet she understood that survival was paramount. With a heavy heart, she acknowledged her choice and continued to fight, no longer distinguishing between allies and foes. After half an hour, Shin sensed that Mei's chakra was nearly depleted and decided it was time to intervene. He opened a portal and pulled her back just as she was about to launch another attack. Upon seeing him, she relaxed slightly, acknowledging his talent with a hint of pride. However, Shin reminded her not to become complacent, as she still had much to learn and improve upon. Mei had spent enough time in the Land of Whirlpools to realize that she was not yet on par with the likes of Kushina, Tsunade, or Konan, who were all formidable in their own right. This realization humbled her, making her aware of her limitations. As they returned to the Land of Whirlpools, Kushina eagerly inquired about Mei's test. Shin informed her that Mei had demonstrated elite jonin-level skills, capable of contending with a Quasi-Kage due to her Kekkei Genkai. This revelation surprised Kushina, who had not known about Mei's abilities. Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment for having concealed such an important aspect of her identity, as it was common for shinobi to keep their strengths hidden. Tsunade expressed her envy, longing for a Kekkei Genkai of her own. Shin, somewhat exasperated, reminded her that her sage body was already a unique ability. He offered to teach her would release, but emphasized that her success would depend on her own efforts. Tsunade's excitement was palpable. She had always dreamed of string would release, inspired by her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Suddenly, Kushina rushed over with a mission scroll, announcing that she had accepted a contract from the black market to assassinate the third Reikage, with the client believed to be from Iwagakure. Shin was not surprised by Kushina's choice to take on black market missions, as she had expressed a longing to earn money. Curious, Tsunade asked about the reward, and upon hearing it was 500 million ryo, her eyes lit up with excitement. Shin was taken aback by her reaction, knowing she was already wealthy. Kushina then mentioned that Mei had a bounty on her head, issued by Kirigakure, which startled Mei. Kushina reassured Mei that she had no intention of collecting the bounty for now, as she believed in Mei's potential and saw room for growth. Mei felt a mix of frustration and determination, wishing to prove herself. Shin cautioned Kushina about the dangers of targeting the third Reikage, reminding her that he would not be alone and that she would have to contend with the rest of Kumo's forces. However, Kushina was confident, having devised a plan with Mikoto's assistance. After some deliberation, Shin decided to accompany them, feeling bored in the Land of Whirlpools. Kushina was thrilled at the prospect of having him join the mission, while Tsunade opted to stay behind to focus on her would-release training. With only Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto preparing to leave, Tsunade, Konan, and Mei remained behind. Although Konan and Mei had expressed a longing to join, Tsunade insisted that Konan stay to cook, as she did not trust her own culinary skills. Shin had also advised Mei to remain behind for her safety. Mikoto felt a sense of weakness, unsure of how she could contribute to the situation. Kushina had suggested that Mikoto could opt out of their mission, especially since Shin was going. However, Mikoto revealed that her purpose for joining was to supervise Shin, which left him puzzled. He wondered why she felt the need to keep an eye on him. Mikoto pointed out that during his last outing with Konan, he had made some questionable choices. Shin insisted that this time he was with Kushina, so there shouldn't be any issues. Mikoto's pointed gaze suggested otherwise, and Shin found himself at a loss for words. He quickly reassured her that he was glad she was joining them, but Mikoto noted that Kushina appeared disappointed, likely because her time with Shin would be limited with Mikoto present. Kushina regretted inviting Mikoto, realizing that if she hadn't, she and Shin could have enjoyed some privacy. As they continued their journey, Shin shifted the conversation to the ongoing war between Kumo and Konoha, noting that the third Reikage would likely be on the battlefield. Kushina expressed curiosity about how Shin was aware of the situation, to which he explained that even though he rarely left the Land of Whirlpools, he kept up with events in the shinobi world. After departing from the Land of Whirlpools, Shin and his team made their way toward the battlefield. Kushina, walking ahead, urged them to hurry, frustrated by their slow pace. Shin teased her about her eagerness, suggesting she was worried someone might steal the third Reikage's head. He reminded her that the Reikage was currently leading Kumo forces against Konoha, and they needed to act quickly. Shin proposed a plan to earn money by eliminating the third Reikage and collecting a bounty from Konoha. Kushina, always eager to make money, was excited by the idea. Mikoto, however, made a cutting remark about Kushina's intelligence, which led to a playful argument between the two. Despite the banter, they all understood the seriousness of their mission. Without wasting any more time, Shin utilized his abilities to transport them directly to the battlefield, located at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice Fields. Konoha shinobi were fiercely defending their position against Kumo's advances. Shin noted that Danzo was commanding the Konoha forces, which concerned Kushina, as she had never liked him. Determined to confront Danzo, Shin created wooden chairs for Mikoto and Kushina to sit on, showcasing his would-release abilities. Danzo, startled by Shin's presence, was on edge. Shin assured him that he was not there to harm him but rather to propose a deal. He inquired about Danzo's struggles with the third Reikage and offered to eliminate him for a price. Danzo, recognizing the potential advantage, was intrigued but cautious. He tentatively suggested a payment of 100 million ryo, believing it to be a generous offer. However, Shin dismissed the amount, stating that the Reikage was worth at least 10 times that. Danzo reacted with disbelief, feeling that the demand was excessive. As tensions rose, Shin stood up, suggesting that if Danzo was unwilling to pay, they could walk away. He then mentioned a service fee for wasting his time, which infuriated Danzo, who felt he was being extorted. Kushina, sensing the escalating situation, proposed that they simply kill Danzo and claim a bounty for his head, highlighting the precarious nature of their dealings in the midst of war. She recalled seeing a bounty on Danzo's head in the black market, though it was not as high as that of the third Reikage. Danzo's complexion paled further at the realization that he was being targeted for assassination for monetary gain. The cold, murderous glint in Kushina's eyes indicated that she was not joking in the least. Danzo, feeling the weight of his predicament, reluctantly decided to offer 1,000,000,000 ryo for the third rakeage's life. He took a deep breath, recognizing the steep price but willing to pay it to save himself. However, uncertainty gnawed at him. He questioned whether Shin would actually follow through with the assassination after receiving the money. It was not that he doubted Shin's capabilities, but rather he feared that Shin might take the payment and disappear, leaving Danzo with no recourse. Kushina's expression softened slightly as the murderous intent faded, confirming Shin's assessment that Danzo was indeed a coward. Shin calmly instructed Danzo to pay a deposit first. Danzo, understanding he had no other options, complied, albeit reluctantly, and paid 100,000,000 ryo as a deposit. He was unable to part with more at that moment. Shin reminded Danzo not to forget the remaining 900,000,000 ryo, warning him that the cost of rebuilding Konoha would far exceed that amount, implying the dire consequences of failure. With that, Shin left with Kushina and Mikoto, feeling that if it were not for the money, he would not have bothered with Danzo at all. Danzo felt a sense of relief after Shin departed. He had been on edge, concerned about his safety with Shin present, especially since he had not mentioned the death of his subordinate, Uzumaki Kai. Mikoto inquired whether they were planning to confront the third rakeage and if a strategy was necessary. Before Shin could respond, Kushina interjected, questioning the need for a plan. With their combined strength, they could simply storm in and eliminate the third rakeage without much thought. Mikoto playfully reminded Kushina that she had been upset with her and had not been speaking to her. This caused Kushina's expression to sour as she realized she had indeed forgotten about her feelings and turned away in annoyance. Shin, noticing the tension, advised Mikoto to stop teasing Kushina, as she was on the verge of losing her temper. He acknowledged that they did not need a plan to confront the third rakeage, but Mikoto expressed her reservations, finding the idea of directly attacking their leader to be somewhat presumptuous. Shin dismissed her concerns, believing that with their abilities, crafting a strategy was unnecessary. He noted that Kushina had already moved on and suggested they follow her. As they pursued Kushina, who was still pouting, Shin found her irritation endearing. He announced his intention to teleport them directly into the Kumo camp, taking both Mikoto and Kushina's hands and using Yamatsu Hirasaka to transport them to the nearby location. Upon arrival, Kushina firmly stated that Shin was not permitted to interfere this time. Shin, puzzled, questioned why he had been brought along if he was not supposed to get involved. Kushina clarified that she had not brought him. He had chosen to come along on his own. Shin had ventured into the territory of the Kumo shinobi, accompanied by Kushina and Mikoto. As they moved cautiously, a dark-skinned Kumo shinobi appeared, drawing his sword and eyeing them warily. Mikoto, sensing the tension, activated her Sharingan and employed genjutsu to gain control over the shinobi. With a confident smile, she suggested they ask him for the location of the third rakeage, which would save them the trouble of searching. Shin, familiar with the third rakeage's chakra signature from their previous encounters, mentioned that he could locate him using Kagura's mind's eye. Regardless of the method, their goal was clear. They needed to find the third rakeage. After extracting the information from the Kumo shinobi, they learned that the third rakeage was nearby. With determination, Kushina prepared an enormous big ball Rasengan in her palm and launched it towards the command tent where the third rakeage was stationed. This was no ordinary Rasengan. It was a much more powerful version, capable of causing significant destruction. The explosion echoed loudly, capturing the attention of every Kumo shinobi in the vicinity. Moments later, the furious third rakeage emerged from the wreckage of the command tent, followed closely by his son, and A's adopted brother, Killer B, the current Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. A, who was destined to become the fourth rakeage, felt a mix of concern and frustration at his brother's reckless behavior. Killer B, in his usual flamboyant style, shouted about the destruction, while A clenched his fists, worrying that his brother's antics might one day lead to disaster. The third rakeage, with a stern demeanor, addressed Shin, recognizing him as Uzumaki Shin, the strongest shinobi in the world. This unexpected encounter during the war caught him off guard. However, was skeptical. He had never witnessed Shin's power firsthand during the Second Shinobi World War and believed that the tales of Shin's strength were exaggerated. Despite his father's warning, A felt a surge of competitive spirit and was eager to challenge Shin, wanting to see if the legendary reputation of the so-called strongest was truly deserved. As A focused intently on Shin, lightning crackled around him, forming a protective armor. This was the lightning release chakra mode, a technique that only two individuals in Kumogakure could wield, the third rakeage and A himself. It was a skill essential for anyone aspiring to become rakeage, and A was ready to prove himself in the face of this formidable opponent. As the son of the third rakeage, A had been training diligently since childhood. He stood in a battle-ready stance, his youthful form unmistakable to Shin, who recognized him despite the years that lay ahead. The third rakeage's expression shifted as he commanded A to stand down. He insisted that a retreat with the other shinobi, his resolve clear. he would sacrifice himself to hold off Uzumaki Shin. Pleaded with his father, desperate to fight alongside him. However, the third Reikage's tone left no room for argument. He understood his son's thoughts but was acutely aware that A was no match for Uzumaki Shin. Even he, the third Reikage, felt the overwhelming power of Shin. A, with his lesser strength, would be defeated in mere seconds. The third Reikage's glare intensified as he issued a stern order, questioning A's intentions to disobey and become a missing nin. Meanwhile, Shin interjected, dismissing the dramatic exchange with a casual remark. He questioned why the third Reikage seemed surprised by his presence, suggesting that leaving Konoha did not prevent him from attacking. The third Reikage, cautious, observed Shin's demeanor, sensing that his arrival was not a good sign. Shin clarified that if he was the target, he preferred to leave the others unharmed. He claimed not to be a monster, only eliminating those he deemed deserving of death, while expressing indifference to the fate of those who sought to fight him. Kushina, eager for action, initiated the confrontation by attacking the third Reikage with a Rinnegan. The third Reikage quickly activated his lightning release chakra mode, forming an armor that effortlessly deflected the attack. He was confident in his ability to withstand even more powerful techniques. He urged A and B to take the others and retreat, emphasizing that they should not seek vengeance, even if he fell in battle. He entrusted A with the future leadership of Kumogakure, instructing Dodai to assist him. With heavy hearts, Dodai and A complied, knowing the gravity of the situation. A clenched his fists, realizing the weight of his father's command, even with their numerical advantage of 4,000 Kumo shinobi. The realization of Shin's immense power shifted his longing to fight into a reluctant acceptance of retreat. A inquired about Shin's strength, and Dodai confirmed that he was indeed formidable, recalling the fear he felt when encountering Shin's colossal Susanoo during the Second Shinobi World War. The memory of that power left them feeling like mere ants in comparison. Tutai urged them to leave quickly, not wanting the third Reikage's sacrifice to be in vain. A, determined, led the Kumo shinobi away, hoping for his father's safety. As they retreated, Mikoto observed that they had not encountered any other Kumo shinobi, realizing that only the third Reikage remained. Shin, with a chuckle, noted that the Kumo shinobi had been frightened away by him. Mikoto then turned to Kushina, assessing her ability to handle the third Reikage alone. Despite Kushina's strength, the third Reikage's defenses were formidable, and he was not willing to simply accept defeat. Shin expressed confidence in Kushina's abilities but suspected she might need to use Sage Mode to secure victory. Mikoto, seeing Kushina struggle, decided to assist her, activating her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin suggested that working together would expedite their success, knowing that defeating the third Reikage would be a challenge for Kushina alone. Mikoto summoned her complete body Susen, a massive pink figure towering over 100 meters tall. Its presence was intimidating, and its destructive power was undeniable. As Mikoto controlled the Susanoo, she prepared to strike, while Kushina used a jutsu to push the third Reikage back, creating an opening for Mikoto's attack. The third Reikage, watching the ground split before him, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He narrowly dodged a devastating blow that could have split him in two. Recognizing Mikoto as another Mangekyo Sharingan user, he felt a sense of despair despite knowing that the Susanoo was not Shin's. Shin observed the third Reikage's incredible speed, noting that even Kushina and Mikoto would find it challenging to land a hit. Seizing the moment while the Reikage focused on Mikoto's Susen, Kushina activated Sage Mode, her Senjutsu chakra radiating powerfully. With her enhanced abilities, she prepared to unleash a devastating attack. Kushina, now empowered, appeared before the third Reikage in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying backward, his body crumpling under the force. She questioned whether her attack had been lethal, but Shin cautioned her against underestimating the Reikage's resilience. He reminded her of the Reikage's reputation as both a shield and a spear, emphasizing that even the strongest opponents would find him difficult to defeat. Mikoto, having joined them after deactivating her Susanoo, expressed her confidence in her own abilities, suggesting that she was more than a match for the Reikage. The battle was far from over, and the outcome remained uncertain as they prepared for the next phase of their confrontation. Madara may have been on his last breath, sustained by the demonic statue of the Outer Path, but he remained a formidable opponent. Underestimating him would be a grave mistake. The third Reikage struggled to his feet, coughing up blood, and unleashed his most powerful attack, the one-finger Nukite, a piercing technique of immense strength. Shin warned Kushina not to block the attack directly, knowing it would cause her harm. Although she had intended to defend against it, Shin's caution made her reconsider. Instead, she summoned a massive Raisin Shuriken, a technique capable of obliterating a small mountain, and sent it hurtling toward the Reikage. In the original story, the reanimated third Reikage could withstand a Raisin Shuriken without injury, but this was a sage art, Super Big Ball Raisin Shuriken, an even more powerful technique. The impact was tremendous, blasting the Reikage away before he could approach Kushina. Mikoto followed up with a large-scale fire-style technique, engulfing the third Reikage in flames. She believed her attack would be enough to finish him. Shin was impressed by the scale of Mikoto's fire style, which rivaled that of Uchiha Madara. However, to their astonishment, the Reikage was still alive. He had buried himself underground to survive the flames, though he emerged severely injured and burned. Despite his condition, the Reikage declared that he was not easy to kill. Determined to end the battle swiftly, Shin appeared before him in an instant, moving with pure speed rather than using space-time ninjutsu. He created a black chakra receiver rod and pierced the Reikage's heart, knowing that such an injury would be fatal. The Reikage size dimmed, and he collapsed. With the battle concluded, Shin examined the Reikage's corpse, recognizing its potential value. Although he had no immediate use for it, the body could serve as excellent material for Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique he had mastered. To utilize Edo Tensei, he needed a certain amount of the deceased's DNA. Shin stored the third Reikage's body and turned to Kushina and Mikoto, signaling that it was time to collect their payment from Danzo. Upon returning to the Konoha camp, they approached Danzo, who appeared bewildered by their swift return. Shin flatly inquired about his commission, prompting Danzo to express skepticism about the Reikage's demise. He understood the Reikage's formidable reputation, especially given rumors of his ability to take on entire armies alone. However, Shin simply dropped the Reikage's corpse at Danzo's feet, leaving the man in shock. Danzo's mind raced as he considered how to pay for such a significant task. Konoha's finances had been strained by the ongoing war, and he was reluctant to part with the private funds he had reserved for Root. He asked for time to gather the money, to which Shin casually agreed, but demanded Danzo's head as collateral, darkening Danzo's expression. Knowing he needed to stall for time, Danzo proposed offering copies of secret techniques from Konoha's major clans. He believed that surrendering some clan techniques would be a small price to pay for his survival. Shin raised an eyebrow at the mention of secret techniques, recalling the unique jutsu of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans, which, while not particularly useful to him, could still hold some value. After considering Danzo's offer, Shin accepted but insisted on receiving the full payment delivered to the Land of Whirlpools. He made it clear that failure to deliver would result in dire consequences for Konoha. Danzo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, could only agree to the terms. Once they left Danzo's presence, Shin examined the scroll containing the stolen clan techniques. He noted that Danzo had managed to acquire secret techniques from nearly every major clan, which, while not particularly valuable to him, could inspire new ideas. As he flipped through the scroll, he came across a technique from the Hyuga clan called Gentle Fist. Mikoto pointed out that the technique was most effective when used with the Byakugan, but Shin, possessing the Rinnegan, believed he could utilize it effectively. Kushina questioned whether one could learn the Gentle Fist without the Byakugan, and Shin explained that while it was possible, it would not be as effective. He then playfully suggested demonstrating the technique on her, to which she quickly declined, not wanting to be a test subject. As they continued their journey, Mikoto asked if they were heading back to Suikagakure, to which Shin replied that their next destination depended on various factors. As Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto left the central battlefield of the Land of Rain, they chose not to return immediately to Suikagakure. Instead, Kushina and Mikoto expressed their longing for a scenic detour. Shin had been studying the Gentle Fist technique from the Hyuga clan for several days, and when asked about his progress, he casually stated that he had already mastered it, a fact he believed to be true. The advanced techniques of the Gentle Fist, like the 8 trigrams 64 palms, were simple for him once he understood the underlying logic. Kushina, on the other hand, struggled with the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique and decided to abandon it, feeling that her own adamantine sealing chains were more effective for her style. Mikoto was still working on the mind-body SWH technique from the Yamanaka clan, believing it could be useful in the future. As they continued their journey, Shin suddenly halted, sensing the presence of White Zetsu, a pale figure that emerged from the ground. White Zetsu bowed respectfully, acknowledging Shin's ability to detect him. Despite Kushina's instinct to eliminate the creature, White Zetsu quickly explained that he was there on Lord Madara's orders to deliver an urgent message. He expressed his fear of being harmed if Shin chose to attack. Shin, intrigued by the mention of Madara Uchiha, decided against killing White Zetsu, recognizing that there were many like him and that one death would not change anything. White Zetsu was relieved and quickly vanished, leaving Kushina unsettled by the creature's ability to hide so effectively. Shin reassured her that White Zetsu was not particularly dangerous, but he noted that Black Zetsu posed a much greater threat, having manipulated events for centuries and even deceived Madara himself. When Mikoto inquired if Shin intended to see Madara, he confirmed his curiosity about the meeting and used Yamatsu Hirasaka to teleport them to Madara's underground lair. Upon arrival, they found Madara looking older and more decrepit than before, almost like a ghoul. Shin could not help but comment on Madara's appearance, which elicited a grin from Kushina but left Madara unfazed. After a moment of silence, Madara spoke in a raspy voice, indicating he wanted to discuss something important regarding the future. Shin raised an eyebrow at the mention of the future, teasing Madara about his declining state. Madara acknowledged that his current body could not fulfill his grand plans and expressed a longing to prepare for his eventual resurrection. He warned Shin not to interfere with his chosen pawn for this task. Shin, stepping forward and playfully clapping Madara on the shoulder, offered to assist with the revival, but Madara remained stern, insisting he would handle it himself and that Shin should not interfere. The conversation revealed the tension between them, with Madara's mistrust evident. When Shin inquired if Madara had already selected his pawn, Madara curtly replied that he had not yet made a choice. Shin had not yet fully bound his potential pawns to his will, but he had marked several candidates, including Uchiha Obito. The final choice would depend on how events unfolded. Despite this uncertainty, he felt confident, as he already possessed all the knowledge he needed. In a gloomy cavern, Shin expressed his disinterest in staying if Madara's only purpose for summoning him was to announce his impending demise and the arrangement of a pawn. The atmosphere was unsettling and Kushina, who had accompanied him, quickly voiced her discomfort, urging to leave the dark underground space. She found it hard to comprehend how Madara could tolerate such a place. Shin offered Madara unsolicited advice, suggesting he find a more suitable residence, as hiding underground was unbecoming for someone of his stature. Madara's eyes glinted with a chill, but he chose to remain silent. Shin sensed a flicker of murderous intent in Madara's gaze and asked if he wanted to fight. Kushina, eager to test her strength, clenched her fists, while Mikoto activated her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, glaring at Madara. Madara frowned, recognizing the chakra and complex patterns of Mikoto's eyes. He had previously tasked White Zetsu with gathering information about her, and she should not have been able to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for Uzumaki Shin, Madara's knowledge of him was limited. He only knew of Shin's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, not his Rinnegan Seigen. Even if he had known, he would not have fully understood, as Shin was the first to possess such eyes. Shin was aware that Madara, in his weakened state, stood no chance against the combined strength of Kushina and Mikoto, let alone against him. Madara hesitated, shaking his head, as he had no intention of engaging in a fight. Annoyed by Shin's mocking words, he refrained from acting out of impatience, knowing he had a grand plan to execute. Finally, Madara warned Shin not to interfere with his revival plan, leaving the threat hanging in the air. This only served to further irritate Shin, who considered eliminating Madara right then and there. Madara had once been useful, but now his existence was inconsequential to Shin. He had initially wanted Madara to revive Kaguya Otsutsuki to copy her immortality, but he had already achieved that goal. Thus, Madara's fate was now entirely at Shin's discretion. Madara, confident in his own contingencies, sat back down and closed his eyes, dismissing Shin's threat. However, Shin's chakra surged, filling the cavern with an oppressive pressure that threatened to collapse it. Madara felt as if a mountain was crushing him, gasping under the weight of Shin's power. Kushina and Mikoto observed quietly, allowing Shin to assert his demps. Moments later, he withdrew the pressure and prepared to leave. Once Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto vanished through Yamatsu Hirasaka, the heavy aura lifted. Madara slumped against the wall, sweat beading at his temples, shaken by the experience. He had never encountered such suffocating chakra, even in battles against Hashirama Senju. Underestimating Shin had been a grave mistake, and he realized he needed to reassess the threat Shin posed to his revival plan. While Madara fretted over his predicament, Shin felt a sense of satisfaction. He imagined Madara stewing in misery, aware that he was a significant threat. Mikoto suggested they should eliminate Madara, expressing her concerns about his potential schemes. Kushina also expressed her eagerness to fight him, but Shin cautioned them not to underestimate Madara. He could easily defeat him without effort, but he reminded them that they might not have the same advantage. Shin reassured Mikoto that Madara was merely a pawn of Black Zetsu, and with his presence, none of Madara's plots would matter. He believed Madara would not act recklessly against him, as he understood the consequences of doing so. Madara would not take action without absolute certainty, which would only come once he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. After traveling for half a month, Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto returned to the Land of Whirlpools. The war situation had shifted dramatically. The death of the third Raikage had left Kumo vulnerable, a fact that was advantageous for Konoha. The third Raikage son, had vowed revenge on Shin, but Shin dismissed the threat, knowing A lacked the strength to challenge him. Even if A trained harder to avenge his father, Shin was confident he would not be able to defeat him. Kumo was preoccupied with internal conflicts following the third Raikage's death, and A, newly appointed as the fourth Raikage, had to focus on resolving issues within the village. Konoha had benefited greatly from this situation, paying only 1 billion ryo. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Konoha's fortunes were also improving. Minato Namikaze was turning the tide with his Flying Thunder God technique, easily dispatching Jonin without opposition. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was finally able to unleash their full power against Kirigakure, further improving Konoha's position. Upon their return, Tsunade greeted them with a hint of resentment in her voice, expressing her displeasure at their early return. Shin chuckled, explaining that dealing with the third Reikage had taken time. Konan pointed out that the third Reikage had died half a month ago, prompting a moment of silence. Tsunade's frustration was evident as she remarked on their prolonged absence, suggesting they had been enjoying themselves rather than focusing on the challenges at hand. Kushina playfully nudged Shin, reminding him of their earlier adventures. Mikoto felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that if Shin hadn't suggested they return, they would still be out enjoying themselves. Mei Terumi observed the scene, finding amusement in the unfolding drama, particularly in Shin's awkwardness. He noticed her boldness, especially her laughter directed at him, but chose to focus on calming Tsunade and Konan instead. Tsunade felt a pang of regret for not joining them, wishing she had chosen action over her research on wood release. Tsunade placed a substantial sum of money before Shin, curious about its origin. He explained that they had earned it after defeating the third Reikage, bringing their total earnings to 1.5 billion ryo. Kushina had already collected a reward from the black market, as they had initially intended to sell the Reikage's body as proof of his demise. However, Shin had kept the body, and they were content as long as they confirmed the Reikage's death, knowing better than to provoke the Reaper of the shinobi world. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of the money, but Mikoto reminded her that it was Shin who had dealt the final blow to the Reikage. Despite this, Kushina insisted that the reward was rightfully hers. Shin then turned his attention to Mei, asking her to join him for a training session, an opportunity he saw to address her earlier laughter at his expense. Mei felt a flutter of anxiety at his expressionless demeanor and reluctantly followed him, hoping he would be lenient. At the training grounds, Shin assessed Mei's strength, noting her improvement but suggesting it was still lacking. Mei felt proud of her progress, which had accelerated under Shin's guidance. However, when she expressed her confidence, Shin dismissed it, sparking her indignation. He inquired about her age, and when she revealed she had just turned 16, he teased her about gathering information to pursue him, playfully flicking her forehead when she overthought the situation. After their training session, Shin provided Mei with valuable pointers, now that she was part of their group. Upon returning home, Kushina noticed Mei's sulking demeanor and questioned Shin about it. He feigned indignation at the suggestion that he would bully a girl, while Kushina pointed out that he had been teasing her since childhood. This led to a playful exchange where Shin admitted to his intentions of teasing Kushina further, resulting in her cheeks turning red from his playful punishment. Mei, still feeling the sting of Shin's earlier words about her strength, confronted him about his comments. Shin, unfazed, reiterated that he was merely stating a fact. Mei felt a mix of frustration and determination. She had always been diligent in her training, achieving the rank of elite jonin at a young age. However, she recognized that compared to Shin, she still had much to learn. As time passed, the Third Shinobi World War raged on, nearing its conclusion. Konoha, initially struggling, began to gain the upper hand thanks to Minato Namikaze's efforts. Shin and his team had played a significant role in this shift, particularly by eliminating the third Reikage, which had been pivotal for Konoha's success. The Canopy Bridge incident had unfolded similarly to the original timeline, with Kakashi Hatake sustaining injuries and receiving Obito Uchiha's Sharingan, while Obito himself was presumed dead but was actually recovering under Uchiha Madara's influence. In the midst of training, Mei unleashed her boil release technique, creating a cloud of corrosive mist aimed at Shin. However, he easily countered it, transforming the mist into ice shards before they could reach him. Frustrated by her ineffective attacks, Mei felt disheartened, but Shin reassured her that her abilities were not weak, just not suited for their current sparring match. He encouraged her to strive for Sage Mode, hinting at the potential for her techniques to grow even stronger. Mei, determined to prove herself, resolved to train harder, knowing that she had the potential to become one of the strongest shinobi. Tsunade acknowledged Mei Terumi's impressive growth, noting that she had acquired 2 Kekkei Genkai, Lava Release and Boil Release, both achieved through her own dedication and effort. Tsunade was genuinely impressed by Mei's talent, which seemed to surpass her own. Shin, patting Mei on the shoulder, remarked that she was close to Kage level but still lacked the chakra reserves necessary to fully reach that status. In the world of shinobi, Kage level was a significant achievement, and even among the great villages, Kage level shinobi were rare. Mei's rapid progress in less than a year was commendable. Mei, hopeful for recognition of her strength, sought affirmation from Shin. However, he suggested that she should recognize her own abilities rather than seek validation from others. Disheartened by his response, she lowered her head, feeling a sense of defeat. Shin then turned his attention to Tsunade, inquiring about her wood release training. Tsunade expressed her frustration, admitting that despite her hard work, she had made no progress in mastering the technique. Kushina attempted to comfort her, suggesting that it was Shin's fault for not being a better teacher. Shin shot a glare at Kushina, feeling that blaming him was unfair. Tsunade, feeling discouraged, began to doubt her own talent. Shin encouraged her to persevere, assuring her that with time and patience, she would eventually awaken her abilities. Later, Shin encountered Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. The presence of Black Zetsu signified that Madara Uchiha was dead. Black Zetsu had been tasked with monitoring Obito and ensuring that Madara's plans remained intact. However, unbeknownst to Madara, Black Zetsu served Kaguya Otsutsuki and viewed Madara merely as a pawn. After hiding in the shadows for centuries, Black Zetsu was now stepping into the light, perceiving Shin as a potential threat to his plans for reviving Kaguya. Black Zetsu approached Shin, acknowledging his presence but remaining silent. Shin, aware of the implications, anticipated that Black Zetsu had come to inform him of Madara's demise. White Zetsu, surprised by Shin's awareness, urged him to get to the point, but Shin remained focused on the information at hand. Black Zetsu explained that Madara had chosen Obito Uchiha as a pawn to carry out his will, emphasizing that Obito had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and was quite powerful. They urged Shin to spare Obito if they ever crossed paths, as he was crucial to the Eye of the Moon plan. Shin, understanding the situation, assured them that he would not kill Obito unless provoked. After dismissing Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, he realized he had forgotten to inquire about Obito's whereabouts, as he was interested in copying Obito's powerful Kamui technique. The ability to access a personal dimension would be advantageous for Shin, and he believed he could MSTR it more effectively than Obito due to his superior ocular power. Determined to find Obito, Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka to intercept Black Zetsu and White Zetsu once more, demanding to know Obito's location. White Zetsu, cautious, asked why Shin was seeking Obito, to which Shin calmly responded that he wanted to meet him, recognizing that Obito must possess unique qualities to have been chosen by Madara. Black Zetsu warned Shin not to interfere with Madara's plans, but Shin's narrowed gaze conveyed a sense of danger that made Black Zetsu uneasy. White Zetsu, sensing the tension, quickly attempted to appease Shin, urging forgiveness for Black Zetsu's words. Despite their shared existence, the relationship between Black Zetsu and White Zetsu was strained, with Black Zetsu looking down on White Zetsu for its origins. Shin, unimpressed by White Zetsu's fawning, insisted on being taken to Obito Uchiha. Complying without objection, White Zetsu led the way, while Black Zetsu remained cautious, recognizing Shin's potential threat. Eventually, Shin met Obito Uchiha, who appeared wary of the unexpected visitor. White Zetsu introduced Shin as Madara's collaborator, prompting Obito's annoyance at being brought a stranger without prior notice. Obito's frustration grew as he realized Madara had never mentioned having a partner. Obito Uchiha stood before Shin, who was observing him with a calculating gaze. The atmosphere was tense, and Obito's masked presence exuded a dark and foreboding energy. It was hard to reconcile this figure with the cheerful boy he once was. Shin, known as the Reaper of the Shinobi world, assessed Obito's strength. He had gathered enough information to know that Shin Uzumaki was a formidable opponent, ruthless in his pursuits. If Obito were to fall in battle, they would have to activate a backup plan left by Madara, a contingency that could spell disaster. Shin's confidence was palpable as he dismissed Obito's attempts to assert Demps. He had a strategy in mind, one that involved using an advanced replication card to copy Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Kemi. With a collection of replication cards at his disposal, he felt prepared to enhance his own powers. As he successfully copied Kamui, he sensed the existence of his own personal Kamui dimension, separate from Obito's. Shin's confidence only grew as he observed Obito's reaction. He found Obito's strength unimpressive, noting that the true danger lay in Kamui itself, which was not without its weaknesses. There were techniques that could counter it, and without Kamui, Obito was merely an elite jonin. Shin's assessment of Obito as weak was not unfounded, considering Obito's youth and inexperience compared to his own capabilities. Obito, feeling insulted, launched a fierce attack with his kunai, aiming for Shin's vitals. However, Shin's form flickered, and Obito's attack passed through him as if he were an illusion. The shock on Obito's face was evident, not because he expected to succeed, but because Shin had demonstrated the ability to use Kamui as well. The realization that someone else could wield his prized ability left Obito feeling betrayed. He had always believed that each Mangekyo Sharingan was unique, and the existence of a duplicate ability was unfathomable to him. Shin reveled in Obito's shock, contemplating how Madara would react to witnessing Shin's own use of limbo, border jail. As the confrontation escalated, Obito demanded to know if Shin also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin confirmed this, noting the unfortunate fact that Obito only had one eye. This revelation further bruised Obito's ego, leading him to believe that Shin was mocking him. In reality, Shin was merely disappointed that he had only managed to copy the ability from Obito's right eye, as the left eye remained with Kakashi Hatake. Obito, fueled by anger, attacked relentlessly, fully aware of Kamui's weaknesses. He believed that if he continued his assault for 5 minutes, he could break through the intangibility that Kamui provided. However, as time passed, he found himself drenched in sweat, yet Shin remained untouchable. After 10 minutes of futile effort, Obito was left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Shin could maintain Kamui's intangibility for so long. Shin, demonstrating his superiority, lifted Obito effortlessly, leaving him unable to resist. The realization that his own Kamui was ineffective against Shin was a crushing blow. Black Zetsu, observing the scene, felt a sense of panic. Obito's power was significant, yet now Shin possessed it as well, and he could counter Obito's abilities with ease. As Shin held Obito in a vice-like grip, White Zetsu pleaded for calm, fearing for Obito's life. Black Zetsu echoed this sentiment, emphasizing that Obito's death would not serve Shin's interests. Ultimately, Shin decided to spare Obito, tossing him aside like a discarded object. Obito crashed to the ground, gasping for breath, filled with a mix of anger and fear. Shin demanded to know Obito's plans, leaving no room for negotiation. Black Zetsu, concerned about Shin's potential interference, hesitated but ultimately acknowledged Shin's presence. The tension in the air was thick as Black Zetsu recognized that Shin was a far greater threat than anticipated. After Shin departed, Obito rose, seething with anger. Black Zetsu cautioned him against acting rashly, reminding him of Shin's formidable power. Obito, feeling insulted by Black Zetsu's words, scoffed at the notion of being intimidated. However, Black Zetsu urged him to consider the importance of retrieving his other eye to unlock the true potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The confrontation had left its mark, and the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Obito's journey to reclaim his strength was only just beginning. He wanted Obito to become stronger. The stronger Obito was, the easier it would be to complete the Eye of the Moon plan and revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. Obito glared at Black Zetsu, silencing it. Despite having witnessed Kakashi kill Rin, he couldn't bring himself to harm his former friend and teammate. Rin was not his only love. He also cared deeply for Kakashi. Upon returning home, Shin found Kushina looking at him suspiciously, as if she were interrogating a criminal. She leaned closer, sniffing him, which left him speechless. She concluded that he hadn't sneaked out to meet another girl. Shin dismissed her suspicion, insisting that he had no interest in other women when he had her and the others. Kushina's suspicion was not entirely unfounded, as Tsunade pointed out that the honeymoon phase does not last forever. Mikoto added that Shin was the type to act on his impulses. Shin sighed dramatically, feeling that his reputation was unfairly tarnished. He poured himself a cup of tea and revealed that he had gone out for a reason he had forgotten to mention. When Kushina inquired about it, he explained that Madara Uchiha was dead. Zetsu had informed him, and he had gone to see the pawn Madara had chosen. Tsunade was pleased to hear the news, having waited a long time for Madara's demise. She was aware that Madara could have lived longer but had likely chosen to end his life peacefully. When asked about the pawn, Shin explained that it was Uchiha Obito, a member of the Uchiha clan and a hidden genius, despite his past as a failure in the academy. He had quickly awakened the Two-Tomo Sharingan and later the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin realized he had not seen Konan and Mei since his return. Mikoto informed him that they had gone to train, noting Konan's diligence and suggesting that Mei was working hard, possibly because of him. Confused, Shin wondered how Mei's training related to him. Mikoto reminded him that he had previously called her weak, which might have motivated her to prove herself, hinting that she might have a crush on him. Tsunade's gaze sharpened at this suggestion. Shin dismissed the idea, claiming he had not noticed any romantic interest from Mei. However, Tsunade insisted that she believed Mei truly had feelings for him. Kushina, confused, admitted she had not noticed anything, thinking that Mei and Shin did not get along well. Mikoto suggested that Mei seemed to care about Shin's opinion. Suddenly, Mei burst into the room, her face flushed, vehemently denying any feelings for Shin. She had overheard their conversation and glared at him, feeling annoyed by the implication. Shin pretended to be hurt by her words, claiming they made him feel unattractive. Mei threatened him, vowing to beat him up one day. Kushina, standing behind Mei, encouraged her, smirking at the situation. Despite her bravado, Mei felt nervous but raised her chin defiantly when Shin looked at her. He decided to take her outside for a little lesson, dragging her away despite her struggles. Konan entered the room just as Shin was taking Mei away, unaware of what had transpired. Kushina explained that Mei had been acting tough and was now being punished by Shin. Soon after, Shin returned with Mei, who was now meekly following him, looking defeated. Kushina teased her about how quickly she had surrendered. Shin asked Mei if she still planned to beat him up, to which she quickly denied. Her previous arrogance vanished. Shin instructed her to sit down, but Mei glared at him, refusing to comply. She was in no condition to sit, feeling sore from their earlier encounter. The others looked at her strangely, and she tried to hide her embarrassment by stepping back. Relieved that they had not noticed, she excused herself and went to her room, wanting to avoid any further exposure. After Mei left, Kushina and the others glared at Shin, questioning what he had done. Shin insisted that they should ask Mei if they wanted to know, but he doubted she would tell them. Kushina speculated that Shin must have done something inappropriate, while Konan, sitting beside him, asked for help with her training. She wanted to understand the Flying Thunder God technique better, having been practicing it for a while. Tsunade was surprised to learn that Konan was learning the technique, recalling her own failed attempts. She had tried to master it after seeing how useful Shin's space-time ninjutsu was, but she lacked the talent. Mikoto and Kushina had also tried and failed. Konan explained that she was beginning to grasp it, which impressed them. Shin had a deep understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, having studied it thoroughly. Despite possessing Yamatsu Hirasaka, a superior space-time ninjutsu, he chose to learn the Flying Thunder God technique to broaden his knowledge. His natural talent for space-time ninjutsu allowed him to master it quickly, and he was confident that his understanding surpassed even that of Minato Namake's. However, he faced a challenge. He could not create the Flying Thunder God formula, which was essential for teleportation using the technique. He turned to Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade, inquiring if they wished to learn it as well. Kushina declined, expressing that while she would like to learn, she had already given up on the idea. Mikoto and Tsunade also refused, and Shin did not press them further. It was clear that without talent in space-time ninjutsu, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was impossible. Instead, Shin dedicated his time to teaching Konan, sharing his insights into the technique. Konan demonstrated some progress, indicating that she possessed a degree of talent in space-time ninjutsu. She listened attentively, taking notes to study later. During this time, Shin primarily remained in the Land of Whirlpools, assisting Konan with her training. Thanks to her natural abilities and Shin's detailed guidance, she eventually grasped the fundamentals of space-time ninjutsu. Although she could perform the jutsu slowly, with enough practice, she would soon master it. Mei Terumi approached Shin, requesting his assistance with her training while he practiced taijutsu. He agreed but playfully asked her for a massage first, claiming his back was sore. Initially reluctant, Mei gritted her teeth and approached him, hoping he would keep his word about a proper training session afterward. Shin reassured her that he would not trick her, but when she questioned what would happen if she did not do a good job, he responded that he would not be inclined to teach her. Mei rolled her eyes, feeling frustrated at the situation. Shin, noticing her annoyance, commented on her actions, which only added to her irritation. After she finished the massage, he expressed that he was only somewhat satisfied and informed her that he would be away for a few days, leaving her to explain his absence to Kushina and the others. Shin then departed the Land of Whirlpools and appeared beside White Zetsu, who held a special Flying Thunder God kunai that Shin had given him for communication. White Zetsu, a clone rather than the original, informed Shin that Uchiha Obito was planning to persuade Nagato Uzumaki to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Recognizing the urgency, White Zetsu invited Shin to join him, which he found intriguing. Shin used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Obito, who was unaware of the mark Shin had placed on him during their last encounter. Obito, startled and cautious, questioned how Shin had arrived so suddenly. Shin, smiling calmly, reassured him that he was Madara's partner and had no intention of causing harm. Obito remained skeptical, recalling that only Minato Namake's was known to use the Flying Thunder God technique. As they moved towards Nagato, Obito's mind raced with suspicion, feeling betrayed by Zetsu for revealing his plans. Despite his reservations, he followed Shin, determined to uncover his motives. Upon arriving in Amigakure, they quickly located Nagato, thanks to Zetsu's information. Observing Nagato from the shadows, Obito frowned, realizing that Nagato was not suitable for the Eye of the Moon plan. He noted that Nagato was currently under Yahiko's influence, making it difficult to convince him to follow through with the plan. Shin, noticing Obito's frustration, suggested that to persuade Nagato, they would need to eliminate Yahiko, whose presence was a significant obstacle. Obito, filled with resolve, acknowledged that Yahiko's existence hindered his dream of creating a world with Rin, and thus, he had to die. Shin observed the surroundings as he contemplated his next move. He had been approached by Obito, who had suggested that eliminating Yahiko would be a straightforward task. However, Shin expressed his disinterest in the Eye of the Moon plan, revealing that he had no urgency to see it completed. This indifference raised doubts in Obito's mind about Shin's loyalty to Madara, unaware that their partnership was not as it seemed. In truth, Shin had only aligned himself with Madara to achieve his own goal of reviving Kaguya Otsutsuki and acquiring her immortality. Now that he had attained that immortality, he felt no need to continue cooperating. Determined to see Nagato Uzumaki, Shin leaped down from the tree and made his way to the Akatsuki's base. Obito, feeling frustrated by Shin's unilateral decision, followed him, though he had not intended to confront Nagato with Yahiko present. Upon arriving at the base, which appeared primitive, Shin greeted Yahiko and Nagato with a smile, acknowledging that this was their second encounter. The first had left Yahiko and Nagato unconscious due to Shin's overwhelming chakra pressure, making them cautious this time. Yahiko, recognizing Shin, felt a wave of wariness wash over him, while Nagato stepped forward protectively. They had learned of Shin's infamous title, the Reaper of the Shinobi World, and were understandably on edge. Shin, however, feigned honor at being remembered and entered the cave, with Yahiko and Nagato following closely behind. Obito also joined them inside. Yahiko, still wary, questioned Obito's presence, feeling more distrustful of him than of Shin. Obito, attempting to disguise his identity, introduced himself as Uchiha Madara. Yahiko, momentarily stunned, quickly realized that this was a lie. Uchiha Madara was dead. Obito had anticipated their disbelief but was relieved that Shin was there to lend credibility to his claim. However, when Shin denied knowing Madara, Obito's frustration grew, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Yahiko pressed Obito for his purpose, and Obito revealed that he was interested in Nagato due to his Rinnegan, the legendary eyes that held immense power. Yahiko, protective of Nagato, immediately recognized the danger in Obito's intentions and warned Nagato to be cautious. Obito, sensing the threat Yahiko posed to his plans, concealed his killing intent and continued to speak to Nagato, trying to draw him in. Nagato, initially impassive, began to show interest in Obito's words about the Rinnegan's purpose. He recalled his teacher, Jiraiya, mentioning that he was the child of prophecy destined to bring change to the shinobi world. Obito, sensing Nagato's curiosity, elaborated on the Rinnegan's capabilities, describing it as the ultimate tool for controlling life and death. Shin watched with amusement as Obito embraced his role as a villain, recognizing that he had transformed from a goofy youth into a formidable manipulator. Yahiko, while frowning at Obito's words, remained silent, confident that he could thwart any deception aimed at Nagato. Obito continued to press his point, suggesting that only the Rinnegan could bring peace to the shinobi world. This notion resonated with both Yahiko and Nagato, as their shared goal was to achieve peace. Nagato, moved by Obito's rhetoric, inquired about how he could bring about such peace. Obito's response was simple, overwhelming force. He asserted that absolute power would deter any longing for war, planting the seeds of manipulation in Nagato's mind. Obito observed that Nagato was on the verge of being persuaded and decided to press further. He believed that the masked man's approach to achieving peace was fundamentally flawed. Yahiko interjected, expressing his disagreement before Nagato could respond. He held a vision of peace rooted in understanding and communication, rather than violence. For Yahiko, true peace could only be realized when people learned to resolve their conflicts through dialogue, forming a united shinobi world akin to one large family. Shin, however, could not resist commenting on Yahiko's idealism. He found it naive, especially considering the harsh realities of the world they lived in. Yahiko's anger flared as he perceived Shin's remarks as mockery of his dream. Shin believed that Yahiko's vision was unrealistic. He felt that conflicts could not be resolved solely through communication, as history had shown that wars persisted despite attempts at dialogue. Yahiko, a war orphan raised in a violent environment, seemed ironically out of touch with the world around him. Despite Yahiko's fervent declaration that no one could belittle his dream, Shin dismissed it as foolish. He argued that achieving world peace through force was a more viable option, at least offering a temporary respite from conflict. In Shin's view, the notion of peace through understanding was a fantasy, one that could only exist if everyone shared Yahiko's naivety. Obito, feeling frustrated by Yahiko's stubbornness, contemplated the futility of trying to sway him. He recognized that as long as Yahiko remained steadfast, Nagato would be unreachable. Before departing, Obito turned back to Nagato, urging him to consider the power of the Rinnegan as a means to deter the 5 great villages and achieve genuine peace. With that, he left, leaving Nagato in deep contemplation. Yahiko, concerned for Nagato, questioned whether he had been swayed by Obito's words. He reminded Nagato that violence only perpetuated hatred and conflict, emphasizing the importance of their shared ideals. Nagato, smiling in Yahiko's presence, reassured him that he would support him in realizing his dream. Their bond was evident, and Yahiko felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that Nagato had not been deceived. After their departure, Obito found himself at a loss for ideas. He recognized that his attempts to persuade Nagato had failed. Shin suggested a more drastic solution, eliminating Yahiko. He offered Obito a kunai, indicating that he would support the endeavor. Obito was hesitant. He wanted to carry out the act himself, but Nagato's constant presence made it difficult to find an opportunity. Shin, however, was unwilling to take on the task himself, stating that it was not his problem. He offered advice instead, suggesting that Obito could exploit the wariness of Hanzo, the leader of Amage Cure, toward the Akatsuki. Additionally, he mentioned Danzo, indicating that revealing the existence of the Rinnegan would prompt Danzo to act against the Akatsuki. Obito frowned at the suggestion of exposing the Rinnegan, recognizing the potential danger it posed to Nagato. Shin argued that if Nagato were in peril, it would provide an opportunity for Obito to gain his trust by coming to his aid. Frustration bubbled within Obito as he felt belittled by Shin's condescending tone, but he knew he could not afford to act out against him. Shin concluded his advice, stating that if Obito could not eliminate Yahiko, he might as well abandon the Eye of the Moon plan altogether. As Shin prepared to leave, Obito questioned his departure, feeling that the plan to eliminate Yahiko was still incomplete. Shin informed him that he was returning to the Land of Whirlpools and instructed Obito to inform him once the plan succeeded. Shin decided to attend the show, but he was not keen on engaging in conversation with the newly transformed Obito. After Shin left, Obito expressed his frustration, questioning whether Madara's collaboration with Shin was genuine. Zetsu appeared unexpectedly, warning Obito to be more respectful towards Madara's associate. Obito, irritated by Zetsu's sudden presence, threatened him, but Zetsu, startled by the glare, quickly complied. Zetsu informed Obito that Shin did not seem interested in the Eye of the Moon plan, leaving Obito puzzled about Madara's choice to work with him. Zetsu suggested that Obito could ask Madara himself once he was revived, but Obito's trust in Zetsu had diminished after the latter revealed his plans to Shin. Despite this, Obito recognized Zetsu's usefulness and assigned him a task to inform Danzo Shimura about the Rinnegan, deciding to follow Shin's lead without risking his own safety by going to Konoha. Meanwhile, Shin found himself under scrutiny from Kushina, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Konan, who regarded him with suspicion. Confused, he thought they were upset because he had left without informing them, despite having asked Mei to relay his departure. Kushina smirked, revealing that Mei had already shared everything, emphasizing the importance of honesty. Shin, feeling cornered, turned to Mei, who avoided his gaze, suspecting she had misrepresented him. Tsunade mentioned that Mei claimed Shin had gone out to meet a lover, darkening Shin's expression. He confronted the group about their belief in Mei's words, and Kushina clarified that they were merely waiting to see how he would handle the situation. She expressed her confidence in Shin's character, knowing he would be open about any romantic involvement. Their camaraderie was evident as Kushina snuggled into Shin's arms, teasing the others. Shin decided to address Mei's rumor spreading by taking her aside for a punishment, prompting her to apologize. Although she initially resisted, she soon realized the gravity of her mistake. Shin's gentle pat on her head was soon followed by a reminder that he expected her to learn from her errors. As he led her away, Mei's pleas for help went unheard, met only with the amused expressions of Kushina and Tsunade. Kushina proudly declared her position as the Tsukage of Suikagakure, asserting that everyone else was merely a member of her team. When Mikoto inquired about Kushina's plans for developing the village, Kushina admitted her uncertainty and lack of motivation, preferring to keep things as they were. Half an hour later, Shin returned with a visibly distressed Mei, who had endured a rather harsh punishment. The group exchanged glances, and Mei felt embarrassed by her awkward posture. Shin, finding amusement in the situation, expressed his anticipation for her next blunder, while Mei, feeling defeated, vowed there would not be a repeat of her mistake. As Shin contemplated his next outing, he invited Mikoto and the others to join him, but they declined, preferring to relax instead. He explained that his trip was related to Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, which involved eliminating Yahiko to ensure the plan's success. Kushina showed no interest in joining him, preferring to remain where she was comfortable. 5 days later, Shin learned that Obito had initiated his plan, with Hanzo and Danzo collaborating to confront the Akatsuki. He set off for the Land of Rain with Konan and Mei, who were eager for adventure. Mikoto waved goodbye, wishing for Shin's swift return. Upon arrival, Zetsu greeted Shin with respect, but Mei was taken aback by Zetsu's unusual appearance, questioning its humanity. Black Zetsu, slightly annoyed, reminded her to be polite, but Shin quickly intervened, asserting his protective stance over his companions. Obito, observing the interaction, frowned at the presence of Konan and Mei, knowing that fewer people should be aware of the Eye of the Moon plan. Shin arrived with 2 women, prompting curiosity about his intentions. However, given Shin's formidable strength, the onlookers chose to remain silent. Shin inquired about the current situation, and White Zetsu quickly informed him that Hanzo had deceived Yahiko and Nagato, luring them into a trap under the pretense of cooperation. Hanzo had proposed an alliance to negotiate peace among the warring nations, a convincing argument amid the ongoing Third Great Ninja War, especially with the Land of Rain caught in the crossfire. Yahiko, believing in Hanzo's sincerity, attended the meeting without any suspicion. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Shin decided they should investigate. No one objected to his suggestion. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, and Obito Uchiha all remained silent. Yet, Obito felt a simmering frustration. Since Shin's arrival, he had felt like a mere spectator in his own plans, powerless without the strength to assert himself. Following White Zetsu's lead, they quickly reached the meeting point where Yahiko and Hanzo were supposed to convene. Their timing was critical. Although fighting had not yet commenced, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Yahiko confronted Hanzo, accusing him of betrayal, as Hanzo's men had captured his comrades from the Akatsuki. To Yahiko, these individuals were not just subordinates but his friends and equals. Hanzo dismissed their trust with disdain, mocking their naivety. He offered a grim ultimatum: if Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki, took his own life, he would release the captured members. In a moment of desperation, Yahiko picked up the kunai that Hanzo had tossed at his feet, questioning whether Hanzo would truly spare his comrades if he died. Hanzo's cold response confirmed his indifference. With Yahiko's death, he believed the Akatsuki would crumble, eliminating any threat to his authority. Yahiko, resolute in his belief that he could bring about change, ultimately made the tragic decision to sacrifice himself. As he plunged the kunai into his heart, Nagato's world shattered. He caught Yahiko's lifeless body, overwhelmed by despair. From a distance, Meitarumi observed the scene, incredulous at Yahiko's misguided trust. Shin reflected on Yahiko's kindness, recalling how he had once sacrificed himself to save Konan. With Yahiko gone, Nagato was left in utter desolation. Hanzo, seeing an opportunity, ordered the execution of the remaining Akatsuki members, determined to eliminate any potential threats. A member of Danzo's root organization stepped forward, reminding Hanzo of their mission to capture Nagato's Rinnegan. Hanzo, committed to his agreement with Danzo, prepared to follow through. Fueled by grief and rage, Nagato unleashed the full power of his Rinnegan, vowing vengeance for Yahiko's death. He summoned a massive, grotesque creature known as the demonic statue of the Outer Path, a remnant of the Ten Tails. This creature unleashed dragon-shaped chakra that absorbed the energy of anyone it touched. Hanzo, realizing the imminent danger, used the body flicker technique to escape, leaving his subordinates behind to face Nagato's wrath. As Nagato exacted his revenge, he slaughtered the remaining aim and root shinobi, consumed by his longing for retribution. After Hanzo's escape, Nagato collapsed, utterly drained from the summoning. The cost of his power had left him emaciated and weak, prompting Mei to reflect on the heavy toll of such strength. Shin, observing Nagato's state, noted that while the Geto statue had proven powerful, the price paid was steep. He believed that Nagato's actions were unnecessary. A simpler technique could have sufficed. As they prepared to intervene, Shin turned to Obito, questioning whether their involvement would raise suspicions. Shin stepped out from their hiding spot, followed closely by Konan and Meitarumi. Obito had no choice but to join them, and White Zetsu quickly decided to follow as well, not waiting for Black Zetsu's response. Nagato, sensing a presence behind him, instinctively threw a kunai, believing it to be Hanzo returning. However, he was met with a casual remark from Shin, who revealed himself. Nagato's surprise turned to anger as he recognized Shin, tightening his grip on another kunai. The timing of Shin's appearance, right after Yahiko's death, felt too coincidental to Nagato. Shin confirmed he had been present before Yahiko's death, which only fueled Nagato's rage. He suspected Shin had a hand in the tragedy. As Nagato confronted Shin, the tension escalated. In a swift motion, Shin appeared before Nagato, lifting him off the ground by the throat, causing Nagato to struggle for breath. The Geto statue behind Nagato trembled, reflecting the overwhelming chakra emanating from Shin. Realizing he was about to lose consciousness, Shin dropped Nagato, feigning concern. He scoffed at the idea that he would need to team up with Hanzo to achieve his goals. The immense pressure of Shin's chakra had left Nagato gasping for air, and Obito, along with Zetsu, felt a wave of relief when Shin finally withdrew his chakra. Konan and Meitarumi remained unaffected, as Shin had deliberately shielded them. Nagato's anger was palpable, and he questioned Shin's inaction during Yahiko's death. Shin, however, remained indifferent, pointing out that he had no obligation to save anyone. With the atmosphere charged with emotion, Obito recognized it was time for him to intervene. He had prepared a speech to manipulate Nagato, who was now filled with anger and hatred, making him susceptible to Obito's influence. After a private conversation with Obito, Nagato emerged with a changed perspective. He no longer believed in achieving peace through non-violence. Instead, he embraced the idea that overwhelming force was the only solution. Shin observed this transformation with amusement, noting Obito's skill in manipulation. Nagato expressed his commitment to fulfilling Yahiko's dream of world peace, aligning himself with Obito's vision. Obito proposed rebuilding the Akatsuki, emphasizing the need for strong allies. He explained that only S-rank missing Nin would be qualified to join, as they would be the most effective in achieving their plans. Nagato agreed with Obito's strategy, which included gathering the 9-tailed beasts and reviving the 10 tails to intimidate the hidden villages. Obito assigned Zetsu the task of intelligence gathering and finding powerful missing Nin, while Nagato would lead the Akatsuki, remaining in the public eye. Obito would operate from the shadows, maintaining his identity as Madara Uchiha a secret. Shin, after some contemplation, decided to join the Akatsuki in name only, seeking to alleviate his boredom by participating in their missions. As Shin received a notification about his new mission, he was surprised to find it already completed. He expressed his disinterest in further discussions with Nagato and Obito, leaving with Konan and Meitarumi in a good mood after acquiring a free advanced replication card. Obito watched them depart, aware that there were still matters to discuss with Nagato. Shin, confident in his position, was unconcerned about their conversation. He believed neither Nagato nor Obito would dare target him, at least for the time being. As he and his companions prepared to leave, Konan readily agreed to follow, while Meitarumi expressed a longing to stay a bit longer, wanting to enjoy their newfound freedom. In the Land of Whirlpools, Meitarumi expressed her boredom. Although the land was peaceful, its tranquility felt stifling, leaving her yearning for excitement. Shin, her companion, glanced at her but chose to ignore her complaints, instead using Yamatsu Hirasaka to transport them back. Upon arrival, Shin was surprised to find Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade engaged in training. It was unusual for Kushina to be so dedicated, prompting Shin to wonder what had inspired this change. Tsunade explained that after Shin had left, Kushina had challenged Mikoto to a sparring match and had lost, which seemed to embarrass Kushina. Tsunade reassured her that losing to Mikoto was nothing to be ashamed of, as Mikoto possessed the powerful eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina, eager to learn would release, approached Shin for guidance, but Tsunade interjected, noting that she had yet to master it herself. Confidently, Kushina claimed that if she were attempting it, she would undoubtedly succeed. Tsunade, feeling insulted by Kushina's remarks about her talent, challenged her, and the two exchanged playful banter, neither truly intending to fight. Shin observed their interaction, deciding not to intervene, recognizing that their sparring would only serve to improve their skills. Despite their earlier argument, Kushina and Tsunade did not engage in a serious fight, as Mikoto stepped in to diffuse the tension. Tsunade inquired if Shin had wanted to see them fight, to which he innocently denied, though he secretly wished for a more entertaining spectacle. Mei, standing behind Shin, expressed her curiosity about a creature that had been summoned earlier, which Shin casually identified as the husk of the Ten-Tails, explaining its significance as the origin of chakra. As Konan patiently explained the history of the Ten-Tails to Mei, Shin playfully blamed her for tiring Konan out with her questions. Mei, taken aback by Shin's audacity, felt a mix of surprise and indignation. Tsunade, unable to watch Shin's teasing any longer, urged him to stop, prompting him to consider shifting his focus to her instead. Kushina, eager to learn would release, pulled Shin away, while Mikoto feigned distress over her friend's competitive spirit. Konan and Mei also expressed their longing to learn the technique, with Mei feeling a bit left out. Shin decided to teach them all, noting that having multiple students was no different from having one. However, he cautioned Mei that learning would release might be challenging for her due to her lack of a sage body. Mei felt disheartened by this revelation, fearing it was due to her lesser bond with Shin compared to the others. Shin reassured her that it was not a matter of discrimination, as he considered her part of their group. He explained that while anyone could attempt to learn would release, the effectiveness would be limited without a sage body. When Konan inquired about her own sage body, Shin revealed that her transformation had begun after signing the life contract with him. Mei, yearning to belong, asked if she could also attain a sage body. Shin explained that it was possible if she was willing to sign the life contract, which would grant her eternal youth and immortality. Initially skeptical, Mei ultimately decided she wanted to sign the contract, enticed by the benefits it promised. Shin, wanting to be transparent, warned Mei about the potential downsides of the contract, emphasizing that her life would be tied to his. If he were to perish, she might face the same fate. Despite this heavy implication, Mei, feeling reassured, agreed to the terms, relieved that the risks did not deter her from pursuing the opportunity. Mei had been concerned about the implications of her decision, especially given Shin's serious demeanor. She had not anticipated that it would be so straightforward. Shin looked at her in disbelief, taken aback by how easily she had agreed to the arrangement. This was her life she was entrusting to him. Tsunade quietly remarked to Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan that it seemed Mei had feelings for Shin. Mikoto and Konan nodded in agreement, recognizing that no one would so readily hand over their life to someone without strong emotions involved. Kushina, filled with pride, felt a sense of validation in Shin's popularity, though Tsunade, Konan, and Mikoto exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of why Kushina felt proud when she had a rival for Shin's affections. Shin questioned Mei's certainty about her choice, to which she responded that she had already considered it thoroughly and found no reason to hesitate. Mei expressed her frustration at what she perceived as Shin's indecisiveness. In response, Shin's expression darkened. He had been trying to be considerate by explaining the risks, yet she dismissed his concerns. He placed a hand on her forehead, and his white six-paths cloak materialized, with 12 truth-seeking orbs hovering behind him, making him appear formidable. With a confident declaration he performed the yin-yang release, life contract, channeling his chakra into Mei. A faint mark appeared on her, signifying a special bond formed between them. Once he completed the process, Mei questioned whether it was truly that simple and if he was playing tricks on her. Shin encouraged her to sense the connection for herself, playfully flicking her forehead when she expressed disbelief. Though Mei called him a bully, she began to focus on the changes within her body, her eyes widening in astonishment as she realized her chakra reserves had increased dramatically. Shin noted that while he wasn't sure if this transformation qualified as a sage body, her chakra and life force now felt indistinguishable from those of someone who possessed such abilities. Excitedly inquired if this meant she could learn would release, but Shin tempered her enthusiasm, explaining that if it were that easy, every senju would have mastered it. Over the next week, Shin attempted to teach would release to his 5 students, quickly regretting his decision. The challenge of teaching multiple students proved far more daunting than instructing just one, and what he considered simple techniques were incredibly difficult for them. Frustrated and overwhelmed by their questions, he decided to take a break from the Land of Whirlpools. He left behind his training notes and a letter, utilizing Yamatsu Hirasaka to make his escape. By the time Kushina and the others realized he had left, he was already gone. Kushina demanded to know what Shin had written in his letter, and Mikoto informed her that he had gone out to clear his head but would return soon. Conan speculated that Shin had simply wanted to avoid teaching them and had fled. However, his departure did not deter them from practicing would release, as he had provided detailed notes on his training methods. If they were unable to learn it, it would indicate a lack of talent. Talent was crucial, much like with the Flying Thunder God technique, which Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade struggled to master, while only Conan succeeded. Their abilities lay in different areas. After leaving the Land of Whirlpools, Shin wandered without a specific destination. He learned that the Third Shinobi World War was mostly over, with villages withdrawing their main forces, though minor skirmishes persisted. He decided to visit Konoha, intrigued by the election of a new Hokage. He hoped to witness the event, anticipating that Minato Namikaze would be elected as the 4th Hokage, albeit one with a tragically short tenure. Upon arriving in Konoha, Shin found the village abuzz with excitement over the Hokage election. He overheard conversations among shinobi discussing their voting preferences, with some supporting Orochimaru and others favoring Minato, the Yellow Flash. Shin couldn't help but express his disbelief at the idea of anyone voting for Orochimaru, reflecting on how unsuitable he had become for the role of Hokage. As Shin strolled through the streets, he unexpectedly encountered Shikaku Nara, along with Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka, members of the Ino Shikacho trio. They recognized him immediately due to his distinctive red hair and the Uzumaki Clan symbol he wore. Shikaku, cautious about Shin's presence in Konoha, asked why he was there. Shin reassured them that he was merely there to observe the election and had no intentions of causing harm. The trio joined Shin as they made their way to the Hokage Tower, where the voting was taking place. Shin inquired about the voting process, learning that only Konoha shinobi were eligible to vote, although the elected Hokage still needed the villagers' recognition. As they approached the tower, Shin continued to engage them in conversation, curious about their voting choices. The classmates anticipated that Minato Namikaze would be the chosen candidate for Hokage. Their support stemmed not only from friendship but also from their belief in his capabilities. Akimichi Choza expressed their collective sentiment, indicating that they would vote for Minato, as he was clearly the best choice among the candidates, Orochimaru, Minato, and Danzo. Shin was surprised to learn that Jiraiya, a strong contender, had withdrawn from the race. Inoichi Yamanaka explained that Jiraiya had chosen not to pursue the position, leaving the field open for the remaining candidates. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, they found a large crowd gathered, comprising both Konoha shinobi and villagers eager to witness the event. Shin reflected on the significance of the gathering, noting the stir caused by his presence in Konoha, as he was regarded as a dangerous individual. Hiruzen Sarutobi oversaw the voting process, which concluded swiftly. The elders, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, announced the results. Orochimaru received 1,253 votes, Danzo garnered 562, and Minato Namikaze achieved a remarkable 5,796 votes. While Shin had anticipated Minato's victory, the overwhelming margin was unexpected, especially given Danzo's dismal performance, likely attributed to his association with root members. Inoichi congratulated Minato, and the atmosphere was filled with joy as the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Minato's ascension to the role of 4th Hokage. The villagers were delighted, as Minato's warm demeanor made him a more favorable choice compared to the shady Danzo and the unsettling Orochimaru. As Minato took on his new role, Danzo's expression darkened. Having faced defeat before, he felt humiliated to lose again, this time to Hiruzen's student. Choosing to leave the scene, he slipped away unnoticed, overshadowed by the excitement surrounding Minato. Orochimaru, observing the outcome, acknowledged Minato's victory but remained skeptical of the Hokage position's significance. Once ambitious about becoming Hokage himself, he had since shifted his focus to other goals. His departure did not go unnoticed by Hiruzen, who felt a sense of loss regarding his former prized disciple, now seemingly lost on a darker path. Shin, sensing a hint of loneliness in Orochimaru's retreat, remained observant as the Hokage inauguration ceremony commenced. Hiruzen officially stepped down, and Minato was celebrated as the new Hokage. Shin felt compelled to approach Minato, drawing the attention of those present. He congratulated Minato on achieving his dream, though Hiruzen's expression darkened at Shin's unexpected presence in Konoha. Minato, wary of Shin's intentions, questioned his motives. Shin, aware of the suspicions surrounding him, insisted that he meant no harm to Konoha. However, his reputation and past actions made it difficult for others to trust him. Minato, remembering the impact Shin had during the Third Shinobi World War, felt a lingering hostility. As Shin turned to leave, he sensed the tension in the air. Hiruzen expressed concern over Shin's presence in Konoha, while Minato vowed to protect the village, even from Shin. Suddenly, a kunai flew past Minato, narrowly missing him and drawing gasps from the crowd. Shin, feeling provoked by their assumptions, clarified that he was not there to destroy Konoha. The surrounding shinobi, initially stunned, moved to apprehend Shin, but Hiruzen intervened, cautioning against provoking him. He understood the potential consequences of a confrontation and prioritized the safety of the village. Shin, acknowledging their hesitation, decided to leave, leaving some Konoha shinobi feeling humiliated by the encounter. Minato reassured Hiruzen that he was fine, recognizing that if Shin had intended to harm him, the kunai would have struck with lethal force. Minato reflected on the encounter, realizing Shin's strength was greater than he had anticipated. Hiruzen remained silent, contemplating the extent of Shin's power. Choza Akimichi remarked on the drastic change in Shin since their time in the academy, while Shikaku Nara noted that Shin had always possessed a strength that belied his earlier demeanor. Inoichi Yamanaka, envious of Shin's power, expressed a longing to achieve similar strength, prompting his friends to exchange glances, knowing that such power was not easily attainable. They understood that while dreams of greatness were admirable, the reality of such strength was far from simple. Yamanaka Inoichi was aware that he was lost in thought, fully cognizant of his own limitations. Shin wandered through Konoha's food street, having decided to remain in the village for a few days, as he had nowhere else to go. He was indifferent to the opinions of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, or the Konoha leadership. His strength allowed him the freedom to pursue his own desires, prioritizing his enjoyment over their concerns. As he strolled, he spotted Orochimaru seated alone in a tavern and chose to join him. Orochimaru acknowledged Shin's presence with a curious gaze. Shin inquired about Orochimaru's solitary drinking, suggesting that he might be feeling downcast. Orochimaru, however, responded with a smile, denying any feelings of dejection. Shin pointed out that Orochimaru had lost the Hokage election to Minato Namikaze, wondering if that upset him. To Shin's disappointment, Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, indicating that he likely did not care for the Hokage position. Orochimaru dismissed the title as a burden, revealing that his true ambitions lay elsewhere. His pursuit of immortality took precedence over any political aspirations. Shin, unbothered by the potential dangers of being in Konoha, expressed his lack of fear. Orochimaru understood that even if Konoha's forces united against Shin, they might not succeed, and the cost of such an attempt would be too great for Hiruzen to accept. Orochimaru remarked that had Shin not left Konoha, he might have been the Hokage. Shin chuckled at this notion, asserting that even if he had stayed, he would not have been elected due to his outsider status from the Land of Whirlpools. Hiruzen would never have permitted him to rise to such a position, which was why he had sought to suppress Shin. When Shin asked why Hiruzen had stepped down, Orochimaru explained that the villagers had turned against him following the heavy losses Konoha suffered in the Third Shinobi World War. Danzo had further manipulated the situation, exacerbating the villagers' anger. Shin realized that Minato had been moved into a difficult position. Despite becoming Hokage, he faced the daunting task of managing a village in turmoil. Curiosity piqued, Orochimaru asked Shin if he had any interest in immortality. Shin responded casually, indicating that the concept was simple. Orochimaru, intrigued, pressed for details, but Shin explained that while some things might seem easy to certain individuals, they could be impossible for others. Despite recognizing Orochimaru's talents, Shin doubted that he could achieve true immortality. Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation technique would not grant him eternal life. It would ultimately lead to his downfall. Orochimaru, eager for knowledge, offered all his techniques in exchange for the method to achieve immortality. However, Shin was uninterested in Orochimaru's jutsu, as he already possessed abilities that Orochimaru had yet to learn. Instead, he revealed that reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths would grant immortality, allowing one to live for thousands of years. Shin was confident that Orochimaru would never attain such a level, making it easy for him to share this information. Orochimaru was taken aback by the suggestion, pondering the implications. The Sage of Six Paths was a legendary figure, said to possess godlike powers. Even if the tales were exaggerated, he was undoubtedly stronger than many renowned shinobi. Orochimaru's longing to learn more was tempered by the realization of the difficulty in achieving such a status. Setting aside thoughts of immortality for the moment, Orochimaru speculated that Shin must have a reason for his presence in Konoha. Though initially excited about the prospect of immortality, he recognized the challenge it posed. After their conversation, Orochimaru departed, leaving Shin to continue his drinking. News of their meeting quickly reached Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze in the Hokage's office. Minato was engrossed in paperwork while Hiruzen supervised him, but the news of Shin and Orochimaru's encounter disrupted Hiruzen's focus. Concerned, Hiruzen inquired whether they had been in contact previously. Minato hesitated before revealing that he had been investigating recent disappearances in the village, which seemed to be connected to Orochimaru. Hiruzen's unease grew, as he knew Minato would not make such claims without cause. Although Minato lacked concrete proof, the evidence pointed toward Orochimaru. Hiruzen took the matter seriously, vowing to address it himself, even if it meant confronting his former student. Minato expressed his gratitude, trusting Hiruzen to handle the situation with fairness. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, he was under investigation, and secrets rarely remained hidden for long. Should the truth come to light, he would face a dire choice: death or defection. As Shin exited the tavern, he was approached by a group of masked shinobi. Although they resembled Umbu, their distinct chakra signatures revealed them to be root agents. They respectfully conveyed Danzo's request for Shin's presence, indicating that Danzo was wary of him, having experienced Shin's power firsthand on multiple occasions. Shin had a complex relationship with Danzo. He both hated and feared him, with fear being the more diamante emotion. When he learned that Danzo had invited him to the root base, he was curious about the man's motives. He had expected Danzo to avoid him, but instead, he found himself led by a root shinobi to a hidden location beneath an abandoned training ground in Konoha. This was Shin's first visit to the base, and he noted that it was underground, as he had anticipated. The base was surprisingly well lit and decorated, a testament to Danzo's pride in his lair. Upon reaching the deepest part of the base, Shin finally encountered Danzo, who appeared with his right eye and arm bandaged. Sensing the presence of Hashirama's cells and the chakra of the Sharingan, Shin realized that Danzo had undergone a transplant. The balance between the two powers allowed Danzo to survive the procedure, despite his evident longing for the Uchiha clan's power, particularly the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo, aware of Shin's reputation, attempted to regain his composure and expressed his longing to collaborate rather than become enemies. However, Shin regarded him with disdain, questioning Danzo's worthiness for such an alliance. Danzo, though furious, restrained his anger, knowing he was no match for Shin. He urged Shin to listen to his proposal, which involved a staggering sum of 3 billion ryo for the assassination of Minato Namikaze. Danzo's ambition to become Hokage was clear, and he did not shy away from admitting it. Shin scoffed at Danzo's delusions, reminding him that even if Minato were to die, it would not guarantee Danzo the Hokage position. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who understood Danzo well, would never allow him to take on such a role. Even the elders, Koharu and Hamura, would not support him. Danzo's face darkened at the mockery, and he insisted that once he became Hokage, he would be able to pay Shin the promised amount. However, Shin dismissed the idea, recognizing that Danzo's aspirations were unrealistic. As Shin turned to leave, he felt disappointed by the encounter, having expected something more significant from Danzo. He decided to remain in Konoha for a few days before returning to the Land of Whirlpools. 2 days later, a significant event unfolded in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi led the Umbu in an operation to arrest Orochimaru, having discovered concrete evidence linking him to the recent disappearances of villagers. After tracking him down, they located the base where Orochimaru had been conducting his experiments. Hiruzen's anger surged as he witnessed the captured villagers and children who had suffered at Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru, calm in the face of confrontation, acknowledged Hiruzen's presence. Hiruzen expressed his disbelief and disappointment at what his former student had become. Despite wanting to offer Orochimaru a chance for redemption, Hiruzen knew that the act of human experimentation was unforgivable. Orochimaru, aware of the gravity of his actions, questioned whether Hiruzen would truly kill him. As the tension escalated, Hiruzen summoned Enma, his trusted companion, and explained the situation. Enma urged Hiruzen not to let his feelings cloud his judgment, emphasizing the need to stop Orochimaru before he could escape. Hiruzen, resolute, prepared for battle. Orochimaru, sensing the impending confrontation, revealed that he had anticipated this moment. He unleashed a swarm of snakes to obstruct Hiruzen and the Umbu, using the chaos to make his escape through a secret passage. Hiruzen retaliated with a powerful fire release technique, incinerating many of the snakes and ordering the Umbu to pursue Orochimaru, declaring him an S-rank missing nin. Once the Umbu had departed, Enma transformed back into his monkey form and confronted Hiruzen about the possibility that he had intentionally allowed Orochimaru to escape. Hiruzen, after a moment of silence, did not deny the implication. He acknowledged that, despite his strength, he had not pursued Orochimaru with full intensity, revealing a lingering attachment to his former student. As Enma returned to the summoning realm, he expressed disappointment in Hiruzen's decision, warning that he would regret letting Orochimaru go. Hiruzen sighed, uncertain of what the future would hold, but for the moment, he did not feel regret. Meanwhile, the Umbu continued their pursuit of Orochimaru, but he had managed to evade capture once again. Several Konoha shinobi lost their lives at the hands of Orochimaru, who had become a missing nin. His defection was swift and ruthless, and by the time Minato and Jiraiya received the news, it was already too late to intervene. Jiraiya, feeling a mix of anger and concern, confronted Hiruzen, seeking answers about Orochimaru's betrayal. Hiruzen, with a somber expression, revealed that Orochimaru had conducted forbidden experiments that harmed the villagers of Konoha. As Shin ate breakfast, he listened to the conversations around him. Although he had anticipated Orochimaru's defection, the timing surprised him. Orochimaru had left the previous night, and Jiraiya had already set out to bring him back. After finishing his meal, Shin departed from Konoha, his absence welcomed by the higher-ups who viewed him as a potential threat. Shin soon arrived in the Land of Rain, where the Akatsuki had expanded beyond just Nagato. The organization now included the 6 Paths of Pain, with the Deva Path still utilizing Yahiko's body, along with members like Sasori and Kuzu. When Nagato saw Shin, he frowned, wondering what had brought him there. Shin informed Nagato that he had found a potential recruit for the Akatsuki, Orochimaru. Nagato, recalling his previous encounters with Orochimaru, was skeptical about the idea of a Konoha ninja joining their ranks. However, Shin insisted that Orochimaru had defected. Nagato, still confined to a wheelchair, felt frustrated by his limitations. He had long desired to kill Hanzo, but his focus had been on creating the 6 Paths of Pain and recruiting new members. Shin, however, had a mission to eliminate Hanzo, and he made it clear that he would not allow Nagato to interfere with his plans. As Shin set out to confront Hanzo, Nagato used his Rinnegan to follow him with the 6 Paths of Pain, driven by a longing for revenge. However, by the time Nagato began his pursuit, Shin had already reached Hanzo's location. Shin called out for Hanzo, who, upon realizing the intruder was Uzumaki Shin, attempted to flee. But Shin was prepared. Using a technique that created a gravitational pull, he drew Hanzo back towards him just as he was about to escape. With a powerful push, Shin sent Hanzo crashing to the ground, leaving him severely injured. Hanzo, desperate to escape, summoned his salamander, hoping to flee. Shin, unimpressed by Hanzo's tactics, countered with a wood-release technique that ensnared the salamander, preventing its escape. With little patience for games, Shin swiftly ended Hanzo's life, piercing his heart with the Kusanagi sword before crushing the salamander. As the mission concluded, Shin received a notification of success and an advanced replication card, reflecting on the mercy of his swift execution compared to what Nagato might have done. Shortly after Hanzo's death, Nagato arrived with the 6 Paths of Pain, only to find Shin standing over Hanzo's corpse. Shin, with a hint of satisfaction, pointed out that Hanzo's demise was a favor to Nagato, who would have struggled to defeat him. Nagato's frustration grew as he looked at Hanzo's lifeless body, feeling a mix of anger towards Shin for his interference. In a moment of tension, Nagato unleashed an attack against Shin, who effortlessly evaded it using his abilities. Shin taunted Nagato, suggesting he could dismantle the 6 Paths of Pain if he wished. Nagato hesitated, knowing he could not afford to lose the Deva Path, which was tied to Yahiko's legacy. Although he backed down, the encounter left him feeling frustrated and powerless against Shin's confidence and strength. Shin had long desired to avenge his best friend by killing Hanzo himself, but his opportunity had been stolen by Shin. Upon returning to the Akatsuki hideout, Nagato remained concealed, using the Deva Path as the public face of the organization. Shin had not yet departed. He was eager to meet fellow Akatsuki members, Sasori and Kizu. Sasori, the grandson of Chiyo, was a prodigious puppeteer and a former missing nin from Suna, infamous for having killed the 3rd Kazekage, an act that had sparked the 3rd Shinobi World War. Kuzu, on the other hand, was a fascinating figure, possibly the oldest shinobi alive. He possessed the Earth Grudge Fear technique, which allowed him to steal hearts and extend his lifespan. With the ability to store up to 5 hearts, each could transform into a monstrous creature capable of wielding the original owner's jutsu. Originally from Takigakure, he had once attempted to assassinate Hashirama Senju, a feat he took pride in. As Shin entered the hideout, he found Sasori and Kazu already present. Sasori, speaking through his puppet Hirako, inquired if Shin was a new recruit. However, Shin chose to ignore Sasori's presence, focusing instead on Kazu, who intrigued him far more than the puppeteer did. With his Rinnegan, Shin was already the best puppeteer in the world. Shin playfully addressed Kazu, referencing his past encounter with Hashirama Senju, which elicited a dangerous narrowing of Kakuzu's eyes. Recognizing the mockery, Kazu launched an attack with his black threads. Shin, however, effortlessly blocked the assault with a shield of iron sand. Sasori was taken aback, recognizing the power of the third Kazekage's magnet release. It had been a long time since he had felt such strong emotions, not since he had transformed himself into a puppet. Nagato, observing through the Deva path, chose not to intervene. He wanted to gauge Shin's capabilities, remaining cautious of both Shin and the masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha. Kakuzu, realizing the bounty on Shin's head, saw him as a potential treasure trove, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and greed. Suddenly, an invisible force struck Kazu, sending him crashing into the demonic statue, destroying 4 of his hearts in an instant. Shin warned Kakuzu that if he continued to look at him with greed, he would face dire consequences. The repulsive force of Shin's Rinnegan had been unleashed, and Kakuzu's fear replaced his earlier greed. He understood that his life was more valuable than any amount of money. Nagato, through the Deva path, felt a surge of fear as he observed Shin's power, becoming even more wary of him. Sasori, having heard tales of Shin's infamous reputation, reconsidered his earlier thoughts of turning him into a puppet. He recognized that he was no match for Shin, especially after witnessing Shin's effortless defeat of Kazu. Curious about Shin's status within the Akatsuki, Sasori asked the Deva path if Shin had officially joined. The Deva path confirmed that Shin had indeed joined, at least in name, without clarifying that he was merely a collaborator. This misunderstanding only heightened Sasori and Kakuzu's wariness of their leader, as they began to believe that his strength was on par with Shin's. The Deva path then revealed a mission. Orochimaru of the Sannin had defected from Konoha, and they needed to recruit him into the Akatsuki. Kakuzu, uninterested in the mission and eager to distance himself from Shin, left the hideout, feeling vulnerable without his 4 hearts. The Deva path did not attempt to stop him, understanding that forcing members to take missions could create unnecessary friction. Turning to Shin, the Deva path inquired if he was interested in the mission. Shin, having no other obligations, expressed his willingness to go and invited Sasori to accompany him. Surprised but compliant, Sasori agreed. Zetsu emerged from the ground, acknowledging Shin's keen perception and revealing that he had intel on Orochimaru's whereabouts. After receiving the information, Shin and Sasori left the Akatsuki hideout. During their journey, Shin noticed Sasori's silence and perceived fear. He playfully teased Sasori about his apparent apprehension, assuring him that he was not as intimidating as he seemed. As Shin patted Hirako's head, a part of the puppet fell off, prompting an apology from Shin, who continued to express his approachable nature. Shin was testing the durability of a puppet when he accidentally broke a small part, leaving him disappointed. Sasori, the creator, felt a surge of anger but restrained himself, recalling how easily Shin had defeated Kazu. It was just a minor setback, he could fix it later. Sasori tried to convince himself that he didn't care about the damage. Curious about Sasori's strongest puppet, the third Kazekage, Shin asked to see it. Sasori was taken aback, as he believed no one else knew about it. Shin, however, assured him that he had no intention of stealing the puppet. He simply wanted to compare its strength to that of the living Kazekage, as he was interested in researching puppetry. After a moment of hesitation, Sasori summoned the third Kazekage puppet, showcasing its abilities. The puppet retained the original Kazekage's magnet release and had additional powers due to Sasori's modifications. Shin estimated that it possessed about 90% of the original Kazekage's strength. As Shin examined the puppet, Sasori grew increasingly nervous, fearing that Shin might steal it. However, despite Sasori's pride in his creation, Shin found it to be average, weaker than the living Kazekage, which caused him to lose interest. Sasori felt insulted as he viewed his puppetry as an art form, embodying eternal beauty through his immortal creations. He believed that unless he could create a puppet stronger than the living Kazekage, Shin would always consider it average. Anger simmered within Sasori, who was known for his short temper. He would have attacked anyone else for such disrespect, but he held back against Shin Uzumaki. Deep down, he vowed to create a puppet that would impress even Shin. Their search for Orochimaru led them to a secret base within the Land of Fire. Contrary to what others might have done, Orochimaru was unafraid of Konoha's pursuit, confident that only Hiruzen Sarutobi would be a real threat. Minato Namikaze, the Hokage, would not personally chase a missing nin, and Danzo had no interest in the matter. Jiraiya had pursued Orochimaru but had been injured, likely still recovering from the encounter. Sasori expressed doubt about Zetsu's intel, questioning whether Orochimaru was truly hiding nearby. However, Shin, using his ability to sense chakra, confirmed that Orochimaru was indeed present. He called out to Orochimaru, who emerged from behind a tree, having been alerted by his snakes. Initially thinking it was an assassination attempt from Konoha, he was surprised to see Shin. Orochimaru inquired about Shin's purpose for visiting, noticing Sasori and mistaking Hirako, where Sasori was concealed, for one of Shin's creations. Without warning, Hirako unleashed a barrage of poison needles and sunban at Orochimaru, who reacted quickly by summoning a snake to block the attack. The snake fell victim to the poison, highlighting the potency of Sasori's creations. Although Orochimaru maintained a calm exterior, he felt irritation at the loss of his snake, especially since they were becoming scarce in Ryuchi Cave due to Shin's earlier actions. Sasori warned Orochimaru to watch his words, indicating his disdain for him. Orochimaru realized that Sasori was connected to Shin and shifted his focus back to Shin, who had come with an invitation for Orochimaru to join an organization. Intrigued, Orochimaru asked if Shin had created the organization. Shin clarified that he was merely a member, which surprised Orochimaru, who expected more from someone of Shin's reputation. When Shin mentioned that the leader of the Akatsuki possessed the Rinnegan, Orochimaru's interest piqued. He recalled his past attempts to obtain the Rinnegan and the missed opportunities that had cost him dearly. Without hesitation, Orochimaru accepted the invitation, eager to learn more about the Akatsuki leader's strength. Sasori, still harboring resentment, coldly remarked that the leader was stronger than Orochimaru. This comment ignited a spark of anger in Orochimaru, who wanted to retaliate but prioritized gathering information about the Akatsuki leader. Shin, aware of Orochimaru's curiosity, revealed that Pain's strength was average but still greater than Orochimaru's. This revelation startled Sasori, who knew Pain's arrogance might lead him to challenge Shin. Orochimaru's interest deepened. He had assumed Pain was stronger than Shin, but now he questioned that belief. If Pain was not as formidable as Shin suggested, perhaps there was a chance for Orochimaru to pursue the Rinnegan after all. For the Rinnegan, Orochimaru was willing to take the risk. His eagerness to meet Pain was evident, and Sasori, observing him, recognized the greed in Orochimaru's eyes. Sasori understood that Orochimaru desired Pain's Rinnegan, but he chose not to warn him. Instead, he looked forward to Orochimaru's potential downfall. Having been defeated by Pain himself and forced to join the Akatsuki, Sasori admired Pain's strength. In the original story, it was Conan who had recruited Sasori, but circumstances had changed. Conan was now in the Land of Whirlpools. Shin, who was with Orochimaru, had no intention of denying the request. He was curious to see how the situation would unfold. Would Orochimaru truly attempt to steal the Rinnegan? Shin thought Orochimaru had the audacity, but not the necessary strength. After all, the Rinnegan belonged to Nagato, not Pain. If Orochimaru attempted to take Pain's eyes, he would only end up with a pair of ordinary ones. Upon arriving at the Akatsuki's base, Shin and Orochimaru found only Pain present. Kakuzu was likely out collecting hearts and money. Pain greeted them with a wave of chakra pressure, intending to intimidate Orochimaru and assert his demps. Orochimaru, however, withstood the pressure and glanced at Shin, momentarily perceiving Pain as weaker in comparison. This boosted Orochimaru's confidence, prompting him to launch an attack aimed at Pain's eyes. Pain's response was swift and powerful. He unleashed Shinra Tensei, sending Orochimaru crashing into the cave wall, embedded in the rock. Despite the impact, Orochimaru was not seriously injured. He had modified his body to be as flexible as a snake, rendering such attacks less damaging. He acknowledged Pain's strength, brushing the dust off his clothes and deciding to hold off on further aggression for the moment. He was aware of his own limitations and did not wish to throw his life away unnecessarily. Orochimaru expressed his respect for Pain but hinted that if he ever surpassed him, the Rinnegan would be his. Pain warned him that he would be spared this time, but any further attempts would invoke his wrath. Internally, Orochimaru scoffed at the notion of Pain being a god, recognizing that his strength did not compare to that of Uzumaki Shin. Despite the tension, Orochimaru was not afraid of Pain. He believed he could escape if they became enemies, as he possessed numerous life-saving techniques. His determination to achieve immortality meant he would not easily meet his end. Meanwhile, Shin expressed his disappointment at the lack of a real fight and decided to leave, stating he preferred not to be contacted unless absolutely necessary. After Shin departed, Orochimaru turned his attention back to Pain. Although Pain was the leader, he had no control over Shin, who seemed to have joined the Akatsuki for his own amusement. Orochimaru was puzzled as to why Shin had not attempted to steal the Rinnegan, especially since he was strong enough to do so. However, this worked in Orochimaru's favor, as he would not be able to take it if Shin desired it. Outside the Akatsuki, Shin contemplated his next move. He had been away from the Land of Whirlpools for 5 days and began to miss Kushina and the others. Deciding to return, he opened a Yamatsu Hirasaka portal and stepped through, making his way back home. Upon his arrival, The delicious aroma of food greeted him. Entering the house, he was met with surprise from Kushina, who exclaimed his return. She playfully chastised him for coming back at a bad time, as they were about to eat. Shin flicked her forehead, reminding her that he had returned just in time for a meal. Mikoto, busy in the kitchen, realized she would need to prepare more food since there was not enough for Shin. After enjoying Mikoto's cooking, Shin expressed how much he had missed it. Kushina questioned why he had left in the first place, but before he could respond, Mikoto changed the subject by asking if anything significant had happened in the world. Shin mentioned the change in Hokage in Konoha and Orochimaru's defection, which surprised Tsunade. She wondered if something had happened to Hiruzen, the previous Hokage, but Shin reassured her that Hiruzen was fine and that Minato Namikaze was the new Hokage. Kushina was incredulous, unable to believe that Minato, whom she still viewed as a girly boy, had become Hokage. Tsunade scoffed, recognizing that even with Minato in the position, Hiruzen still held the real power. When asked about Orochimaru's defection, Shin revealed it was due to human experimentation, which did not surprise Tsunade. Shin then inquired about the progress of their wood-release training. Konan admitted she had given up, finding it too difficult, while Mei Terumi echoed her sentiments. However, Tsunade insisted she would not give up after investing so much time into it. Mikoto maintained a positive outlook, hoping to learn it eventually, and Kushina, who had made good progress, was determined to continue. As time passed, a year went by with Shin rarely leaving the Land of Whirlpools, except for occasional supply runs. He had received another advanced replication card from the system and accumulated several, yet he had not used them. His strength was already formidable, so he felt no immediate need to employ the cards. Kushina had decided to save her triumph for later. After a year of intense training, she had Mstred would release, while Tsunade and Mikoto had not yet achieved the same level of skill. With a triumphant laugh, she felt a sense of superiority over Tsunade. Tsunade, annoyed by Kushina's bragging, glared at her and warned her not to push her luck, hinting at the consequences of such arrogance. Kushina, however, was eager for a challenge and felt that the time had finally come for her to prove herself against Tsunade. She believed that her new abilities made her stronger, but Tsunade was not intimidated, knowing that Kushina had yet to learn any advanced wood-release techniques. As the tension between the two escalated, Shin, who was observing the situation, urged them to either fight or stop their bickering. Both women, caught up in their rivalry, shouted at him to be quiet, which only prompted Shin to tease them about their loudness. Just then, a powerful force erupted, cracking the ground beneath them and creating a large pit where Shin had been sitting. He narrowly avoided being caught in the chaos. Tsunade, angered by Shin's comments, demanded he repeat what he had said. Shin, sensing the danger, quickly backtracked, claiming he had said nothing. Kushina, still furious, turned her ire towards Shin, accusing him of provoking her. In a sudden move, he pulled her into his arms to prevent her from attacking him, but she struggled to break free, embarrassed by the situation. Just then, Konan arrived to announce that dinner was ready, providing a timely distraction. Shin released Kushina and took Konan's hand, leaving the two women to glare at each other. At the dinner table, Mikoto noticed the tension and subtly inquired about the situation between Kushina and Tsunade. Shin feigned innocence, shrugging off the matter, which only made Mikoto roll her eyes at his evasiveness. Mei Terumi, however, was unable to contain her curiosity and approached Kushina after dinner, asking why she looked upset. Kushina dismissed her, expressing her frustration towards Shin instead. Konan, trying to lighten the mood, inadvertently revealed Shin's earlier comment about Kushina and Tsunade being like female dinosaurs. Both women quickly silenced her, and Konan decided to excuse herself to train, sensing the brewing storm. Shin also felt it was best to leave, not out of fear, but to avoid any potential damage to the house. He dedicated his time to training in taijutsu, focusing on honing his physical abilities. His chakra and other skills were already at their peak, but he sought further improvement. After hours of training in the Kamui dimension, he emerged, suddenly remembering that he had promised Kushina he would teach her would-release ninjutsu that afternoon. Realizing he had forgotten, he braced himself for her reaction. When he returned, Kushina was waiting for him, arms crossed and visibly upset. He apologized for his oversight, explaining that he had become too absorbed in his training. Kushina, who possessed the wood-release Kekkei Genkai but had not yet learned any techniques, was frustrated. She lunged at him, playfully biting him in her anger, while Tsunade, observing, chimed in with her own mock threat. Mikoto intervened, pulling Kushina away from Shin, and teasingly asked if she felt sorry for him. Kushina insisted that Shin must remember to teach her would-release ninjutsu the next day, as she was eager for a match, clearly referring to Tsunade. Tsunade, feeling the sting of comparison, reflected on her own training and the fact that she had not yet Mstred would release, despite being a member of the Senju clan. She felt insulted that both Shin and Kushina, from the Uzumaki clan, had learned it while she had not. However, she reassured herself that her training had not been in vain, she was close to mastering the technique. In a moment of contemplation, Tsunade expressed regret for not having bullied Kushina when they were younger. Kushina reminded her of how she had bullied Shin instead, recalling how Tsunade had enjoyed pinching his cheeks. Mei Terumi, excited by the prospect of a fight between Kushina and Tsunade, expressed her eagerness, prompting Shin to flick her forehead playfully and suggest she reflect on her behavior. Mei glared at him, but the atmosphere lightened as they all anticipated the challenges that lay ahead. He had no right to lecture her, as his own behavior was far worse than hers. Mei Terumi felt dejected, often feeling bullied. What frustrated her the most was her inability to retaliate, and she was starting to accept the situation. Mikoto offered to make dinner, asking what Shin wanted to eat. He expressed that he would happily eat anything Mikoto prepared, as he was not picky, though he avoided the cooking of Kushina and Tsunade, which he found dangerously inedible. After dinner, Shin intended to discuss important matters with Mikoto. As he approached her room, he suddenly frowned, sensing a communication from Zetsu. He had given Zetsu a flying thunder god kunai to ensure he could be contacted in urgent situations. With chakra channeled into the kunai, Shin could sense its presence. Deciding to investigate, he left the girls and appeared in front of Zetsu. Zetsu informed Shin that there was indeed an urgent matter regarding Obito's movements. This piqued Shin's interest, as he was aware that Zetsu typically favored Obito. However, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were reluctant to share Obito's plans, fearing Shin's wrath and the potential disruption of Madara's plans. Ultimately, Black Zetsu suggested appeasing Shin, as revealing Obito's current movements posed no significant risk. White Zetsu reported that Obito planned to attack Konoha. Shin quickly deduced that this was likely connected to the impending childbirth of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This information was classified, and White Zetsu was surprised that Shin had knowledge of it. The PR Jinsui was a closely guarded secret, as the seal weakened during childbirth, making the village vulnerable to attacks. White Zetsu confirmed Shin's suspicions, explaining that Obito intended to exploit this opportunity to unleash the Nine-Tails and create chaos in Konoha. Obito's motive stemmed from a deep-seated grudge against his former teacher, Minato Namikaze, who he felt had betrayed him during critical moments. This grudge had only intensified after the death of Rin, transforming into a longing for revenge against both Minato and Konoha. Curious about the timing of Obito's departure, Shin inquired when he would leave for Konoha. Zetsu informed him that Obito planned to set out the following night. With this knowledge, Shin returned to the Land of Whirlpools, feeling no urgency to rush as he still had time to rest. The next morning, Shin emerged from Mikoto's room, only to be met with the resentful gazes of Kushina and the others. Kushina expressed her annoyance at the noise from the previous night, which had disrupted their sleep. Mei Terumi, feeling out of place, lamented that she was still a young girl and had not experienced anything like that. Shin awkwardly suggested that he would develop a soundproofing sealing technique for the future. Tsunade, focused on her training, was uninterested in Konoha and declined to join Shin on his trip. However, Kushina eagerly volunteered, excited by the prospect of a significant event. She tried to persuade Tsunade to reconsider, but Tsunade remained resolute in her decision to distance herself from Konoha. Kushina then turned her attention to Konan, who hesitated to join due to her responsibilities in cooking. With Mikoto likely too exhausted to help, Kushina felt a pang of disappointment but was secretly thrilled at the prospect of being alone with Shin. When she looked at Mei Terumi, she issued a subtle warning, making it clear that Mei should not consider joining them. Faced with Kushina's intimidating demeanor, Mei reluctantly decided not to go, despite her longing to be part of the adventure. Shin, accompanied by Kushina and Mei Terumi, set off towards Konoha. Mei had joined them largely because Kushina could not resist her pleading expression. With Obito's attack scheduled for nightfall, they had ample time to arrive early and prepare. They traveled swiftly, reaching Konoha by midday. As they arrived, Mei Terumi looked around in awe at Konoha, the most prosperous hidden village, which far surpassed Kirigakure in grandeur. Unbeknownst to her, Kirigakure was in ruins due to Obito's schemes, making Konoha's beauty even more striking in comparison. The fourth Mizukage was dead, and the current fifth Mizukage, Yagura, was under Obito's control, plunging Kirigakure into the depths of the Bloody Mist era. The village had the highest turnover rate for Kage. While other villages had settled into their fourth, Kirigakure was already on its fifth. Originally, Yagura was meant to be the fourth Mizukage, but the assassination of the third Mizukage during the Second Shinobi World War by Shin had altered the timeline significantly. For Shin, such details were trivial. The fate of Kirigakure held no relevance to him. He lightly smacked Mei Terumi on the shoulder, urging her to remove the awestruck expression from her face, which he found embarrassing. Mei rolled her eyes but quickly became serious, aware of her surroundings and the eyes that were upon them. She noted that they were being watched, and a cold light flickered in her gaze as she recognized the presence of Konoha's Umbu. Shin, however, remained unconcerned, assuring her that the Umbu would leave soon. As expected, within a minute, the UMBU members departed, likely to report back to Minato Namikaze. Although not officially a missing nin, Konoha treated Shin as a dangerous rogue element, and his presence was bound to raise alarms. At the Hokage Tower, the UMBU reported to Minato, who was with Hiruzen Sarutobi. After the UMBU left, a heavy silence filled the office. Minato, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern about Shin Uzumaki's arrival, especially with Akiko about to give Body-Adamantine. He felt an unsettling premonition and hoped it was unfounded. Hiruzen, equally uncertain of Shin's motives, urged Minato to return to Akiko while he managed the situation. Meanwhile, Shin and his companions arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. He ordered tonkatsu ramen and invited Mei and Kushina to join him, treating them to a meal. Mei questioned the simplicity of the treat, expecting something more extravagant, but Shin reassured her that they would have a feast later. Kushina reminded him of the significant event happening in Konoha that night, but Shin insisted that they could still enjoy their meal. As they savored their ramen, Shin and Kushina devoured multiple bowls, much to Mei's disbelief. After finishing, they decided to stroll through Konoha, unaware of the impending disaster that loomed over the village. The villagers continued with their daily lives, oblivious to the catastrophic attack by the Nine Tails that would soon unfold, second only to Pain's assault in terms of devastation. Mei trailed behind Shin and Kushina, feeling envious as they chatted and laughed, leaving her feeling like a third wheel. She questioned her decision to join them, feeling more like a bystander than a participant in their camaraderie. As evening approached, they found themselves at a yakiniku restaurant, enjoying the feast Shin had promised. After a satisfying meal, Shin led Kushina and Mei out into the deserted streets, where UMBU patrolled vigilantly. Kushina's curiosity piqued as she inquired about the situation in Konoha, having sensed that something significant was about to happen. Shin revealed that someone intended to release the Nine Tails and attack Konoha, taking advantage of the chaos surrounding Akiko's childbirth. Kushina expressed disbelief, confident in the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. However, Shin explained that during childbirth, the Jinchuriki's ability to maintain the seal would weaken, providing the Nine Tails with an opportunity to escape. Upon realizing that Akiko Uzumaki was the Jinchuriki and that she was PRGNT, Kushina was taken aback. Shin confirmed this and hinted that Akiko's child was special, being the reincarnation of Azura Otsutsuki. When Kushina asked about Shin's plans, he nonchalantly stated that he had no intentions of intervening, he was merely a spectator, indifferent to the fates of Minato and Akiko. Kushina, not particularly invested in Akiko, chose not to press further. Their limited acquaintance during their time at the academy had left her feeling that Akiko had deliberately distanced herself from them. As time passed, Mei asked how long they would have to wait. Shin shrugged, uncertain of when Akiko would give Body-Adamantine, but he anticipated that Obito would strike at that moment. The night wore on, and the tension in the air grew thicker as they awaited the unfolding events. Obito Uchiha, wearing a tiger-striped mask, quietly infiltrated Konoha. As the leading village, Konoha was heavily guarded, especially on this crucial day. However, for a skilled shinobi like Obito, infiltration was not difficult, particularly with the aid of his space-time ninjutsu and white zetsu. Through white zetsu, Obito learned the location of the birthing room, which was hidden in the back mountains of Konoha. Although it was well concealed, it was not beyond white zetsu's detection. Obito was determined to confront Minato Namikaze. As he prepared, Obito activated his Sharingan and formed hand seals, summoning two shadow clones. He dispatched them, and moments later, explosions echoed throughout Konoha. Knowing that a direct attack would be futile with Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi guarding the area, he created a diversion. Minato and Hiruzen were drawn away by the explosions, allowing Obito to act quickly. He entered the birthing room, swiftly eliminating the MDWF, Buwako Sarutobi, and seized the newborn Naruto from her grasp. Just as he took Naruto, Minato and Hiruzen returned, their expressions shifting to alarm upon realizing what was happening. Obito coldly threatened Minato, holding a kunai to the newborn's throat. Minato, recognizing the danger, did not dare to move, and neither did Hiruzen, who was consumed by grief over Biwako's death. Seizing the moment, Obito threw Naruto towards Minato while capturing Akiko Uzumaki. As Minato caught Naruto, Obito vanished with Akiko using Kamui. Minato, filled with love and concern for his son, entrusted Naruto to Hiruzen and prepared to pursue Obito using the Flying Thunder God technique. By the time Minato caught up, it was too late. Obito had already broken the seal on the Nine Tails. The monstrous roar of the beast shook the earth as its massive form materialized behind Hokage Rock. Minato's eyes widened in horror, knowing the fate of a Jinchuriki once the tailed beast was extracted. Obito ruthlessly threw Akiko's lifeless body toward Minato before vanishing into his personal dimension, teleporting back into Konoha via a preset marker. Standing atop a building in Konoha, Obito gazed at the village he once cherished, now devoid of emotion. With a single hand seal, he summoned the nine-tailed fox to the heart of Konoha. His ability to summon the beast was linked to Madara Uchiha, who had once forced the Nine Tails into servitude to combat Hashirama Senju. Now, Obito, possessing Hashirama cells, exerted temporary control over the raging beast using his Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Shin, Kushina, and Meitarumi observed the chaos from Hokage Rock. They marveled at the Nine Tails, with Shin expressing confidence in their ability to handle it. Kushina agreed, attributing her confidence to her sealing jutsu, a powerful technique of the Uzumaki clan. Mei, however, felt outmatched and questioned her own capabilities against the beast. As they watched, the Nine Tails roared and unleashed a massive chakra beam aimed directly at Hokage Rock. Shin cursed under his breath, realizing their supposed safety was now compromised. Just as the attack approached, a massive, armored Susanoo formed around them, effortlessly blocking the tailed beast bomb. Shin grinned at his companions, assuring them of their safety. Kushina, furious at the unprovoked attack, speculated whether Obito was controlling the Nine Tails. Shin pondered if Obito had spotted them, but he doubted it. Obito, unaware of their presence, had targeted Hokage Rock as a symbol of Konoha's spirit and history, intending to destroy it. However, his attack had been thwarted by an unseen force, and he had no time to investigate further as Minato arrived, ready to confront him. In an abandoned training ground, Minato faced Obito, demanding to know his identity and the reason behind his mask. Obito remained silent, unable to reveal his true self. Instead, he invoked the name of Uchiha Madara, causing Minato to freeze in shock at the mention of the legendary figure. Uchiha Madara was dead, a truth acknowledged throughout the shinobi world. Even if he were alive, he would be very old. The masked man confronting Minato was clearly young, leading Minato to doubt his identity. As he glanced at the rampaging Nine Tails, Minato resolved to capture the masked man first, hoping to uncover the truth behind his abilities. Minato threw a flying Thunder God kunai, but the masked man did not dodge. Instead, he allowed it to pass through him. Minato teleported behind the masked figure and attacked with a Rasengan, but the assault phased harmlessly through him. Minato realized he was dealing with space-time ninjutsu. Minato studied the masked man, searching for weaknesses in his abilities. He believed that no technique was invincible. He attacked again with the Rasengan, which again passed through the masked man. However, this time, the attack created an opening. The masked man lunged forward with a kunai aimed at Minato's back. But the kunai struck a shadow clone instead, vanishing in a puff of smoke. The masked man realized he had been deceived, but it was too late. The real Minato appeared behind him, slamming a Rasengan into his back, sending him flying across the ground. Minato observed the masked man, noting that his intangibility seemed to fail when he attacked. The masked man, now on his feet, coldly questioned when Minato had used the shadow clone jutsu. The Minato he had attacked had been a clone, allowing the real Minato to create an opening for his counterattack. The masked man's Kamui intangibility had its limitations. He could not attack while intangible, as he was phasing through another dimension. To strike, he had to become tangible, and he could only maintain that state for 5 minutes. Minato had quickly discovered one of Kamui's weaknesses, showcasing his skill. Ignoring the masked man's question, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to close the distance. He needed to eliminate this masked figure swiftly, as the rampaging Nine Tails still posed a threat. The masked man activated his Kamui intangibility again, realizing it was his only reliable technique. Although he could use Wood Release, his skills were rudimentary, and he had not mastered Madara's other techniques yet. Relying solely on Kamui had already failed him twice, once against Shin Uzumaki and now against Minato. As he activated Kamui, the masked man sensed that the Nine Tails was no longer under his control. His ocular power was waning, and maintaining control over the Nine Tails had been a strain. Using Kamui further depleted his chakra, and keeping control for so long with a single Mangekyo Sharingan was already impressive. Recognizing the futility of continuing to engage Minato, the masked man chose to retreat. Minato hesitated, having secretly placed a Flying Thunder God mark on the masked man, allowing for pursuit. However, upon glancing at the rampaging Nine Tails, he abandoned the idea. Given the masked man's space-time ninjutsu, pursuing him might be futile. The Nine Tails was the priority, as its unchecked destructive power posed a grave threat to Konoha. Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, rushing to assist the other Konoha shinobi. Meanwhile, Shin, having witnessed the original events, understood that Obito would not gain an advantage against Minato. The current Obito could not defeat Minato Namikaze, even with all his abilities. Meitarumi, awestruck by the Nine Tails' destructive power, finally grasped why Shin had warned her that she was no match for the beast. The tailed beasts were forces of nature, and average shinobi were helpless against them, as demonstrated by the Konoha shinobi's struggles against the rampaging Nine Tails. Even the attacks from elite Jonin merely scratched the surface. Hiruzen's Sarutobi could only contain the Nine Tails, with no means to defeat it. Kushina pointed at the swirling chakra gathering in the Nine Tails' maw, announcing that it was preparing a tailed beast bomb. This time, the target was Konoha itself. Kushina expressed her concern that Konoha would struggle to block such a powerful attack, as a tailed beast bomb could level mountains. As the bomb hurtled toward Konoha, Hiruzen and the other shinobi felt despair. Just then, Minato arrived. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato redirected the tailed beast bomb away from Konoha, teleporting it outside the village where it obliterated several mountains. As long as Konoha was safe, the damage was acceptable. Hiruzen sighed in relief at Minato's arrival, and all the Konoha shinobi felt reassured by their leader's presence. Minato grimly stated the need to seal the Nine Tails, recognizing that this disaster was not only a threat to Konoha but also a personal crisis for him. Hiruzen, initially wanting to inquire about the masked man, realized there was no time for questions. Minato asked if there was a way to force the Nine Tails out of the village, as he lacked the chakra to teleport such a massive creature. Hiruzen stepped forward, gripping his adamantine staff and calling for Enma's assistance. He extended the staff, pushing against the Nine Tails and forcing it out of the village. The effort required for such a feat was immense. Having exhausted himself in the effort, Hiruzen watched as Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to pursue the beast, ensuring it would not return. Minato's mission was to keep the Nine Tails occupied outside the village. After catching his breath, Hiruzen led the remaining Konoha shinobi to support Minato. The shinobi deployed were all elite, while Chunin and Genin focused on evacuating the villagers to safety. Mei Terumi grimly observed the Nine Tails rampage, believing that Konoha was doomed. She felt that even if 3 of her were to join forces, they would be powerless against the beast. The overwhelming strength of the Nine Tails left her questioning the possibility of any effective resistance. Konoha had its own methods for dealing with tailed beasts, though the cost was always high. There were 3 primary approaches: the Sharingan, wood release, and sealing jutsu. However, Konoha would not resort to the Sharingan, as neither Hiruzen nor Minato would permit it, even if a capable user existed. Wood release was also not a viable option. Although Yamato possessed this ability, he was still a child, and his version was not strong enough. This left only sealing jutsu as the remaining method. As the Nine Tails rampaged outside Konoha, it became invisible from Hokage Rock. Shin teleported Kushina and Mei Terumi outside the village, where they hovered in midair. Mei was astonished by the experience of flying, something that was a distant dream for most shinobi. While Shin was accustomed to this ability, he could not teach Mei, as he was using a repulsive force to levitate, an ability only achievable with the Rinnegan or Tensigan, neither of which Mei possessed. Although reaching 6 paths level would grant her the ability to fly, it was as challenging as obtaining the Rinnegan. Other methods, like Anoki's lightweight rock technique, were not useful to Shin, who had no interest in copying them. Shin's attention was focused on the Nine Tails, which was wreaking havoc. Neither the Jonin nor the elite Jonin could withstand a single blow from the beast. Minato could evade its attacks, but his own strikes were ineffective. While impressive against humans, Minato's Rasengan was merely a minor annoyance to a tailed beast. However, the Nine Tails could not land a hit on him. Minato, feeling the strain of his depleting chakra, approached Hiruzen with a grim determination. He intended to use the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, a forbidden sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan that summoned the Shinigami to sever and consume the target soul, sealing it away permanently. The cost of this technique was the user's own soul, and while it was meant to be unbreakable, it later became possible to undo it in the timeline. Although Shin had acquired knowledge of the technique, he had no intention of using such a self-destructive jutsu. Minato was resolute in his decision, insisting that Hiruzen take care of his and Akiko's child. Hiruzen, though hesitant, understood the gravity of the situation. He was prepared to sacrifice himself for Konoha if necessary, but with Minato willing to make that sacrifice, he did not contest it. Minato decided to name his son Naruto, after a character in Jiraiya's novel. Suddenly, Akiko Uzumaki appeared, despite her weakened state after having the tailed beast extracted. She used the adamantine sealing chains, binding the rampaging Nine Tails. Minato, with unwavering resolve, requested Hiruzen to bring Naruto to them, intending to make his newborn son the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He believed that if used correctly, the Nine Tails' power could be a tremendous asset, and he hoped his son could control it. Hiruzen recognized that only an Uzumaki could properly contain the Nine Tails, making Naruto a suitable vessel. As Naruto was brought to them, Minato wasted no time. With Akiko restraining the Nine Tails, he began forming the hand seals for the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. A massive spectral figure, the Shinigami, appeared behind him, and the Nine Tails roared in fury, sensing the impending danger. The Shinigami moved swiftly, its spectral blade slicing through the Nine Tails and sealing half of its chakra. Minato sealed the remaining half within his newborn son. In a final act of defiance, the Nine Tails lashed out, injuring Minato and Akiko, who were already on the brink of death. As Minato's soul was devoured by the Shinigami, the entity turned its gaze toward Shin, surprising him. He speculated about the Shinigami's origins, pondering whether it was controlled by Hagoromo Otsutsuki or his brother, Himura. While he was certain Hagoromo was still alive, he was unsure about Himura's fate. Shin dismissed the thought, recognizing the futility of speculation. The Shinigami vanished, and Shin felt no need to summon it, knowing he could do so himself if necessary. After the Nine Tails incident concluded, Shin noted that the system had not issued a mission, which puzzled him. He had expected some form of directive but was left with uncertainty about how the system determined when to issue missions. Hiruzen cradled the infant Naruto, grief evident on his face as he looked at Minato and Akiko's lifeless bodies. The loss of their Hokage was a devastating blow to Konoha, not just in terms of physical damage but also in morale. He instructed the surrounding shinobi to keep the matter of the fourth son confidential, aware of the implications it carried. Hiruzen reflected on Danzo's absence during this crisis, feeling a mix of frustration and concern for Konoha's future. Not a single member of the Root organization approached, which was clearly a deliberate choice by Danzo. As he contemplated Danzo, the man arrived, accompanied by members of Root, his expression deceptively calm. Internally, he was filled with excitement. The death of Minato Namikaze opened a door for him to pursue the position of Hokage. Danzo had nearly lost hope, given Minato's youth and the uncertainty of how long he would remain in power. With Minato gone, Danzo felt a renewed sense of ambition, convinced that no one could rival him for the position. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current Hokage, confronted Danzo with a sharp tone, demanding to know his whereabouts during the chaos. Danzo, prepared with an excuse, claimed he had been evacuating villagers, maintaining a calm demeanor despite Hiruzen's fury. Hiruzen struggled to reconcile Danzo's choice to prioritize evacuation over fighting the Nine Tails, yet he could not fault him for caring about the villagers. Danzo's attention shifted to the crying child nearby, recognizing him as Naruto, the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His true motive for being there was to gain control of the Jinchuriki. Although absent during the attack, he had been well informed about the events. Hiruzen, aware of Danzo's intentions, questioned what he wanted. Danzo proposed that Naruto be entrusted to Root for proper training, suggesting that only they could mold him into a weapon for Konoha. Hiruzen found Danzo's opportunism revolting, especially given his inaction during the crisis. Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's request, reminding him that Naruto was Minato's son and deserving of protection. Danzo, realizing he would not obtain Naruto, shifted his focus to the Hokage position. Konoha could not remain without leadership, and this was his true objective. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at Danzo, fully aware of his ambitions for the Hokage title. He announced that he would temporarily assume the role until a suitable successor was found, crushing Danzo's hopes. Danzo's expression darkened as he struggled to understand why it was so difficult for him to achieve his goal. Hiruzen pointed out that Danzo's personality was ill-suited for leadership, emphasizing that entrusting Konoha to him would lead to disaster. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki, Shin, and Mei Terumi observed from a distance, having witnessed Danzo's arrival but unable to hear the conversation. Shin expressed his astonishment at Danzo's audacity, noting that the man had done nothing during the crisis yet still sought power. Kushina lamented the loss of her clan, realizing that only she and Shin remained of the Uzumaki lineage. Shin encouraged her, suggesting they work hard together. As they shared a moment, Kushina playfully punched Shin for his teasing, but he caught her fist and gazed at her affectionately. This made her blush and feel embarrassed, prompting her to question his intense gaze. Shin confessed his feelings for her, and they shared a gentle kiss, only to be interrupted by Mei, who felt overlooked. Kushina, frustrated, regretted bringing Mei along and asked Shin if they should head back. He agreed, suggesting they have breakfast in Konoha first. Descending from the sky, the trio landed near the site of the battle. Hiruzen and the other shinobi had already departed, leaving Danzo behind, his expression stormy. Danzo questioned Shin's presence, suspecting a connection between him and the Nine Tails rampage. Shin, sensing Danzo's suspicion, clarified that he would not take the blame for Obito's actions. He calmly stated that if he had attacked Konoha, it would not still be standing. After subtly trapping Danzo in a genjutsu, Shin left with Kushina and Mei. Danzo, though not trusting Shin, acknowledged that the boy had no reason to lie, realizing that if Shin had been responsible, Konoha would have faced complete destruction. As dawn broke, the devastation caused by the Nine Tails became evident. Fortunately, the tailed beast bomb had not struck the village directly, otherwise, Konoha would have faced obliteration. Walking through the normally bustling food street, Shin sighed at the emptiness. The villagers were taking refuge, and no shops were open in the aftermath of the disaster. Kushina smacked her forehead, realizing the futility of their search for breakfast. Mei pointed out that she had not agreed to join in on their plans, but Kushina retorted, questioning her intelligence. Mei admitted she had realized the situation earlier, prompting Shin and Kushina to exchange a knowing look before playfully flicking her on the forehead. They all shared a moment of camaraderie, united in their resolve to face the challenges ahead. Shin and Kushina expressed their frustration at being mocked, feeling that they were being unfairly targeted. Mei Terumi, who had once been the bully in Kirigakure, now found herself on the receiving end of their ridicule, which filled her with indignation. She protested against their actions, feeling it was shameless for them to gang up on her. Afterward, Shin decided it was time to leave Konoha. As he walked through the empty streets, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment at the lack of people around. The recent attack by the Nine-Tails had clearly frightened the villagers into hiding. He made his way to Ichiraku Ramen, hoping to see Uncle Ichiraku, who had remained calm during Pain's assault. However, he realized that his expectations were misplaced. The legendary Otsutsuki Tuchi was simply a ramen chef after all. Shin opened a portal using the technique Yamatsu Hirasaka, taking Kushina and Mei Terumi with him. They would still have time to return for Mikoto's breakfast. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was unaware of their departure. He was preoccupied with assessing the damage caused by the attack. While the destruction of buildings was a concern, he knew that money could fix that, especially with the financial support from the Land of Fire's daimyo. However, the real tragedy lay in the loss of shinobi lives. The Third Shinobi World War had already weakened Konoha, and with the Nine-Tails attack and the death of Minato, they had lost many of their strongest fighters. Hiruzen feared that other villages might take advantage of Konoha's vulnerability. He set aside his worries for the moment and summoned the village elders and clan heads. He announced his return as Hokage and the upcoming funeral for Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, who had sacrificed his life for Konoha and deserved the highest honors. Yet, Hiruzen knew that a grand funeral would not bring Minato back, and taking care of his son would be far more meaningful. As the meeting concluded, Hiruzen turned his attention to Fugaku Uchiha, the current Uchiha clan head. He expected an explanation regarding the Nine-Tails attack, as the seal had been broken by someone with a Sharingan, implicating the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's expression darkened. He understood the gravity of the situation and the suspicion that would fall on his clan. He argued that the Uchiha clan had no involvement, suggesting that Shin Uzumaki was a more likely suspect, as he had arrived in Konoha the previous day. Hiruzen considered this, but he quickly dismissed the suspicion against Shin. If Shin had been involved, the attack would not have ended so easily. The masked man from the previous day did not resemble Shin, and Hiruzen doubted that Shin would hide if he intended to attack Konoha. Shikakunara calmly pointed out that if Fugaku's words reached Shin, it could provoke a visit from him. Fugaku fell silent, realizing that he was indeed afraid of Shin, who had shown remarkable strength during the Second Shinobi World War. Hiruzen insisted that the Uchiha clan was the prime suspect and expected Fugaku's full cooperation. Hiruzen's suspicions were not unfounded, as he had been marginalizing the Uchiha clan, pushing them out of Konoha's power structure. The decision was made to relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of Konoha, a move that left Fugaku furious but unable to refuse. In the days that followed, news of the Nine-Tails attack spread throughout the shinobi world. Hiruzen had attempted to contain the information, but such a significant event could not remain a secret. The fourth Reikage recognized an opportunity in Konoha's weakened state, having lost their Hokage and many elite jonin. It was the perfect time for a strike. In the Land of Whirlpools, oblivious to the chaos outside, Shin experienced a moment of inspiration. He wanted to create a puppet similar to Sasori's third Kazekage puppet, using the body of the third Reikage, which he still possessed. Given the Reikage's incredible durability, a puppet made from his body would be far stronger than Sasori's creation. Shin contemplated the limitations of controlling puppets with chakra strings, expressing his longing to create something more advanced, akin to the 6 Paths of Pain. However, he recognized that Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain had a significant weakness. They could not stray far from Nagato himself. Determined to create something superior, Shin prepared to insert a black chakra receiver rod into the third Reikage's corpse. These rods were powerful weapons capable of sealing chakra points and disrupting an opponent's ability to mold chakra, making them particularly effective against tailed beasts. Shin inserted 5 rods into the Reikage's body, completing the puppet. The rods were fully integrated, rendering them invisible from the outside, unlike Nagato's visible receivers. As he worked, Kushina watched with impatience, eager for Shin to teach her would release ninjutsu, but he remained focused on his project. Shin was not particularly interested in the puppet he had created, as he knew it would not enhance his combat abilities. He had made it on a whim, driven by boredom. If the fourth Reikage were to discover Shin's actions, he would likely overlook the difference in strength and seek out Shin for a fierce battle. Kushina, filled with enthusiasm, expressed her longing to learn would release, eager to use it against Tsunade. The idea of wielding a technique from the Senju clan to defeat Tsunade was incredibly appealing to her. Although the true Kekkei Genkai of the Senju clan was the Sage Body, would release was regarded as their signature ability. Shin, sensing Kushina's excitement, took a step back, wary of her exuberance. Kushina noticed his hesitation and questioned him, sensing his reluctance. Shin candidly admitted that he did not want to catch her infectious energy. In response, Kushina playfully threatened him, declaring that if she did not get the chance to beat him today, she would take his last name. Shin found her threat amusing and dodged her playful attack, wondering why she always resorted to such antics. After a brief chase, Kushina, unable to catch him, sat down on the ground in defeat and asked if he could let her win just once. Shin, sitting beside her, simply stated that he disliked losing. Seeing him so close, Kushina's eyes sparkled with determination as she lunged at him, only to faceplant into the ground, having passed right through him. She quickly scrambled to her feet, relieved that no one had witnessed her fall. Curious about her experience, she asked if it was a genjutsu, to which Shin explained that it was a form of space-time ninjutsu that allowed him to become intangible and immune to attacks. However, he clarified that this immunity was not absolute, as certain techniques could counter it. Kushina expressed her disappointment at not having a talent for space-time ninjutsu, but Shin explained that even if she did, she would not be able to learn it, as it was tied to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin decided to test the third Reikage puppet he had created. He activated its abilities, demonstrating various techniques the Reikage had used in life. The puppet was capable of performing them all, but when Shin attempted to use the full power of his 9-tomo Rinnegan, he realized that the puppet could not withstand it. It could only utilize the Rinnegan or Tensigan individually, which was less impressive than he had hoped. Despite its limitations, Shin acknowledged that the puppet still had its uses, particularly as a mobile spy. He sent it out of the Land of Whirlpools to gather information, knowing that distance was not a concern unless it ventured to the moon. Controlling the puppet required some of his focus, but multitasking was easy for him. He planned to ensure that when he withdrew his control, the puppet would be in a safe location to avoid being mistaken for a lifeless body. After dispatching the puppet, Shin began teaching Kushina would release ninjutsu. While Hashirama Senju was known for using would release with a single hand seal, the reality was more complex. Mastery might allow for simplicity, but Kushina was not there yet. Learning would release was manageable for her, given her Kekkei Genkai. By nightfall, she had successfully learned the wood human technique and the wood dragon technique, having previously mastered other wood release techniques. As darkness fell, Shin suggested they return, noticing that Kushina was deeply engrossed in her training. Upon entering the house, they heard Tsunade's laughter echoing from within. Shin wondered what had caused her amusement, while Kushina speculated that Tsunade was simply being silly. When they entered, Tsunade excitedly approached Shin, grabbing his shoulders and announcing that she had finally learned would release. Her enthusiasm was understandable, given the effort she had put in. Kushina, trying to act nonchalant, remarked that she had not been as excited when she learned it, though she felt a mix of emotions for Tsunade. Kushina had been looking forward to using would release to get back at Tsunade for past bullying, but now she was conflicted. Tsunade, sensing Kushina's attitude, challenged her, questioning her confidence in her own skills. Kushina, believing she had the upper hand, accepted the challenge, confident that Tsunade could not match her would release abilities. Tsunade, despite having learned it later, was determined not to back down. She had spent years researching would release and felt ready for a spar. The two prepared to face off outside, eager to test their newfound abilities against each other. Mikoto and Konan emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes laden with food, announcing that it was time to eat. Tsunade, confident in her abilities, suggested a challenge for the next day. If Kushina lost, she would have to respectfully call Tsunade Wani-sama. Kushina, equally confident, agreed, not wanting to appear afraid. In another part of the room, Shin playfully smacked Meiterumi's hand with his chopsticks as she reached for a piece of tempura, quickly popping it into his mouth. Mei, indignant, lightly slapped his arm in response, but Shin remained unfazed. He flicked her forehead, causing her to yelp in surprise. She glared at him, feeling insulted that he would dare to hit an appealing girl like her. Shin teased her further, suggesting that if a flick made her cry, a punch would have her bawling. Meiterumi fumed at his teasing, thinking that if she could defeat him, she would bite him to death. Shin found her anger amusing and cute, enjoying the way she reacted to his provocations. If she knew his thoughts, she would likely be even more upset. The next morning, Shin and Konan emerged from the same room together, prompting knowing glances between Mikoto and Meiterumi in the living room. Konan blushed, aware of the implications of their shared night. Mei teased her about their lack of quietness, causing Konan to blush deeper before she composed herself, knowing that any reaction would only encourage Mei's teasing. Shin inquired about Kushina and Tsunade, wondering if they were still asleep. Mikoto informed him that they were already up and likely sparring, which surprised Shin. Mikoto shrugged, explaining that she couldn't stop them since they wouldn't get hurt. Shin gave her a dubious look, suspecting that Mikoto enjoyed watching them fight. When Mikoto pouted slightly, Shin found her cute and leaned in to give her a kiss. She blushed and playfully punched him, feeling self-conscious in front of Conan and Mei. Mei watched the interaction, feeling a strange sensation in her chest, perhaps jealousy. She was shocked by the thought that she might actually be interested in Shin, the boy who often bullied her. Shin's voice startled Mei, pulling her from her thoughts. When she looked at him, her face turned red, and she stammered in confusion. Shin, with a teasing smile, asked if she was realizing how handsome he was. Mei's denial was weak, as she couldn't help but acknowledge his attractiveness, despite his annoying behavior. They decided to check on Kushina and Tsunade, hoping they hadn't caused any major destruction. Shin led Mikoto, Conan, and Mei toward the location of the sparring match. His concern was not entirely a joke. If Kushina and Tsunade went all out, they could potentially cause significant damage to the small island nation. As they approached, Shin observed the two colossal wooden figures battling each other. Kushina and Tsunade were each controlling a 100-meter-tall wood human, their destructive power immense. Each blow could shatter mountains, and the surrounding area had been transformed into a basin. Mei's jaw dropped in awe at the sight, regretting her decision to give up on learning wood release. Conan, having traveled with Shin, was less surprised, while Mikoto remained unfazed. Although she couldn't use wood release, she possessed the Susanoo, a worthy opponent for the wood human. With her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, she could manifest a perfect Susanoo, more than capable of handling the wood human. Mikoto suggested stopping the fight, but Shin shook his head, wanting them to enjoy their fun. The two combatants were evenly matched, neither willing to admit defeat. They both initiated the wood dragon technique, a powerful move capable of absorbing chakra, which had played a key role in past victories. As the two wood dragons coiled around each other, absorbing chakra, Shin remarked that they would likely be at it forever. Their similar chakra reserves and mastery of the same techniques made it impossible to determine a victor without using other jutsu. The two fighters realized the stalemate as well, but neither was willing to concede. The clash of their wood humans resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending wood chips flying. The damage quickly regenerated, similar to the Susanoo. Mei expressed her awe at the destructive power, while Mikoto confirmed that it rivaled that of a perfect Susanoo. Mei envied their abilities, wishing she had a jutsu that powerful, recognizing that it was beyond mere ninjutsu, it was practically divine. Shin, noticing Mei's envious expression, patted her shoulder, reminding her not to be too impressed. While the wood human was powerful, it had its weaknesses, particularly its size, which limited its mobility. The Susanoo shared the same vulnerability, making the battle all the more intriguing. Against a fast and agile opponent, landing a blow could prove to be quite challenging. Shin explained that if one was quick enough, they could easily evade attacks. Mei Terumi expressed her concern about the speed required to dodge a punch that could shatter a mountain, questioning whether she could even manage it. Shin reassured her that if she utilized Sage Mode and concentrated on evasion, she would be fine. He estimated that even with Sage Mode, Mei would struggle to outrun the wood human, but avoiding its attacks would not be an issue. Shin suggested that if Mei learned the Flying Thunder God technique, like Conan, she would have no trouble at all. Mei glanced at Conan, feeling a wave of insecurity wash over her as she began to think of herself as the weakest among them. Shin, possessing immense power that Mei could hardly comprehend, was in a league of his own. Conan had the Flying Thunder God technique, Kushina and Tsunade had wood release, and Mikoto possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In comparison, Mei's Kekkei Genkai felt underwhelming, shattering her pride. Noticing Mikoto leaving, Shin inquired about her destination. Mikoto explained that the ongoing fight was going nowhere and suggested they have a picnic instead, offering to gather supplies. Mei, her earlier gloom forgotten, eagerly expressed her longing for grilled fish. Mikoto assigned tasks, placing Mei in charge of fish duty while she and Conan would hunt in the forest. Shin took Conan's hand, and they departed, leaving Mei to head for the coast. The shore was not far, and with the body flicker technique, Mei quickly arrived. Within minutes, the group was ready for their picnic. Shin had caught several plump rabbits, and Conan had gathered wild vegetables. Mei returned with a dozen fish, and combined with the food Mikoto brought, they had a feast. Shin took charge of grilling the fish and meat while Mikoto and Conan prepared the rest. As the aroma of grilled food wafted across the training grounds, it caught the attention of Kushina and Tsunade, who had been engaged in a lengthy battle. They had not eaten breakfast and were starving. They decided to call a truce, realizing there was no point in continuing their fight. They approached the picnic area, and Shin remarked on their arrival, expressing his enjoyment of the show they had put on. Kushina, feigning anger, lunged at Shin, but he quickly offered her some grilled fish to defuse the situation. She accepted it, her mood lifting as she savored the familiar taste of Shin's cooking, especially his barbecue. Curious, Kushina asked if Shin had taught Tsunade the wood release ninjutsu, believing she would have an easy win against her. Shin clarified that Tsunade had learned it on her own after extensive research, which was no simple feat. He then advised Kushina and Tsunade to spar elsewhere in the future to avoid causing damage to the Land of Whirlpools, pointing out the massive crater they had created. They had been so focused on their fight that they had not realized the extent of the destruction. Kushina, sheepishly sticking out her tongue, claimed her strength was the reason for the damage. Shin reminded her not to get too cocky, emphasizing that she was not invincible. As they continued to enjoy their meal, Tsunade pointed out that they had finished all the food, prompting Shin to realize he was left with only one skewer. Kushina quickly snatched it, leaving him to sigh and prepare more food. Mei complimented Shin's grilling skills, claiming it was even better than what she had eaten at a restaurant in Konoha, suggesting that if he opened a barbecue restaurant, it would surely be a hit. Meanwhile, Shin learned that Konoha and Kumo were at war again, but upon observing the scale of the conflict, he felt disappointment. It was not a true war but rather a minor skirmish, with each side sending only a few hundred ninja and no Kage present. He was currently in the Land of Whirlpools, using his third Reikage puppet to monitor the situation. Unbeknownst to him, the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, had left Kumogakure with the intention of confronting Shin's puppet. A had initially been furious upon hearing of his father's supposed reappearance, thinking it was a hoax. However, when presented with undeniable proof, he felt compelled to see for himself. Killer Bee, usually boisterous, approached A with a rare seriousness, knowing better than to provoke his brother's wrath. A had warned him to refrain from his usual rapping, especially the casual insults, as this matter involved their father. A expressed his hope that it was not Shin Uzumaki's doing, his anger palpable as he sought revenge for his father's death. Despite his longing for vengeance, he recognized the need for responsibility as a Kage and had left the village without informing his advisor, Dodai, who would have disapproved of such recklessness. Enveloped in lightning chakra mode, vanished in a blur of speed, with Killer Bee trailing behind, calling out in frustration. After traveling for half a day, they reached the land of rice paddies, where exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Killer Bee also slumped down beside him, both of them drained of chakra and stamina, even after borrowing power from the Eight-Tails. Unlike other Jinchuriki, Bee had a perfect synergy with the Eight-Tails, who willingly lent him strength. They decided to rest for the night and begin their search the next day, driven by A's determination to uncover the truth behind the impersonation of his father. A's anger simmered beneath the surface. He refused to believe that his father was truly alive, but he also knew that acting rashly could lead to disaster. He suspected that Shin Uzumaki was behind this impersonation, and confronting him in his current state would be unwise. After a night of rest, A felt fully recovered and resumed the search with Killer Bee. They quickly dispatched scouts, who soon provided them with the location of the puppet. With Killer Bee at his side, A headed toward the designated spot, his fury growing. Following the scouts' intel, they finally cornered the third Reikage puppet. Shin, observing them through the puppet, found the situation amusing. He broke the tense silence by calling out to A, insisting that he refer to him as Dad. The fourth Reikage's face flushed with anger as he demanded to know who was behind this mockery. Shin, channeling the third Reikage scruff persona, feigned indignation, but inwardly struggled to contain his laughter. Lightning crackled around A, his hair standing on end as he prepared to confront the puppet. The third Reikage calmly questioned whether A intended to attack his own father. Filled with rage, lunged forward with a punch, but the puppet effortlessly caught his fist. Realization dawned on A as he recognized Shin Uzumaki's involvement. He demanded to know why Shin was impersonating his father, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Shin claimed that he was not impersonating anyone, insisting that the puppet was indeed the third Reikage. A's fists trembled as dread washed over him, and he struggled to comprehend the implications of Shin's words. The horrifying truth began to sink in. His father had been turned into a puppet. A's worst fears were confirmed, and he vowed to kill Shin Uzumaki for this desecration. The fourth Reikage gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with rage. Killer Bee shared his resentment, as the third Reikage had been a father figure to him as well. The thought of turning someone's father into a puppet was despicable, and they both felt a deep sense of injustice. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, it demanded that Shin return his father's body, threatening him with violence. Shin, perched atop a nearby tree, taunted A, revealing that he had placed a mark on the puppet for easy teleportation. Despite being able to observe through the puppet, Shin preferred to witness the confrontation in person. As he appeared, A instinctively took a step back, feeling a mix of fear and anger. Shin's mockery only fueled A's rage, and he resolved to retrieve his father's body. Killer Bee urged A to act quickly, knowing that they needed to sever the chakra strings controlling the puppet. However, when A attempted to do so, he found no strings to cut. Momentarily stunned, A was caught off guard as the puppet retaliated with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Killer Bee rushed to catch A but was also thrown aside by the impact. Felt the pain of the blow as he spat out blood, his chest caved in from the force. Shin calmly explained that under his control, the third Reikage could unleash power far beyond his living capabilities, as the puppet was no longer constrained by the body's protective mechanisms. Killer Bee, filled with anger, cursed Shin. The Eight Tails, sensing the danger, urged Killer Bee to take A away, warning him that they were no match for Shin. The Eight Tails had witnessed Shin's power and felt a deep fear of him. Determined to fight, shoved B aside and dodged another attack from the puppet, narrowly avoiding a direct hit that left a crater in the ground. Shin warned them to take the situation seriously or face dire consequences. A and Killer Bee resolved to attack Shin, believing that taking him out would render the puppet useless. Ignoring the pain in his chest, A charged toward Shin, enveloped in lightning chakra mode, moving with incredible speed. However, the puppet intercepted him, launching another devastating punch. A braced himself, attempting to counter with a powerful elbow strike, but the impact shattered his elbow, sending him flying once more. The battle was far from over, and A's determination only grew stronger as he faced the truth of his father's fate. As a puppet, it felt no pain. A stumbled back to Killer Bee's side, cold sweat dripping from his brow. He realized that retrieving their father's body was impossible, and the situation was dire. Despite the overwhelming odds, B refused to abandon his brother, demonstrating fierce loyalty even in the face of danger. In a moment of desperation, it called for the help of Hachibi, the Eight Tails. Although the beast was afraid of Uzumaki Shin, it still chose to lend its power to Killer Bee at critical moments. With the chakra of the Eight Tails enveloping him, Killer Bee felt a surge of strength and speed. This enhancement was a direct result of the Eight Tails chakra. Shin, eager to test his puppet's capabilities in a real fight, was unimpressed by the weakness of his opponents. He had easily defeated both Killer Bee and the fourth Reikage using only the standard ninjutsu and taijutsu of the third Reikage puppet. Despite their injuries, Killer Bee's wounds began to heal rapidly thanks to the Eight Tails chakra. He mentally communicated with Hachibi, announcing his intention to enter Tailed Beast mode. The Eight Tails reluctantly agreed, recalling the dread of being controlled by Shin's Sharingan. It hoped that with Killer Bee's interference, it could resist Shin's genjutsu this time, but the memory of Shin's overwhelming power left it feeling uncertain. Killer Bee, filled with enthusiasm, urged the Eight Tails to charge. Shin, controlling the puppet, recklessly advanced, not caring if it was damaged. The puppet, cloaked in lightning release chakra mode, unleashed its strongest attack, the Hell Stab One-Finger Nukite. The Eight Tails was unable to form a tailed beast ball in time, as the puppet's speed was too great. The strike sent the massive beast flying, leaving a deep gouge in the earth. Shin was genuinely impressed by the puppet's strength, recognizing the third Reikage as one of the strongest Kage in history. Meanwhile, enveloped in lightning release chakra mode, charged towards Shin, aiming a powerful blow at his neck. This technique, known as the lightning release, double lariat, required perfect coordination with another shinobi, but A was attempting it alone, hoping for a sneak attack. However, his attack passed harmlessly through Shin, leaving A in disbelief. He suspected he had fallen victim to a genjutsu, but Shin did not bother to explain. The fourth Reikage's doubts about his own sanity grew as he continued to attack, only to find that his efforts were futile. Shin, with a casual kick, sent the fourth Reikage flying, embedding him into a cliff face upon impact. Despite the severity of his injuries, A remained alive, flickering like a candle flame about to be extinguished. Shin, seeking a real challenge, looked up at the sky, longing for a worthy opponent. His personality was not that of a battle maniac, otherwise, he would have been bored to death. He glanced at the Eight Tails, which was struggling against the relentless assault of the third Reikage puppet. Under Shin's control, the puppet was far stronger than it had been in life. The original third Reikage had only been able to fight the Eight Tails to a standstill, but the puppet was different, akin to Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain. The Eight Tails wondered what was happening, recognizing that puppets controlled by powerful shinobi rarely surpassed the original strength. Yet, the third Reikage puppet was an exception, fueled by Shin's chakra, making it a formidable opponent. Shin observed the third Reikage puppet as it relentlessly attacked the Eight Tails. The display was visually striking, but the Eight Tails remained unharmed. Suddenly, countless chakra chains erupted from the puppet's back, binding the Eight Tails tightly, rendering it unable to escape. Shin felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that sealing techniques were the most effective way to handle tailed beasts. Although the Eight Tails could typically escape by severing its tail, the binding prevented any such action. A group of Kumo shinobi, led by Dodai, rushed to the scene, expressing their concern for the fourth Reikage. Dodai, a trusted advisor and veteran of Kumogakure, quickly scanned the area for his leader. Upon locating the unconscious Reikage, he called for medical assistance, recognizing the severity of A's injuries. The medic confirmed the dire situation, stating that immediate transport back to the village was necessary for A's survival. Dodai, determined to protect his leader, ordered the medics to act swiftly, but his resolve was challenged when he noticed Shin's presence. Shin's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Dodai's rising anxiety. The Kumo shinobi had heard rumors of the third Reikage's return, but Dodai quickly realized the truth. The Reikage was dead, and Shin had transformed him into a puppet. This revelation ignited a fierce anger among the Kumo shinobi, who felt the weight of their leader's desecration. Despite their longing to save the fourth Reikage, Dodai understood that confronting Shin was unavoidable. The Eight Tails was too vital to Kumogakure, and they had to act. Dodai called for his comrades to be cautious, knowing the strength of their adversary. In a moment of desperation, Dodai unleashed a powerful fire technique, hoping to create an opening for escape. However, the flames were overwhelming, and the Kumo shinobi found themselves outmatched. As the inferno subsided, only a few remained, their bodies scorched and weary. Recognizing their defeat, Dodai urged his team to flee, realizing that rescuing Killer Bee was no longer feasible. Just then, Shin unleashed a wood-release technique, transforming the battlefield into a dense forest that ensnared the remaining shinobi. With the Kumo forces incapacitated, Shin turned his attention to the bound Eight Tails. He extracted the beast from Killer Bee, who lay unconscious, barely clinging to life. The Eight Tails, aware of the gravity of its situation, pleaded for mercy, understanding that its strength was insufficient to negotiate. Shin, indifferent to Killer Bee's fate, considered the Eight Tails' attachment to its host. He contemplated the creature's worth, recognizing that it was not as valuable as the Nine Tails. Ultimately, he decided to seal the Eight Tails within the third Reikage puppet, viewing it as an intriguing experiment. As he performed the sealing technique, he marveled at the stability of the puppet, which could contain the tailed beast's chakra despite being a corpse. Satisfied with his work, Shin controlled the puppet and prepared to return to the Land of Whirlpools, leaving behind a transformed Killer Bee, now a pseudo-Jinchuriki, with a single tail remaining. The fate of the Eight Tails was sealed, and Shin had no intention of looking back. Mikoto inquired about the importance of Shin's sudden departure, noting that he had vanished mid-conversation without explanation. Shin shrugged, dismissing the events in the Land of Rice Paddies as unimportant. However, for the shinobi world, particularly Kumogakure, it was a significant incident. They had lost their tailed beast, their Reikage was gravely injured and near death, and Dodai, a quasi-Kage-level shinobi, had been killed, along with many other jonin and elite jonin. The losses were catastrophic, and even if the fourth Reikage recovered, the emotional toll would be immense. Kushina expressed her annoyance, reminding Shin to inform them when he planned to leave. Shin muttered under his breath, suggesting he was not going out to betray them. This remark caught Kushina's attention, and she reacted with outrage, assuming he was contemplating infidelity. Shin, feeling insulted, defended his character, but his protest was met with disbelief from the others present. Only Konan remained neutral, siding with him. Feeling overwhelmed by the situation, Shin decided to leave for training. He took his teacup and exited, ignoring Mei's protest about the cup being hers. Tsunade teased Mei about the cup being an indirect kiss, while Mikoto observed Mei's reaction, understanding her feelings. Mei, flustered, did not respond, her cheeks warming under their scrutiny. Meanwhile, Shin teleported to a deserted island in the Land of Water, one of the many uninhabited islands surrounding the mainland. He was there to practice a new technique. As he floated above the island, his chakra surged, and he unleashed a powerful attack, the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. A barrage of chakra-infused fists struck the island, obliterating it and creating a massive tidal wave that threatened the surrounding area. The shockwave reached the mainland, causing tremors and sending the wave crashing toward the shore. Shin observed the tsunami approaching and quickly deployed a truth-seeking orb, which expanded into a barrier that absorbed the wave, neutralizing its destructive potential. He was determined not to let his training harm innocent people, knowing that if the tsunami reached the mainland, it could result in countless casualties. Reflecting on the power of the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, Shin noted its immense strength and the significant chakra consumption it required. While he could manage the cost, he realized that others, like Kushina and the others, would struggle with such a demanding technique. Satisfied with his training results, he decided to explore the main island, which was visible from his location. Although he was still within the Land of Water, only the main island was populated, while the surrounding islands remained deserted. Upon arriving on the main island, Shin found the inhabitants in a state of panic due to the tremors and tsunami he had inadvertently caused. Despite only destroying an uninhabited island, the shockwave had reached the mainland, creating chaos. He felt no remorse for the situation as he did not sympathize with the weak, but he also had no intention of actively harming them. Curious about the events in Kirigakure, Shin turned his attention toward the village. He recalled that the Bloody Mist era was likely in full swing, and despite being the smallest of the 5 great nations, Kirigakure had produced many powerful shinobi and clans with Kekkei Genkai. However, due to Obito's manipulations, the village was in decline, And with Mei Terumi absent, Shin wondered if Kirigakure could maintain its status as a major village. As he approached Kirigakure, his expression grew grim, anticipating the challenges that lay ahead. Though he knew the village was in chaos, the situation was worse than he had imagined. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, a grim reminder of the turmoil that had engulfed Kirigakure. Among the 5 great villages, Kirigakure was arguably the most unfortunate. Once controlled by Madara Uchiha and later targeted by Obito Uchiha's vengeance for Noara Rin's death, its strength had been decimated. During the Third Shinobi World War, Rin had been captured by Kirigakure Umbu, and the Three Tails was implanted in her body with the intent to destroy Konoha. To protect her companions, Rin had chosen to die at the hands of Kakashi's Chidori, a tragic end orchestrated by Madara, who had used Kirigakure as a mere pawn in his grand scheme. The chaos was explained by the Kekkei clan's rebellion, which had erupted into a war against Kirigakure. The Kekkei clan, known for their brutality, killed indiscriminately, whether they were shinobi or innocent villagers. One member of the Kekkei clan, wielding a bone club, charged at Shin with a wild look in his red eyes. Without hesitation, Shin dispatched the attacker effortlessly, having already deemed the Kekkei clan as mindless brutes. Despite their ferocity, it was hard to believe they were truly challenging Kirigakure, a major village even in its weakened state. The rebellion lasted only a day before it was crushed. A clan could not stand against a village. Only one member of the Kekkei clan remained, not Kimimaro, who had likely left Kirigakure with Orochimaru, but Kagaya Sora, the clan head, who was currently engaged in battle with the 5th Mizukage, Yagura. Shin watched their fight with keen interest. Yagura was no weakling. He had the ability to fully control the power of his tailed beast. Though his age was uncertain, he was short, comparable in height to Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and wielded a club adorned with green flowers as he fought fiercely against Sora. Sora unleashed his clan's signature technique, the Dance of the Willow, attacking Yagura with a flurry of bone-based strikes. Shin was surprised to see Sora wielding Shikatsumiyaku, a technique he had thought only Kimimaro possessed. This revelation made him ponder the extent of his influence on the world. It seemed that the Naruto universe had already diverged significantly from its original path. Shin noticed Obito lurking in the shadows, his concealment impressive but not enough to escape Shin's keen perception. It was not surprising that Obito was present. He likely had been in Kirigakure all along, needing to maintain control over Yagura during the battle. Shin mused about the potential chaos that would ensue if he were to liberate Yagura from Obito's grasp. With a flicker of willfulness, Shin activated his Sharingan, causing Yagura to tremble in confusion as he momentarily broke free from Obito's control. Seizing the opportunity, Sora attempted to stab Yagura's heart with a bone blade, but his attack was thwarted by the protective chakra cloak of the Three Tails. The beast's instinct to protect its host was strong, and Sora's frustration grew as he realized the futility of his attack. Obito, observing from the shadows, was shocked to see his control slip away. He tried to regain it, but Yagura and the Three Tails were now aware of the Sharingan's influence, making it difficult for Obito to reassert control. Yagura, filled with rage, confronted Sora, offering a chance for surrender in light of the dire situation in Kirigakure. However, Sora, driven by the loss of his clan, refused to back down and launched his most powerful attack, the Dance of the Seedling Fern. Bone spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the surrounding Kirigakure shinobi. Yagura, realizing there was no room for negotiation, unleashed his full strength, his chakra cloak swirling protectively around him. Free from Obito's control, Yagura's power surged, allowing him to overpower Sora, whose attacks were rendered ineffective against the formidable defense of the Three Tails. Shin observed the battle, recognizing that Yagura was not the weakest of the Kage. The battle continued for an entire day, culminating in Sora's defeat and subsequent escape. Yagura chose not to pursue him, acknowledging that even a brute knew when to retreat. Shin, glancing at Yagura and then at Obito, silently followed Sora, not in pursuit of Shikatsumiyaku, but rather the all-killing Ash Bones, a far more powerful ability. He speculated that Shikatsumiyaku was a degradation of all-killing Ash Bones, akin to the relationship between Sharingan and Rinnegan. Though uncertain if he could elevate Shikatsumiyaku to that level, he was determined to capture Sora and study him, hoping to unlock the secrets of all-killing Ash Bones through his research. As he approached Sora, who was now on high alert, the clan head gripped his bone blade tightly, radiating fierce killing intent. Shin, slightly disappointed that Sora did not recognize him, noted that he had not yet achieved the level of fame he desired. Sora, unwilling to engage in idle conversation, charged at Shin, mistaking him for a Kirigakure shinobi sent to eliminate him. Shin appreciated Sora's decisiveness, as he too was not inclined to waste time on unnecessary dialogue. He aimed to achieve his objective and return to the Land of Whirlpools. As the day began to fade, he felt the urgency of not wanting to anger Kushina and the others. Drawing his Kusanagi blade, he blocked Sora's bone blade, the impact leaving a small chip in Sora's weapon. Shin's eyes widened slightly in surprise at its unexpected durability. Impressed by the strength of the bone, he noted how tough it was. However, Kaguya Sora was in a battle state, consumed by a bloodthirsty focus on killing Shin. Bone spikes erupted from his body, shooting toward Shin. In close combat, few clans could rival the Kaguya clan. With a swift movement, Shin's Kusanagi blade flashed, and Kaguya Sora froze, a line of blood appearing on his neck. Before Sora could comprehend what had transpired, his throat was severed, and he collapsed, lifeless. Shin sheathed his sword, storing both the blade and Sora's corpse in the Kamui dimension, a convenient storage method akin to carrying a portable inventory. Determined to leave, he used Yamatsu Hirasaka to return to the Land of Whirlpools, arriving just as Mikoto finished preparing dinner. After dinner, Shin retrieved Kaguya Sora's body from Kamui, intending to study Shikatsumiyaku. He had no intention of keeping Sora alive for research, as he was not like Orochimaru. His true interest lay in the all-killing ash bones, Kaguya Otsutsuki's signature technique. This powerful ability allowed sharp bone projectiles to erupt from the user's hand, disintegrating anything they touched at a molecular level. It was a one-hit kill technique, arguably more potent than truth-seeking orbs. If it had perfect accuracy, it would be unstoppable, second only to Shin's own techniques. Shin suspected he would have to wait until Kaguya was revived to copy the ability from her. When Kushina noticed the body in the yard, she asked about it, and Tsunade quickly identified it as a member of the Kaguya clan, recognizing the distinctive features. Shin confirmed that it was Kaguya Sora, the head of the Kaguya clan. Mei Terumi, surprised, realized that during Shin's absence, he had gone to Kirigakure and killed the clan leader. She expressed her astonishment at Shin's actions, knowing the strength of the Kaguya clan head. The Kaguya clan was known for their arrogance and bloodlust, making them unpopular among others. Shin explained that the Kaguya clan had been wiped out, but when Kushina asked if he was responsible, he clarified that they were not his enemies. They had rebelled against Kirigakure and met their demise. Mikoto inquired if he had killed Sora out of offense, but Shin revealed his true motive was to research Shikatsumiyaku. As he began his research, Konan noticed his frown and offered to help, but Shin admitted it was complicated and he was unsure where to start. He then looked to Tsunade for assistance, hoping her expertise could aid him. Tsunade, however, informed him that she could not help with Shikatsumiyaku research but recommended Orochimaru instead. Realizing Orochimaru would be the perfect person for this task, Shin stored Kaguya Sora's body back in the Kamui dimension, planning to seek Orochimaru's help the next day. It was already evening, and Shin felt a sense of reluctance to be proactive. He believed that even if he conducted research and obtained results, there might not be any significant gains. He considered using a replication card to copy the ability from Kaguya Otsutsuki, knowing a single divine replication card could potentially replicate all of her abilities. The following morning, Shin made his way to the Akatsuki's base, where Orochimaru had settled comfortably. With Orochimaru's presence in Akatsuki, finding him was much easier. Shin headed directly to Orochimaru's lab, where the latter was focused on his research, free from the concerns of Konoha assassins. When Shin arrived, Orochimaru was momentarily surprised to see him. Without wasting time, Shin presented Kaguya Sora's body, identifying it as the Kaguya clan head and noting its connection to Kimimaro, Orochimaru's recent recruit. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the implications of Shin's knowledge about Kimimaro. Shin requested Orochimaru's expertise in researching Shikatsumiyaku, offering to share the data in return. Orochimaru, intrigued by the opportunity, agreed, though he cautioned that he could not guarantee results. Shin assured him that he expected thorough work. As they discussed the research, heavy footsteps approached, followed by a knock on the door, signaling that someone was looking for Orochimaru. Sasori's voice echoed from outside, signaling something important. Despite being teammates, the relationship between Sasori and Orochimaru was far from harmonious. Sasori found Orochimaru intolerable, and Orochimaru harbored a longing to dissect Sasori for research purposes. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Shin, contemplating whether he might be interested in their current situation. Shin and Orochimaru made their way to the chamber housing the demonic statue of the Outer Path, which also served as the Akatsuki's meeting room. Upon entering, Pain's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of Shin Uzumaki, prompting him to wonder about the reason for Shin's presence. Shin surveyed the room, noting the presence of Sasori and Kazu, the latter appearing only as a chakra projection due to the magic lantern body technique, a forbidden communication method used by the Akatsuki. With a faint smile, Shin addressed Pain, questioning whether he was welcome. Pain remained silent, contemplating the potential assistance Shin could provide. Kazu, impatient and eager to resume his money-making endeavors, urged Pain to proceed with the meeting. Pain, in a tone that brooked no argument, announced that he had a mission for them. The mission involved eliminating Yagura, the fifth Mizukage, who had learned a crucial secret about the Akatsuki. Shin's expression hardened at the mention of Yagura. This mission was personal. Obito had likely ordered Pain to eliminate Yagura, who had broken free from Obito's control, thanks to Shin's intervention. Yagura had acquired knowledge that could jeopardize Obito's plans, making his elimination a priority. Obito had refrained from handling the task himself, fearing exposure and the challenges of confronting Yagura within Kirigakure, where Yagura was now on high alert. Sasori, after a moment of contemplation, expressed his concerns about the difficulty of the mission. Assassinating a Kekkei within their own village was a perilous undertaking, and despite his arrogance, he recognized the risks involved. Pain asserted that the entire Akatsuki would participate in the mission, emphasizing the necessity of Yagura's death. The masked figure known as Uchiha Madara had underscored Yagura's threat to their plans for world peace, a vision rooted in Yahiko's dream. With the meeting concluded, Pain dismissed them to prepare for the mission. Kakuzu's projection faded away as he departed to focus on the task at hand. Once everyone had left, only Shin and Pain remained, along with a hidden observer. Shin, standing atop the demonic statue, called out for the observer to reveal themselves, sensing the presence of Obito Uchiha, who emerged from a distortion in space. Pain maintained his composure, though he remained cautious of the masked man's space-time ninjutsu. Obito's unfriendly tone questioned Shin's presence, but Shin met his gaze with a challenging demeanor, recalling the previous encounters that had established a tense dynamic between them. Obito, feeling the weight of Shin's scrutiny, chose to remain silent, aware that even with his newfound strength, he could not underestimate Shin's power. Nagato, observing through the Deva path, found the interaction intriguing. It became evident that Shin and the masked man were not allies. Obito's wariness of Shin suggested a deeper tension. Nagato's suspicions about Obito's true identity grew, leading him to question whether the masked man was indeed Uchiha Madara. Regardless of the masked man's identity, Nagato remained focused on fulfilling Yahiko's dream of world peace. Pain inquired whether Obito intended to join them in Kirigakure for the mission. Obito, emphasizing the need to keep his identity concealed, dismissed the notion that a mere Mizukage posed a threat to him. Shin's derisive snort disrupted Obito's facade, revealing the masked man's insecurities about confronting Yagura directly. Obito's singular Sharingan limited his capabilities, and he understood the risks involved in a direct confrontation with the entire village. Annoyed by Shin's mocking demeanor, Obito excused himself, vanishing with Kamui to avoid further embarrassment. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Sasori prepared for the mission, and soon the Akatsuki members set off for the Land of Water. Orochimaru, having just returned from the region, was now heading back, accompanied by Pain and Nagato, as the six paths of Pain could not operate far from their leader. Shin decided to join them, eager to witness the unfolding events. Upon arriving in the Land of Water, Kakuzu also joined the group. However, upon seeing Uzumaki Shin, he instinctively backed away, haunted by memories of Shin effortlessly destroying 4 of his hearts. Shin, noticing Kakuzu's fearful demeanor, couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation at being perceived as so intimidating. Orochimaru turned to Pain, inquiring about their strategy for infiltrating Kirigakure. Orochimaru's gaze was filled with greed as he eyed Pain's purple Rinnegan, a coveted prize. Pain responded with a cold snort, fully aware of Orochimaru's ambitions but confident that he could not seize the Rinnegan from him. Orochimaru, recognizing the futility of his desires, averted his gaze, his eyes glinting with a predatory intent. Pain stood before Kirigakure, contemplating his strategy. He preferred to keep the existence of the Akatsuki under wraps for the time being. A powerful organization that drew too much attention could easily become a target for the other hidden villages. While the villages were not exactly allies, they would unite against a common threat, just as they had in the original story when they joined forces against Obito and the White Zetsu army during the Fourth Shinobi World War. However, after some consideration, Pain realized that the Akatsuki could not remain hidden any longer. Assassinating a Kage was a high-profile act, and there was no way to keep it quiet. He decided on a direct attack. Subtlety was no longer an option. Pain summoned the other 5 paths, and the 6 paths of Pain were assembled. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. 6 Rinnegan? Had he seen correctly? The Rinnegan he craved so desperately seemed to be suddenly commonplace. Since joining the Akatsuki, he had only seen the Deva path, so he was shocked to see the other 5 pairs of Rinnegan now. Orochimaru turned to Shin, hoping for an explanation. Although younger, Shin seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Orochimaru did not believe the Rinnegan was suddenly common. There had to be a reason for this. Shin suggested that Orochimaru ask Pain, though he doubted Pain would provide an answer. Not receiving any clarification from Shin, Orochimaru wisely decided against questioning Pain further. The animal path infiltrated Kirigakure first, using the summoning technique to bring the other Pains inside. Sasori coldly instructed Orochimaru to show him what he was capable of. Orochimaru responded with a chilling smile, knowing they despised each other. He would love to turn Sasori into a research subject. Kakuzu entered Kirigakure without a word. He was not intimidated by a major village, having fought against the first Hokage. If things became dangerous, he could always escape. Shin waved goodbye to Orochimaru and Sasori with a smile before disappearing instantly. He had already entered Kirigakure and was eager to try the village's famous seafood ramen. He appeared in front of a ramen shop, having heard Mei Terumi rave about it. He was not in a hurry to witness the Akatsuki's attack. A bowl of ramen would not take long. He ordered a bowl of seafood ramen, wanting to enjoy it before Pain and the others caused chaos. The owner quickly prepared a steaming bowl, and the aroma made Shin's mouth water. After just one bite, he understood Mei Terumi's enthusiasm. It was delicious. However, just as he took his second bite, an explosion rocked the village. Pain and the others had begun their assault, and the sound seemed to come from the Mizukage Tower. Shin, grabbing his bowl of ramen, vanished in haste, forgetting to pay. He arrived at the Mizukage Tower, or rather, where the Mizukage Tower used to stand. It was now a pile of rubble, thanks to the Deva Path's almighty push. The animal path summons were rampaging through the village, and chaos reigned in Kirigakure. Yagura, wielding his strange hooked staff, confronted the 6 paths of Pain with shock and anger, demanding to know who they were. The Deva Path lunged, moving a black receiver rod at Yagura. Sensing the danger, Yagura dodged and swung his staff, but the repulsive force of almighty push sent him flying. He crashed to the ground, rolling before coming to a stop. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he stared at the Deva Path warily. If not for the Three Tails chakra cloak, he would have been severely injured. His battle instincts were sharp, and he questioned whether the attack was some sort of Kekkei Genkai, as he did not recognize the Rinnegan. Few in the world knew what it looked like, and only those who studied ancient texts would recognize the dojutsu. Orochimaru, Sasori, and Kuzu arrived on the scene. Orochimaru, seeing the Deva Path easily suppressing Yagura, felt a flicker of greed but quickly suppressed it. Pain ordered his companions to hold back the other Kiri ninja. While he could level the entire village with a super almighty push that would consume Nagato's life force, and annihilating Kirigakure was not his objective. He only needed to kill Yagura. Sasori released his puppets, finding this large-scale battle perfectly suited to him. Orochimaru summoned a swarm of snakes, even more numerous than Sasori's puppets, while Kakazu unleashed his Earth Grudge Fear. Shin watched the battle unfold while enjoying his ramen. The Akatsuki, though not yet at its full strength, was already a formidable force. Orochimaru, Sasori, and Kazu were all Kage-level powerhouses, and their combined strength was enough to create a significant disturbance in Kirigakure while allowing them to retreat unscathed. Observing the situation, Shin noted that Kirigakure seemed weak. Yagura appeared to be the only Kage-level shinobi left in the village. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were only elite Jonin level. While they had some strength, they posed no threat to Orochimaru, Sasori, or Kazu. Yagura was being overwhelmed by pain, and if not for the Three Tails chakra, he would have already been defeated. Desperate, Yagura roared for the Three Tails strength and transformed into the beast. Few Jinchuriki could achieve full-tailed beast mode, but in this state, Yagura's power far surpassed that of the Three Tails alone. Retaining his consciousness allowed him to control the Three Tails' power more effectively than letting the beast act on its own. A Jinchuriki in perfect sync with their tailed beast was far stronger than the tailed beast alone. Yagura declared himself the Mizukage, stating that protecting the village was his duty. The Three Tails opened its maw, charging a tailed beast bomb. Every tailed beast, even the one tail with its limited chakra, could use the tailed beast bomb. The Deva Path did not flinch as the bomb hurtled toward him. The Preta Path stepped forward, ready to counter the attack. The tailed beast bomb was absorbed, and Shin raised an eyebrow, impressed by the capability of Nagato's 6 paths of pain. While he found it decent, he did not consider it extraordinary. However, Yagura was left in shock at the turn of events. He was running out of options. The Deva Path unleashed a powerful repulsive force, far stronger than before, sending the Three Tails crashing into the earth. The Preta Path rushed forward, using its chakra absorption ability to drain the Three Tails' energy. Even a tailed beast's vast chakra couldn't withstand the Preta Path's relentless absorption. The Three Tails quickly retreated into Yagura's body. Pain looked at the weakened Yagura, ready to deliver the final blow, but hesitated. He had heard that if a Jinchuriki was killed, the tailed beast would also die with them. If he killed Yagura, would the Three Tails also perish? The plan required the tailed beasts, and the Three Tails must not die. Shin appeared in front of Pain and calmly stated that it didn't matter if Yagura died, as the tailed beast could be revived, though it would take time. A tailed beast was essentially a mass of chakra, and as long as its chakra wasn't completely annihilated, it would eventually reform. However, whether it retained its memories was another matter. Despite Shin's words, Pain still hesitated because he didn't trust Shin. What if Shin was lying? Their plan to collect the tailed beasts and revive the 10 tails couldn't be jeopardized. Pain decided to extract the 3 tails from Yagura, which would also result in Yagura's death. Extracting a tailed beast was a death sentence for the Jinchuriki. The Deva Path personally took action and extracted the three tails from Yagura's body. The three tails, weakened by the Preta Path's chakra absorption, was severely diminished in size and fled in a hurry. Pain chose not to pursue it, as the Akatsuki's goal was to gather the tailed beasts, but the time was not right. He did not want to openly antagonize the 5 great villages, as the Akatsuki was not prepared for that kind of conflict. Looking at Yagura's lifeless body, Pain moved a black receiver rod into his heart to ensure he was truly dead. Shin commented on the lack of respect for the dead but realized he was in no position to judge, having taken the body of Kagaya Sora for research after his death. With the mission complete, Pain observed the increasing number of Kiri shinobi gathering in the distance and decided not to continue entangling with them. They had not come to annihilate Kirigakure. Killing the Mizukage was one thing, but destroying the entire village was another matter. Pain and the other paths quickly withdrew. Seeing Pain's retreat, Orochimaru, Sasori, and Ku followed suit, recognizing the futility of continuing the fight against Kirigakure's shinobi. Yagura's death did not cause much grief in Kirigakure, as he had not been a popular leader. His brutality had turned Kirigakure into the Bloody Mist village, making him many enemies. Although Yagura's actions had been a result of Obito's control, no one knew that. Yagura had taken the blame, and now, dead, he could not defend himself. Shin returned to the Land of Whirlpools, where the death of the Mizukage did not create a sensation in the shinobi world. The Land of Water was an overseas island country, relatively closed off, making it difficult for news to spread. Furthermore, Kirigakure did not want the news to circulate, as a Kage assassinated in their own village was a humiliating disgrace. Upon returning home, Shin found the house empty. Kushina, Tsunade, Mikoto, Konan, and Meitarumi were nowhere to be found. He wondered if they had gone to train, thinking that their diligence was good news. Stepping outside, he headed towards their usual training spot. Sure enough, they were all there. Konan and Meitarumi were training diligently, while Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade watched from the sidelines. It wasn't that Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade weren't working hard, they simply felt they had hit a ceiling in their strength and couldn't improve much further. They had reached the peak of Super Kage level, and the next step to 6 Paths level was incredibly difficult to achieve. Reflecting on the Naruto world, Shin realized how few had actually reached 6 Paths level through their own power. Most relied on some external boost or cheat. Kagaya Otsutsuki had the God Tree fruit, while others like 6 Paths Madara and 6 Paths Obito had become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto and Sasuke had received power directly from Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Even Shin himself had reached 6 Paths level with the help of his system, and without it, Kage level would likely have been his limit. Shin recognized that he was also a cheater in this world that ran on cheats. He pondered the difficulty of getting stronger without one, noting that characters without cheats became practically irrelevant in the later stages of Naruto. As he approached, Kushina turned her head and acknowledged his presence. She sensed him and noted his improvement. Shin ruffled her vibrant red hair, prompting her to complain about him messing it up. He then sat down between Kushina and Mikoto, casually putting an arm around each of them. Mikoto expressed her frustration, stating that they felt unable to grow stronger. They had maxed out their ninjutsu and Sharingan abilities, and their chakra felt like it had hit its limit. Shin suggested they could train their taijutsu, but Mikoto was resistant to the idea, fearing it would lead to her becoming a muscle-bound behemoth. Tsunade chimed in, asserting that her monstrous strength was sufficient, as being able to shatter a building with one punch was impressive. Their strengths did not lie solely in taijutsu. While Tsunade had relied heavily on medical ninjutsu and her monstrous strength, her most powerful technique now was wood release. Shin looked at Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade, contemplating how he could help them reach 6 Paths level, just as Hagoromo had granted power to Naruto and Sasuke. However, he was reluctant. Forcing their power might limit their future potential, making it harder for them to grow stronger on their own. That was why he had not granted them 6 Paths power directly. He believed that with their potential and his guidance, they might eventually reach 6 Paths level on their own. Shin contemplated whether he should directly grant others the power they sought. Meanwhile, Kushina noticed him lost in thought and playfully poked his cheek. After a couple of pokes, she found the sensation enjoyable and couldn't resist pinching it. Shin, exasperated, grabbed both of Kushina's cheeks, prompting her to mumble incoherently and struggle against his grip, even attempting to bite him. As she flailed, Shin questioned whether she ever tired of this playful banter. Kushina, feeling bullied, called out for Mikoto, asking for help against Shin's growing confidence. Mikoto, however, watched with amusement, refusing to get involved. She knew better than to challenge Shin alone, recognizing her limits. Shin, undeterred, lifted Kushina effortlessly, and in an instant, they vanished, leaving Mikoto and Tsunade behind. Tsunade turned to Mikoto, wondering what would happen to Kushina. Mikoto speculated that Kushina would likely be too weak to move for a few days, which left Tsunade speechless. Although she knew Kushina would recover quickly, the thought of her weakness made Tsunade's face flush slightly. Mikoto teased Tsunade about her blush, suggesting that she might want to join them, but Tsunade playfully glared at her, attempting to grab her. Mikoto, anticipating the move, used the body flicker technique to evade her. At that moment, Konan and Meitarumi finished their training and approached. Konan, curious about Shin and Kushina's whereabouts, noted that she had seen Shin return earlier. Tsunade, with a mischievous smile, suggested that Konan check on them, which made Konan wary. She had been tricked by Tsunade before and recognized that expression as a sign of trouble. Later, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Konan returned home, but Shin and Kushina were absent from the living room, as expected. Meitarumi inquired if Shin had gone out with Kushina, and Tsunade suggested she listen at his door. As Mei approached, she could faintly hear certain sounds, causing her face to turn bright red. Stammering indignantly, she realized it was still daytime, even though the sun had not fully set. Flustered, she quickly ran away. Konan, sensing the situation, decided against investigating further. Observing Mei's reaction, she cleverly guessed what was happening and suggested to Mikoto that they prepare dinner, her cheeks slightly pink. After Mikoto finished cooking, Shin finally emerged from the room, supporting a completely drained Kushina, who struggled to stand on her own. Tsunade and the others exchanged strange looks, making even the usually bold Kushina feel embarrassed. Although she had a straightforward personality, some situations were still uncomfortable for her. Kushina attempted to put on a fierce expression, glaring at her friends. Tsunade approached her with a playful smile, poking her cheek. Frustrated, Kushina declared that Tsunade was going too far and tried to bite her finger, but her weakened state made her movements slow and ineffective. Kushina vowed that once she recovered, she would make Tsunade pay for this humiliation. Tsunade, however, found amusement in the situation, teasing Kushina further and pinching her cheek. Kushina felt increasingly annoyed, recalling past instances when Tsunade had bullied her. Now that she was as strong as Tsunade, she refused to tolerate such treatment. Tsunade relished the opportunity to see Kushina angry, hoping to keep her from opposing her constantly. Kushina took a deep breath, realizing that getting angry would only please Tsunade more. She decided to appeal to Shin, pointing out that Tsunade was bullying her right in front of him. Tsunade's expression darkened at being called an old woman, and the immense chakra within her surged forth. Despite her immortality, women still cared about age, and Kushina felt a thrill at Tsunade's reaction, thinking it served her right for bullying her. Kushina provocatively challenged Tsunade, counting the years between them and wondering if 10 fingers would suffice. With a smile returning to her face, she felt emboldened. Shin intervened, reminding them to sit down and eat before Mei finished everything. Mei, pouting, muttered that she didn't have that kind of appetite, knowing that Mikoto and Konan had prepared plenty of food. Shin shot Mei a glare, and though she shot him a resentful look, she remained silent, accustomed to being bullied. Tsunade huffed lightly at Kushina, suggesting she would let her off this time. Kushina, however, remained defiant, refusing to back down. Tsunade had earlier pinched Kushina's cheek, which sparked a competitive spirit in Kushina. Determined not to lose, she resolved to find an opportunity to pinch Tsunade back. As the atmosphere settled, Shin urged Kushina to sit down, gently poking her puffed-out cheek before guiding her to a chair. With a playful expression, Kushina requested Shin to feed her, opening her mouth expectantly. Shin, feeling exasperated, questioned whether she could eat by herself, to which Kushina admitted that she couldn't. Kushina struggled to hold her chopsticks, her hands trembling as she attempted to pick up food. Mikoto, observing her plight, felt a wave of sympathy and patted Kushina's shoulder, expressing her understanding of Kushina's difficulties. Relenting, Shin decided to feed Kushina, lifting food to her lips. She ate happily, casting a teasing glance at Tsunade, who sat across from her. Tsunade, gritting her teeth, felt a surge of irritation. It was clear to her that Kushina was not truly incapable of eating. She was pretending to be helpless just to receive attention from Shin. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the sight of Kushina's blissful expression, which made her own meal seem less appetizing. The atmosphere at the table shifted as Mikoto, Konan, and Meitarumi also felt their appetites wane, all affected by Kushina's display. Unbeknownst to Kushina, she had unwittingly unleashed a wave of envy among her friends, which would have made her even more pleased had she been aware of it. Shin, noticing Kushina's obliviousness to the tension in the room, felt exasperated. He pointed out that Tsunade and Mikoto seemed ready to confront her, yet Kushina remained blissfully unaware of the underlying hostility. When she finally glanced at Tsunade, who was indeed visibly upset, she still failed to recognize the subtle cues from her friends. Mikoto's gentle smile further confused her. How could she possibly want to hurt her best friend? Once Shin highlighted the situation, Kushina's smugness faded, and she quietly enjoyed being fed. Tsunade, unable to bear the public display of affection any longer, abruptly pushed her plate away, declaring herself full. Mikoto, Konan, and Meitarumi quickly followed suit, leaving only Shin and Kushina at the table. Kushina, puzzled by the sudden loss of appetite among her friends, continued to eat, unaware of the impact her actions had on them. After finishing their meal, Shin suggested they return to their room, wrapping his arm around Kushina to help her up. Kushina's heart sank at the thought of moving again, feeling overwhelmed and reluctant to endure more discomfort. However, Shin reassured her that they were simply going to rest. With a flick to her forehead, he scooped her up in a princess carry, and as he carried her, Kushina felt a warm smile spread across her face. The security of being in his arms made her wish this moment could last forever. While Shin enjoyed a peaceful life, the shinobi world was far from tranquil. The aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War had not brought the expected peace. The Ninetales' attack on Konoha had shattered the calm, plunging the world back into chaos. Kumogakure, seizing the opportunity to exploit Konoha's vulnerability, declared war. In contrast, Sunagakure and Iwagakure remained cautious, having suffered significant losses in the previous conflict and lacking the strength to challenge Konoha, even in its weakened state. Not long ago, the fourth Reikage had been critically injured by Shin and had only survived through considerable effort and resources. Kumogakure had also lost its ultimate weapon, the Eight Tails. While Killer Bee survived, he was left with only a fragment of the Eight Tails chakra. Logically, he should have sought peace with Konoha, but he was either bold or foolish. He suppressed news of his injuries, continuing the war against Konoha despite his weakened state. Believed he could never defeat Shin Uzumaki alone, so he shifted his focus to building Kumogakure's strength. He planned to use the entire village's power for revenge, a strategy that was naive and unrealistic. The idea that sheer numbers could overwhelm Shin was misguided. Historical figures like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju had proven that a single powerful technique could annihilate an army. A single Tengai Shinsei could wipe out countless opponents, and even without such devastating techniques, Shin's abilities far surpassed the average Kage-level shinobi. Unaware of the futility of his plans, he continued to pursue war against Konoha, driven by the need for resources to strengthen Kumogakure. He saw Konoha as a target, especially with the fourth Hokage deceased, making them vulnerable. Meanwhile, news of the fifth Mizukage's assassination spread rapidly throughout the shinobi world, casting Kirigakure into disrepute. Despite attempts to suppress the information, such a significant event could not be contained. Other villages mocked Kirigakure, which had lost its fifth Mizukage to assassination within its own borders, further branding it as weak. The village had already faced ridicule when Shin killed the third Mizukage, and the mysterious death of the fourth Mizukage only added to their humiliation. Now, with the fifth Mizukage dead, rumors of a curse spread, suggesting that anyone who took on the role of Mizukage was doomed to a short life. Kirigakure faced challenges in selecting a successor. A Kage needed strength to command respect and suppress dissent, but the village lacked any Kage-level shinobi. Promoting an elite jonin or quasi-Kage would likely lead to further internal conflict. Thus, Kirigakure entered an era without a Mizukage, struggling to regain its former strength and reputation. If a suitable leader was not found soon, the risk of demotion from the 5 great villages loomed large. 3 years passed swiftly. During this time, Shin primarily resided in the Land of Whirlpools, hidden on an island far from the mainland shinobi world. Despite his isolation, he remained well-informed about events across the continent. His third Reikage puppet served as his eyes and ears, supplemented by intelligence from White Zetsu, allowing him to grasp both major and minor happenings. However, today marked a significant change. Shin had to leave the Land of Whirlpools. After years of silence, the system had finally issued a mission, requiring him to travel to Konoha. Over these 3 years, the system had granted him 3 additional replication cards, all of them common. In total, he now possessed 10 common replication cards, 4 advanced replication cards, and 1 divine replication card. Shin decided to synthesize the cards. The 10 common cards fused into 2 advanced cards. Then, using 5 advanced cards, his existing 4 plus 1 newly fused, he created another divine card. Now, he held 2 divine replication cards and 1 remaining advanced replication card. He had chosen to fuse the cards because the common cards had become practically useless to him. While the advanced cards still had some utility, the divine replication cards, capable of copying anything, were the most valuable. Yet, he currently had no immediate target for his powerful cards, so he decided to hold on to them. His ultimate goal was to find the Sage of 6 Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and copy his power, or perhaps wait until Kaguya Otsutsuki was revived to copy all her abilities. He believed that copying their powers would significantly enhance his strength beyond the standard 6 Paths level, though he could not be certain of the extent without trying. With remarkable speed, Shin arrived in Konoha shortly after departing from the Land of Whirlpools. He quickly gathered intelligence and learned that the envoys from Kumogakure had not yet arrived. The mission from the system involved Kumogakure, with the objective being to intercept their envoys and abduct Hinata Hyuga, a classic case of stealing from thieves. The conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure had recently subsided. The fourth Reikage had initially planned to exploit Konoha's weakened state following the Ninetales incident. However, even in a weakened condition, Konoha proved to be a challenging target. Kumogakure failed to gain any significant advantage and could not afford a prolonged war. Consequently, they sent envoys to negotiate peace. This, however, was merely a pretext. Their true goal was to acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Kumogakure delegation intended to use the peace talks as a cover to kidnap a member of the Hyuga main family, specifically targeting Hinata Hyuga. In the original timeline, their attempt had failed when Hayashi Hyuga intervened, killing the lead Kumogakure envoy in the process. Despite being clearly in the wrong, Kumogakure shamelessly demanded that Konoha hand over the murderer. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeking to avoid further conflict, made the humiliating decision to sacrifice Hisashi Hyuga, Hayashi's twin brother, in his place. Hisashi's death fueled his son Niji Hyuga's deep-seated hatred for the main family. This time, however, Shin planned to interfere, contemplating how his actions might alter the course of events. As he wandered through Konoha, a loud, energetic shout caught his attention. A figure resembling a kappa, with a bowl haircut and a green jumpsuit, approached him. Shin recognized the man instantly. It was Might Guy, Kakashi's other close friend. Kakashi, looking weary, encountered Guy right after returning from a mission, feeling somewhat unlucky. He cast a cold glance at Guy and walked away without a word, still grappling with the trauma of Obito and Rin's deaths. Shin observed Might Guy with interest, particularly in his 8 inner gates technique. The ability to open all 8 gates allowed Guy to utilize Night Guy, a technique powerful enough to nearly defeat Six Paths Madara. Shin mused about whether his body could handle opening all 8 gates without injury, though he was uncertain of the specifics. Might Guy approached Shin, curious about the newcomer. He noted that redheads were rare in Konoha, and if Shin were a local, he felt he should have heard of him. When Shin revealed that he was not from Konoha and then vanished, Guy was startled. Recognizing that he was not an ordinary person, Guy's expression turned serious. He resolved to report this unusual ninja to the Hokage. Unbeknownst to Shin, Guy was indeed reporting him to Hiruzen. Shin had not bothered to hide his arrival, strolling openly into the village. With his current strength, he felt no need to sneak around. He doubted Hiruzen would dare confront him, and if he did, Shin would not mind giving him a wake-up call. As he walked through Konoha's streets, he reflected on Kushina and wondered if she and the others would be upset that he had left without them. He sighed, thinking that if she was angry, he would have to comfort her properly upon his return. It had been years since his last visit, and he noted that the village seemed even more prosperous than before. Konoha, situated in the most fertile region, had advantages that other villages lacked. The Ninetales incident had caused significant damage, but Konoha had recovered remarkably quickly, thriving even more than before. Shin was impressed, recognizing that the financial support from the Land of Fire daimyo must have played a significant role in this swift recovery. After 2 days in Konoha, the Kumogakure envoy delegation finally arrived. The entire village greeted them with elaborate ceremony, a spectacle that Shin found utterly nauseating. Treating enemies like honored guests and having the Hokage himself come out to welcome them was beyond his comprehension. Shin observed Hiruzen Sarutobi greeting the Kumo envoys on the street, shaking his head at the scene. The Kumo delegation, initially cautious, quickly grew arrogant upon witnessing Hiruzen's deference and the importance Konoha placed on their visit. The lead envoy wore a haughty expression, clearly sensing that Konoha desired peace more than they did, which gave Kumo the upper hand. Any initial nervousness they felt about being in Konoha vanished, replaced by a smug confidence. As Shin turned to leave, he heard a small, childlike yelp. Looking down, he saw a little girl with short, lavender hair sprawled on the ground, rubbing her head after bumping into him. Recognizing her distinctive white eyes, he realized it was Hinata Hyuga. Surprised to encounter her, he reached down to help her up, playfully admonishing her to watch where she was going, as he almost thought she was trying to scam him. He gently patted her head, trying to lighten the mood. Hinata, filled with fear and confusion, apologized repeatedly, her eyes welling with tears. Shin felt a pang of sympathy for her. He hadn't intended to frighten her, he simply didn't understand why she seemed so timid. Noticing the strange looks from passers-by, he felt awkward, as if they perceived him as a bully. Deciding to alleviate the situation, he scooped Hinata up and vanished from the street. When they reappeared on the rooftop of a tall building, he set her down and watched her quiet sobs with growing exasperation. He urged her to stop crying, insisting he hadn't bullied her. Hinata, startled, looked at him with wide, fearful eyes, glancing around nervously. Shin recognized her natural timidity but was taken aback by the depth of her insecurity, likely stemming from her father's harsh parenting style. Hayashi Hyuga was known for being overly strict, and despite being a clan heiress, Hinata clearly lacked self-assurance. Shin sat down on the roof, remaining silent while Hinata stood hesitantly, not daring to speak. Eventually he asked if she wasn't going to inquire about his identity. She bowed again, apologizing, which only frustrated him further. He reassured her that she didn't need to apologize as he wasn't blaming her. Seeing her fragile state stirred his sympathy, and he decided to take her home. Taking her hand, he leaped off the rooftop. Terrified, Hinata clung to him tightly, squeezing her eyes shut, convinced she was about to meet her end. He comforted her, gently patting her head until she opened her eyes. He encouraged her not to be so timid, explaining that such behavior wouldn't help her become a proper shinobi. He sensed that she possessed inner strength, but her current demeanor was unsuitable for the shinobi life. Hinata confessed that her father often told her she wasn't cut out to be a shinobi, which only deepened Shin's resolve to help her. He believed her early weakness stemmed from a lack of confidence rather than a lack of talent. After all, she was known as the Byokugan princess. He reassured her that at her young age, she hadn't even begun training, so her father's judgment was premature. He decided to take her home and mentioned needing to speak with her father about something. As they approached the Hyuga compound, Hinata grew anxious, protesting that Shin was her father's classmate. One of the Hyuga clansmen, skeptical of Shin's claim, interrupted them with hostility. They refused to believe that he could be a classmate of the clan head. Frustrated with their lack of understanding, Shin swiftly dealt with the two clansmen blocking his path, sending them flying and creating large holes in the compound wall. Hinata, nervous about the commotion, looked up at Shin, who smiled down at her before leading her inside the Hyuga compound. Although it wasn't his first visit, the last time he had been here, Hayashi's father had been the clan head. The noise attracted more Hyuga clansmen, but Shin, uninterested in confrontation, used genjutsu to control them as he continued toward the heart of the compound where Hayashi resided. Hinata's anxiety grew as they neared her father's house, and Shin sighed inwardly, reflecting on Hayashi's poor parenting. When Hayashi emerged from his house, he was initially surprised to see Shin, but his expression quickly shifted to fury upon noticing Hinata beside him. He demanded that Shin release his daughter, clearly misunderstanding the situation. Shin, unimpressed, questioned Hayashi's judgment, which only fueled the latter's anger. Hayashi launched an attack, using his gentle fist technique, but Shin easily countered, sending Hayashi crashing through the wall of his house. After the dust settled, Hayashi struggled to his feet, spitting blood but regaining some composure. Realizing his impulsiveness, he acknowledged that he had assumed Shin was a threat. Shin pointed out the absurdity of the situation, noting that he had returned Hinata and hadn't even received a thank you. Hayashi, recognizing his mistake, bowed deeply in apology, realizing he had been rude. Though he wanted to inquire how Hinata had ended up with Shin, he held back, instead inviting Shin inside. Hinata, concerned for her father, softly asked if he was alright, causing Hayashi to stiffen at the sight of his daughter's worry. Hayashi struggled to maintain his composure, forcing a brave face for his daughter. He could not afford to lose face, especially not in front of Hinata. His pride would not allow it, even as he battled excruciating pain. He instructed Hinata to leave them, and she complied without hesitation. Once Hinata was gone, Hayashi coughed up blood, barely managing to swallow it back down. Shin, observing him, acknowledged his toughness with a thumbs up, noting that Hayashi was more resilient than he appeared and quite stubborn. Hayashi felt a rush of embarrassment. He was relieved that Hinata had not witnessed his struggle, as it would have been humiliating. Hayashi regained his composure and questioned Shin about the purpose of his visit to the Hyuga clan. He doubted that Shin had come merely to return his daughter. Shin, with a smile, confirmed that there was more to his visit, but warned that Hayashi might not like what he had to say. He expressed his belief that Hinata possessed great potential and that he intended to take her with him for training. Hayashi's expression shifted dramatically at the suggestion. The thought of letting Shin take his daughter was unacceptable. He firmly rejected the idea, refusing without hesitation. Shin urged him not to be so quick to dismiss the proposal, arguing that under his guidance, Hinata could reach her full potential. He implied that remaining under Hayashi's tutelage might hinder her talent. Hayashi's face darkened at Shin's words, which felt like a direct insult to his teaching abilities. He acknowledged Shin's strength, recognizing that he was likely unmatched in the shinobi world, but he maintained that Shin was not suitable to teach Hinata. The traditional gentle fist style was essential for her training, and Shin could not provide that. Shin, unfazed, questioned why he was deemed unsuitable. Hayashi pointed out that while Shin might be powerful, he could not teach the gentle fist. Shin interrupted, claiming to understand the technique and describing it as quite simple. He had studied the secret techniques of various clans, including the gentle fist, and his mastery of it surpassed Hayashi's. Hayashi felt a wave of frustration. He considered the Hyuga clan's reputation and their supposed prominence in Konoha, especially in light of the Uchiha clan's downfall. The Uchiha had produced numerous powerful shinobi, while the Hyuga struggled to match that strength. Hayashi could not fathom what the Hyuga had to be proud of, especially when they could not even produce a Kage-level shinobi. When Shin claimed to know the gentle fist, Hayashi frowned. The technique required the Byakugan to be effective, and without it, knowledge of the forms was meaningless. Shin, however, offered a challenge, suggesting they could test his knowledge. Hayashi's stern expression masked his inner turmoil. He was incredulous at the audacity of Shin's offer. Shin explained that he possessed an evolved form of the Byakugan, the Tensigan, which allowed him to learn the gentle fist. Hayashi was taken aback, recalling that he had heard of the Byakugan's potential for evolution. Shin affirmed that if the Sharingan could evolve, so could the Byakugan. Hayashi, intrigued yet skeptical, pressed for details about this evolution. Shin, however, withheld information, stating that evolving the Byakugan was extremely difficult and that Hayashi would not be able to achieve it. He hinted that the Hyuga might need something from the Otsutsuki clan to facilitate the evolution, but since Shin had eradicated that clan, the possibility seemed bleak. Frustration mounted within Hayashi as Shin tantalized him with the prospect of evolving Hinata's Byakugan, suggesting that if he trained her, she might achieve that evolution. Despite the allure of such potential, Hayashi remained undecided, grappling with the implications of entrusting his daughter to Shin. Ultimately, Shin declared that he would take Hinata with him regardless of Hayashi's decision, as she was integral to his mission. Hayashi glared at Shin, anger boiling beneath the surface as he faced the reality of the situation. This situation felt akin to a robbery. If it had been anyone other than Shin Uzumaki, Hayashi would have fought back. However, the strength of Shin made resistance unwise. Hayashi felt a surge of anger at the audacity of Shin's request to stay at the Hyuga compound, but he knew better than to act on it. The memory of the first punch he had received from Shin lingered painfully in his mind, and he had no longing to experience such brutality again. Resigned, Hayashi instructed his clansmen to prepare accommodations for Shin, all the while pondering how to explain this unexpected arrangement to the third Hokage. The presence of Shin Uzumaki in the Hyuga compound would raise eyebrows, especially since he was treated like a missing nin, despite not being officially designated as one. Konoha had opted not to provoke him, and now Hayashi feared that without a clear explanation to Hiruzen, suspicion would arise. He was determined not to be ostracized like the Uchiha clan, who had been pushed to the outskirts of the village. 2 days passed, and Shin settled into the Hyuga compound, spending much of his time teasing Hinata, whom he had grown quite fond of. One evening, while sitting by the courtyard pond and feeding the fish, he noticed the tranquility of the moment. Hinata mentioned that Hayashi had raised the fish, which surprised Shin, as he had not pegged Hayashi for such a hobby. Suddenly, Shin sensed an uninvited presence. The leader of the Kumo envoy had chosen that night to make his move, aiming to kidnap Hinata, who appeared vulnerable. However, Shin's presence posed a significant obstacle for the Kumo leader. The man, hidden in the shadows, realized that his plan had become increasingly complicated upon spotting Shin beside Hinata. He needed to eliminate Shin quietly, without alerting the Hyuga clan, but he was aware that confronting the entire clan was not a feasible option. As the Kumo leader approached, Shin observed with amusement the man's clumsy attempt at stealth. The Kumo shinobi skills were amateurish, and Shin found it easy to see through his disguise. When the Kumo leader realized he had been discovered, he stepped out of the shadows, revealing himself. Shin noted the man's lack of subtlety. He wore no mask and displayed his forehead protector prominently, as if he wanted everyone to know he was from Kumogakure. Hinata, feeling nervous, hid behind Shin, peeking at the Kumo leader with fear. Shin reassured her, indicating that the Kumo shinobi was merely a minor threat. He expressed confidence that even the fourth Raikage would bow before him. The Kumo leader, enraged by Shin's dismissive attitude, drew his sword, radiating a chilling intent. His pride in his skills as a Kumo shinobi was wounded, and he felt compelled to retaliate against Shin's arrogance. However, Shin remained unfazed, knowing that the Kumo leader's bravado would not save him. With swift precision, Shin executed a technique that struck the Kumo leader's chakra points, delivering a fatal blow. He shielded Hinata from the gruesome aftermath, ensuring she would not witness the horrific scene. The Kumo leader's body twisted grotesquely, rendering him unrecognizable. Shin had controlled his strength to avoid turning the man into a bloody mist, which he considered a small mercy. Afterward, Shin took Hinata's hand and used the body flicker technique to appear before Hayashi, who was preoccupied with clan matters. Hayashi, burdened by his responsibilities as the clan head, felt a headache coming on at the sight of Shin, wishing he would simply leave. Shin approached Hayashi with a request to handle a small matter concerning the Kumo delegation. Hayashi, puzzled yet wary, nodded, having kept an eye on the Kumo leader due to the significance of the delegation's visit. However, he sensed that something was amiss. Anticipating Hayashi's reaction, Shin warned him not to overreact. This only heightened Hayashi's apprehension. Shin then revealed that he had killed the Kumo leader moments ago in the courtyard, and the body remained there, needing attention before it began to smell. Hayashi's calm demeanor shattered, and he stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. The weight of the situation pressed down on him as he realized the implications of Shin's actions within the Hyuga compound. While he had not committed the act himself, the consequences would fall squarely on his shoulders. The Hyuga clan found themselves in a precarious situation, one that Hayashi knew would lead to trouble. The arrival of the Kumo delegation leader at the Hyuga compound had escalated into a significant crisis, and Hayashi was deeply concerned about how to navigate this predicament and extricate his clan from any blame. Shin observed Hayashi's distressed expression, which conveyed a sense of loss. He felt a mix of emotions, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He acknowledged that he had killed the Kumo delegation leader and questioned whether the third Hokage would demand an explanation from him. He pointed out that the real issue at hand was why the Kumo delegation leader had come to the Hyuga compound in the first place. Hayashi, momentarily taken aback, realized the importance of this question. Shin explained that the Kumo delegation leader had intended to kidnap Hinata, but fate had intervened when they crossed paths, resulting in the leader's demise. Hayashi's anger flared upon hearing this revelation. The audacity of Kumogakure to infiltrate the Hyuga compound for such a nefarious purpose was infuriating. They clearly underestimated the Hyuga clan. Shin, observing Hayashi's shifting emotions, noted that Kumo viewed the Hyuga as an easier target compared to the Uchiha. He remarked on the disparity in power between the two clans, emphasizing that the Uchiha were far superior. Hayashi, defensive of his clan's honor, felt compelled to argue but ultimately suppressed his anger, recognizing the futility of such a confrontation. In a moment of unexpected gratitude, Hayashi declared that the Hyuga clan would take responsibility for the incident, acknowledging Shin's role in saving Hinata. He resolved to inform the third Hokage that he had killed the Kumo delegation leader, believing that their clan's standing would mitigate any severe repercussions. Hayashi felt confident that Kumo was at fault and saw this as a way to repay his debt to Shin, whom he did not wish to owe anything. Shin, slightly amused by Hayashi's integrity, took Hinata's hand and left the compound. He had intended to assist Hayashi but respected his decision to handle the situation alone. Shin was curious to see how Hayashi would fare in the aftermath of this incident, anticipating that the clan leader might eventually regret his choice. Meanwhile, Hayashi examined the mangled body of the Kumo delegation leader, a wave of fear washing over him as he contemplated the consequences of angering Shin Uzumaki. He instructed his clan members to take the body and proceeded to the Hokage Tower, where Hiruzen was still working late into the night. Upon entering, Hayashi reported the incident to Hiruzen, gesturing to his clansmen who brought forth the body. Hiruzen's expression shifted from confusion to grave concern as he recognized the identity of the deceased. The brutal condition of the body suggested that this was no mere accident, raising alarms about the implications for peace negotiations with Kumogakure. Hayashi remained silent, trusting Hiruzen to make the right decisions to protect the village. He expressed his expectation that Kumogakure would provide an explanation for their actions before taking his leave. Left alone with the body, Hiruzen ordered a hidden Umbu agent to summon the remaining members of the Kumo delegation. He was furious that Kumo had dared to cause such trouble in Konoha. As the Kumo shinobi entered the Hokage's office, they immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The sight of their leader's corpse confirmed their worst fears. Their plan had been exposed, and they understood the consequences of their actions. Hiruzen, with his commanding presence, demanded an explanation from the Kumo shinobi, who now faced the reality of their predicament. The tension in the room was palpable as they braced themselves for the repercussions of their failed mission. One of the Kumo shinobi confronted Hiruzen Sarutobi with a sneer, demanding an explanation for the death of their captain in Konoha. The accusation was sharp and filled with hostility, suggesting that Hiruzen was provoking a war with Kumogakure. Hiruzen felt a surge of anger at the twisting of the truth. He knew the reality. The Kumo captain had broken into the Hyuga compound with the intent to kidnap the clan head's daughter and had been killed by the clan head in self-defense. Hiruzen slammed his fist on the desk, expressing his frustration at the blatant denial of facts. The Kumo shinobi dismissed Hiruzen's defense, insisting that he was responsible for their captain's death and threatening war if the murderer was not handed over. Hiruzen's expression turned grave. He could not believe that he was being threatened by a handful of Kumo shinobi. He stated firmly that handing over the Hyuga clan head was impossible and proposed to represent him in the matter, hoping to put an end to the escalating tensions. The Kumo shinobi's eyes lit up at Hiruzen's compromise, sensing that the third Hokage was not eager for war. However, they quickly reiterated their demand for the captain's murderer, escalating their threats. Just as Hiruzen was about to lose his temper, Danzo entered the room, agreeing to the Kumo shinobi's terms without hesitation. Hiruzen was taken aback by Danzo's cold acceptance of the situation. Danzo proposed that a peace treaty be signed immediately, ensuring that no war would break out. The Kumo shinobi agreed to the terms, recognizing that they did not want to continue hostilities. They left after further discussions, leaving Hiruzen seething with anger at Danzo's actions. He confronted Danzo, questioning whether he intended to sacrifice a member of the Hyuga clan for the sake of peace. Danzo retorted that Hiruzen should have voiced his objections earlier instead of remaining silent during the negotiations. Hiruzen's lack of protest had implied his tacit approval of the situation, and now he was left feeling hypocritical for his complaints. As Danzo departed, Hiruzen sat alone in the Hokage office, grappling with the weight of his decisions. He felt a flicker of guilt as he thought of Hayashi, the Hyuga clan head, and the sacrifice that would be demanded of him for the sake of Konoha's peace. Hiruzen knew that the village could not withstand another conflict, and he regretted the path that had led them here. The following morning, Hayashi Hyuga was summoned to the Hokage office, eager for an explanation. Instead, he was met with Hiruzen's demand for him to endure hardship for the village's sake. Hiruzen placed a hand on Hayashi's shoulder, delivering the grim verdict that he would have to sacrifice himself to prevent war. Hayashi felt a mix of emotions but ultimately remained silent, unable to express his anger or frustration. He left the office with a blank expression, concealing the turmoil within. As he walked away, Shin Uzumaki observed him with a smirk, noting Hayashi's regret for not taking responsibility for the incident. Hayashi had refrained from revealing that Shin was the one who had killed the Kumo delegation leader, and he wondered how Shin had learned about the meeting in the Hokage's office. Despite his internal conflict, Hayashi returned to the Hyuga compound, feeling defeated. Meanwhile, Shin was plotting to stir things up in the shinobi world. He had grown bored with the current state of affairs and wanted to create a major incident. He believed that the stagnant shinobi world needed a shake-up and was determined to make it more interesting. He took little Hinata for a walk, while Hayashi gathered the Hyuga elders to discuss the situation. During the meeting, one elder expressed outrage at Hiruzen's treatment of the Hyuga clan, emphasizing their loyalty and sacrifices for Konoha. The elders were adamant that they would not accept such humiliation. Another elder proposed that since Hayashi and Hizashi were identical twins, Hizashi could take Hayashi's place in the sacrifice. The idea sparked excitement among the elders, as it would save the clan head and preserve the Hyuga clan's honor while preventing the Byakugan from falling into enemy hands. Hayashi's expression darkened further as he listened to the elders. Although they had devised a plan to spare his life, he felt no joy. Memories of his childhood bond with Hizashi flooded his mind, and he could not bear the thought of his brother dying in his place. Just then, Shin returned with Hinata and approached Hayashi, who was visibly upset. Shin inquired about the elder's plan and offered Hayashi an opportunity, sensing his despair. Hayashi was taken aback by Shin's knowledge of the situation. Despite his instinctual distrust of Shin's intentions, his longing to save Hizashi overshadowed his suspicions. He asked what the opportunity was, hoping that Shin could truly help him save his brother. Shin countered by asking Hayashi about his thoughts on Konoha's treatment of the Hyuga clan, which only deepened Hayashi's disappointment in Hiruzen's decisions. The Hyuga clan had fought valiantly for Konoha during the war, yet now they found themselves betrayed without hesitation. This marked the first time the clan had endured such humiliation, and Hayashi, the clan head, was understandably upset. He realized that to Konoha, the Hyuga clan was merely an expendable pawn, used as a bargaining chip for peace. The thought of living under such oppression forever was unbearable. Shin, a young man with a rebellious spirit, confronted Hayashi, urging him to consider rebellion. He pointed out that the Hyuga clan once stood alongside the Senju and Uchiha as great clans during the Warring States PRD, but now they lacked the courage to fight back. His words struck a nerve with Hayashi, igniting a fury within him. Although Shin's provocative remarks had planted the seed of rebellion in Hayashi's mind, he quickly suppressed it, knowing that a rebellion would lead to the clan's annihilation. Konoha would never allow them to escape unscathed. Seeing Hayashi's hesitation, Shin intensified his argument, criticizing the clan for their submissiveness. Hayashi, unable to contain his anger any longer, stood up and glared at Shin. The tension in the air was palpable as veins bulged on Hayashi's forehead, his Byakugan activating in his rage. Shin taunted him further, suggesting that if Hayashi chose to rebel he might be able to assist him. After Shin departed, Hayashi was left alone to contemplate his situation. The longer he endured the humiliation, the angrier he became. He felt as though he was losing more and more with each passing moment. Finally, after much deliberation, fueled by simmering anger and Shin's words, Hayashi resolved to rebel. He declared to himself that he would no longer accept the status quo. Hayashi's decision was largely influenced by Shin's offer of help. He understood that if Shin betrayed him, the Hyuga clan would be doomed. Yet, he chose to trust Shin Uzumaki, placing the fate of his entire clan in his hands. It was a reckless gamble he never imagined himself taking. When Shin returned with a smile, he recognized that Hayashi had made up his mind. The prospect of a clan-wide defection from the Hyuga clan could have significant repercussions in the shinobi world. If they failed, they would be branded traitors, their shame etched in history. However, if they succeeded, the consequences would be monumental. Hayashi expressed his hope that Shin would not betray his trust, and Shin reassured him of his loyalty. Hayashi, however, had no intention of leading a violent rebellion against Konoha. He simply wanted to lead his clan away from the cold, heartless village. With determination, Hayashi convened a secret meeting with the Hyuga elders. When he revealed his intention to defect from Konoha, his brother Hizashi was taken aback. Hayashi stood firm, asserting that Konoha had betrayed them first. The great elder cautioned him about the potential consequences of such a decision, but Hayashi was resolute. He believed that the Hyuga clan would rather die standing than live on their knees. Despite the rift between the main and branch families, Hayashi could not bear the thought of sacrificing his own brother. The great elder, recognizing the depth of Hayashi's conviction, chose not to obstruct his decision. He understood the humiliation they faced and felt that dignity was sometimes more important than life itself. Hayashi reassured the elders that he had a plan and revealed Shin's involvement, hoping to alleviate their concerns. After the meeting, Hizashi lingered, expressing his mixed emotions about Hayashi's drastic decision. Hayashi acknowledged that he too found the choice to defect to be extreme, but he felt they had no other option. Remaining in Konoha meant being treated as expendable pawns. Hizashi remained silent, understanding that if Hayashi had not made this choice, he might have been the one sacrificed. Despite his reluctance, he felt a surge of emotion, realizing that Hayashi's decision was, in part, to protect him. Hayashi instructed Hizashi to make the necessary preparations and decided to speak with Shin Uzumaki again, hoping for guidance on their next steps. He found Shin by a pond, where little Hinata was anxiously clutching his hand. Hayashi noticed several dead fish floating in the water, a sight that saddened him. He had always loved his fish. As he approached, he contemplated the challenges ahead, knowing that the path he had chosen would not be easy, but it was one he believed was necessary for the future of the Hyuga clan. Normally, he would have been furious, but at that moment he couldn't care less about the fish. Hayashi approached Shin directly, requesting his assistance. He needed to ensure the safety of the women, children, and elderly of the Hyuga clan by getting them out of Konoha. Shin agreed without hesitation, confident in his ability to help. Hayashi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he made arrangements. He was not concerned about how Shin would accomplish this, only that he could. Meanwhile, Hinata, curious and worried, tugged at Shin's clothes, seeking reassurance about her father. Shin gently reminded her that such matters were for adults, though Hinata did not fully understand. Hayashi acted swiftly, gathering the clan's women, children, and elderly, over 100 people, and bringing them to Shin. The flicker of his abilities, Shin transported them all into the Kamui dimension, a spacious realm where they would be safe. They had provisions sufficient for a month, though they would not need to stay that long. Hayashi entered the Kamui dimension himself to check on everyone, and upon seeing them settled, he finally felt at ease. He solemnly requested Shin to take care of Hinata, who was dear to him. Shin reassured Hayashi that he would not abandon them and would help if trouble arose. With his mind set, Hayashi left the courtyard and headed toward the Hyuga training grounds. The training ground was expansive, and all the Hyuga clan shinobi had gathered there, already aware of Hayashi's decision through Hizashi's earlier communication. They were defecting from Konoha. As members of the branch family, they had no choice but to follow the main family's lead, even if it led to ruin. Hayashi informed them that their loved ones had been moved to safety and that they were leaving Konoha. He took out his forehead protector and marked it with a kunai, a symbolic gesture of their defection. The other Hyuga ninja hesitated for a moment but then followed suit, marking their headbands with the symbol of missing nin. Hayashi urged them to move without wasting words. The clan members understood the reason for their defection. Though they were reluctant to leave Konoha, they supported their clan head. They had been wronged and were unwilling to bear the consequences any longer. Stepping out of the Hyuga compound gates marked their complete defection, leaving no room for retreat. Hayashi was uncertain about the future but was resolute in his decision to leave Konoha and escape further humiliation. The large-scale movement of the Hyuga clan naturally drew the attention of the Umbu, who had been monitoring them closely. An Umbu agent quickly reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was handling village affairs. Upon receiving the alarming news, Hiruzen rushed out of the Hokage office. He had been aware that his handling of the situation had angered the Hyuga clan and had planned to appease them later. However, the report that the entire Hyuga clan had turned into missing nin shocked him. Abandoning all other matters, Hiruzen personally set out to intercept the Hyuga, ordering the Umbu to mobilize. Stopping the Hyuga clan was imperative. As the Hyuga clan was on the verge of leaving Konoha, Hiruzen, leading a squad of Umbu, finally intercepted them. He confronted Hayashi, demanding to know the meaning of their actions. Hayashi calmly declared that the Hyuga clan was severing all ties with Konoha. Hiruzen, pained by the situation, questioned why they would take such drastic action. Hayashi pointed out the hypocrisy of Konoha's leadership, highlighting that they were willing to sacrifice him while expecting the Hyuga clan to bear the consequences of the conflict with Kumogakure. Hayashi's sharp words left Hiruzen momentarily speechless. Observing from a distance, Shin felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the outcome he had hoped for. He had sent Hinata away to ensure her safety, allowing him to witness the unfolding drama. If his only goal had been the defection of the Hyuga, he could have easily teleported them all away. However, he sought more than that. He wanted to see the clash between the defecting Hyuga and Konoha. In this unfolding narrative, Konoha and the Hyuga were the main actors, with Shin as an eager observer. As Hiruzen pleaded with Hayashi, emphasizing the horrors of war and the need for peace, Hayashi remained resolute. He firmly stated that Konoha and the Hyuga clan were no longer connected. The fear of suffering the same fate as the Senju clan, who had also vanished, fueled Hayashi's determination to leave. Hiruzen, realizing that further words would be futile, sighed deeply and acknowledged Hayashi's resolve. He understood that if the Hyuga insisted on defecting, he would have no choice but to stop them. Hayashi reiterated that they only wished to leave peacefully and did not longing enmity with Konoha, but they would not be forced into a corner. With that, Hayashi activated his Byakugan and took a gentle fist stance, ready for whatever might come next. Behind Hiruzen, the other Hyuga ninja prepared for battle, their white eyes gleaming with determination. Hiruzen formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of intense flames toward the Hyuga clan. In response, Hayashi and Hizashi Hyuga combined their efforts, managing to block Hiruzen's powerful ninjutsu just in time. As Hiruzen attacked, the Umbu agents sprang into action, launching their assault on the Hyuga ninja. The Hyuga fought back fiercely, employing the gentle fist style, which effectively targeted chakra points and disabled several Umbu agents. A ninja unable to use chakra was rendered nearly powerless. However, the Hyuga lacked long-range attacks, and while the 8 trigrams, vacuum palm offered some distance, not all of them were skilled in the technique. Hiruzen had brought only a limited number of Umbu, and they struggled to contain the Hyuga's fierce resistance. Recognizing the dire situation, Hiruzen dispatched an Umbu agent to summon reinforcements from Konoha. Hayashi, focused on escaping rather than fighting, urged his clan to break through. He understood that retaliation could wait. They could not defeat Konoha's overwhelming force, which numbered in the tens of thousands. Hiruzen stood firm, determined to prevent the Hyuga from defecting, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. The stability and authority of Konoha were at stake. If the Hyuga successfully defected, it could inspire other clans, like the ostracized Uchiha clan, to follow suit. This possibility could not be allowed to materialize. Hizashi, feeling a deep sense of duty to his brother, insisted that Hayashi take the clan and escape while he held off their pursuers. However, Hayashi refused, knowing that Hizashi alone would not last long against Hiruzen and the Umbu. Even together, they were barely managing to hold back the Hokage. Observing the Hyuga's struggles, Shin watched from a distance, shaking his head at their predicament. Konoha's main forces had not yet arrived, yet the Hyuga were already pinned down by Hiruzen and a small contingent of Umbu. Anticipating that the arrival of reinforcements would spell disaster for the Hyuga, Shin decided to intervene. Activating his 9-tomo Rinnegan, Shin took control of Hayashi's body. Hayashi, initially unaware of what was happening, felt a surge of panic as he lost control. However, his body moved with newfound agility, effortlessly dodging Hiruzen's strikes. The sudden change in his abilities left Hiruzen perplexed, as he struggled to land a blow on Hayashi. As Hayashi's body, under Shin's control, ducked beneath Hiruzen's staff, he formed a Rinnegan and launched it toward the Hokage. Hiruzen, recognizing the danger, quickly blocked the attack with his staff, but the force of the impact sent him flying. Shocked, Hiruzen questioned how Hayashi had learned the Rinnegan, while Hayashi himself was equally bewildered, suspecting Shin's interference. Despite being controlled, Hayashi managed to communicate with Hizashi, urging him to lead the clan to safety. Hizashi, understanding the urgency, prepared to follow his brother's directive. Hayashi then assumed the gentle fist stance, enveloping the surrounding Umbu and Hiruzen within the Bagua trigram pattern. He attacked with blinding speed, his strikes igniting the air with friction, resembling a technique known for its devastating power. The normally single-target technique transformed into an area of effect attack, and any ninja struck by Hayashi's fists fell instantly. Only Hiruzen managed to block the onslaught, retreating several meters as he felt the strain of age and the sheer force of Hayashi's attacks. Hiruzen acknowledged his misjudgment of Hayashi's strength, realizing that he had underestimated the Hyuga. As Hizashi seized the opportunity to lead the clan away from Konoha, the Umbu blocking their path had already been incapacitated. Hiruzen, unable to stop their escape due to Hayashi's relentless assault, felt a sense of urgency as the main force of Konoha ninja arrived. Thousands had gathered swiftly, and Hiruzen ordered them to apprehend the defecting Hyuga clan. The members of Konoha's major clans, including the Uchiha, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Aburame, were stunned by the news of the Hyuga's defection. The realization that the entire clan had become missing shocked them, and as they looked at Hayashi, they recognized the scratch across his forehead protector, confirming the truth of the situation. Fugaku Uchiha, observing Hayashi, reflected on the recent misfortunes of the Hyuga and felt a mix of emotions, unable to find satisfaction in their plight. A sense of unease washed over him, a feeling shared among the other clans. They understood the Hyuga's situation. Their defection, though extreme, was comprehensible. At the same time, they admired the courage it took to make such a bold choice. The act of defection suggested a strength that was not merely physical, perhaps making them the strongest clan in Konoha in a different sense. Speculation arose about whether the Hyuga had some hidden trump card that would change the tide of this conflict. The shinobi from Konoha's major clans, including the Uchiha, who held no love for the Hyuga, hesitated to attack the defecting clan immediately. Only the members of the Sarutobi clan and the clanless shinobi followed Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders to engage. The Sarutobi clan naturally obeyed Hiruzen, their Hokage and clan head, while the clanless shinobi, having no ties to the Hyuga, complied with the Hokage's commands. As the situation escalated, Shin observed the growing number of Konoha shinobi. He realized that controlling Hayashi alone would not suffice to manage the impending conflict. Hayashi was too weak, and even with Shin orchestrating events, Hayashi could only contend with a Kaga-level opponent at best. The thought of facing an entire army was daunting. Shin performed a hand seal and summoned the third Reikage puppet, which materialized before him. The deep voice of the Eight Tails resonated from the puppet as it knelt. This puppet was no longer under Shin's direct control. He had struck a deal with the Eight Tails, granting it partial freedom in exchange for gathering intelligence and reporting back periodically. Although the Eight Tails could not truly escape due to Shin's seal, it found its current situation relatively luxurious and even felt a measure of gratitude towards Shin. Shin commanded the Eight Tails to hold back the Konoha shinobi, and without hesitation, the puppet charged towards them. While it could not utilize Shin's Rinnegan or other Kekkei Genkai, it retained the original ninjutsu and taijutsu of the third Reikage, augmented by the power of the Eight Tails. Shin released his control over Hayashi, who felt a surge of panic at the thought of being abandoned now that Konoha's reinforcements had arrived. Suddenly, Hayashi found himself in a pure white space, bewildered and questioning where he was. Shin's voice startled him as it emerged from behind, revealing that he was in a genjutsu space created by Shin. Hayashi felt flustered, his mental fortitude tested by this unexpected experience. Shin assured him that he could leave now, as someone would handle the Konoha shinobi for him. With that, the white space vanished, and Hayashi returned to his body, where the imposing figure of the third Reikage puppet stood before him. Recognizing it as the assistants Shin had mentioned, he quickly decided to regroup with Hizashi and the others. The third Reikage puppet stood like an unmovable mountain, blocking the path of the Konoha shinobi. Its powerful aura forced them to halt. Hiruzen stared at the puppet, his expression grave, as the news of the third Reikage's death was well known throughout the shinobi world. Seeing him now, albeit as a puppet crafted from his corpse, was shocking. The Eight Tails' booming voice echoed, announcing its presence and enveloping the puppet in a chakra cloak, revealing 5 tails. Hiruzen's mind raced with confusion. Killer Bee was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, so how had the deceased third Reikage become the host? Setting aside his questions, Hiruzen recognized the hostility of this new threat. The defection of the Hyuga clan to Kumogakure would be a significant blow to Konoha, weakening its strength and threatening internal stability. The Hyuga had set a dangerous precedent. Hiruzen declared that the third Reikage was not welcome in Konoha and swung his adamantine staff at the puppet. The puppet effortlessly blocked the strike, showcasing its immense strength. Hiruzen's blow, capable of collapsing a building, was easily countered. The puppet retaliated with a powerful elbow strike, sending Hiruzen flying and nearly causing him to spit blood. Even Enma, the staff's transformation, felt the impact and was injured. Despite the pain, Hiruzen assured Enma that he was fine, having managed to deflect most of the force. He ordered the Konoha shinobi to protect him and charge forward, despite their intimidation by the puppet. Hiruzen warned them to be cautious, having witnessed the opponent's terrifying strength firsthand. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi struggled against the third Reikage puppet, and the Konoha shinobi stood little chance. A jonin took a direct hit and was sent crashing into others, resulting in instant casualties. The puppet was a monster, and even elite jonin could not withstand a single punch. Hiruzen quickly ordered the shinobi below jonin rank to fall back, recognizing that sending chunin and genin would only lead to their demise. The jonin could at least attempt to stall, though the risk of death remained high. Nara Shikaku, determined to act, proposed a coordinated attack with Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. They had hesitated to engage the Hyuga earlier due to their good relationship, but now faced with an external threat, they had to respond. Shikaku attempted to control the third Reikage puppet using his clan's secret technique, but the power difference was too vast. He could not restrain the puppet even for a moment, and with a thud, he fell to one knee, supported by his comrades. Nara Shikaku expressed his inability to assist any further, a wry smile on his face. He had already exhausted most of his chakra in a previous attempt, yet he still could not control their opponent. Akimichi Choza instructed Yamanaka Inoichi to stay behind and look after Shikaku while he joined the fight. Among the Ino Shikacho trio, Choza was the only one who excelled in direct combat, while Shikaku and Inoichi were better suited for support roles. Inoichi, concerned for his friend, urged Choza to be careful and not to get hurt. Hiruzen Sarutobi, recalling his expertise in ninjutsu, manipulated the ground beneath the puppet, transforming it into flowing mud in an attempt to destabilize it. He followed this with another technique, turning the earth into a swamp, causing the puppet to sink rapidly. Observing Hiruzen's mastery of ninjutsu, Shin acknowledged that, despite lacking Kekkei Genkai, Hiruzen's skills were impressive enough to earn him the title of Professor. Although age had diminished his taijutsu, his ninjutsu remained among the best in the shinobi world. Having trapped the puppet, Hiruzen unleashed a powerful fire release technique, aiming to solidify the mud with intense heat and completely immobilize the puppet. The Konoha shinobi watched in awe, their spirits lifted as they witnessed Hiruzen's skillful display. They had felt despair when he seemed overpowered earlier, but now, seeing him turn the tide, their admiration for the third Hokage grew. However, Hiruzen's moment of triumph was short-lived. The ground trembled as the massive form of the Eight Tails erupted from below, letting out a furious roar. Hiruzen's expression turned grim as he realized the danger they faced. He ordered a retreat and the evacuation of the villagers, recalling the devastation caused by the Nine Tails. Even if the Eight Tails was not as powerful, it still posed a significant threat. The Eight Tails began forming a tailed beast ball, swiftly preparing for an attack. Shin observed the situation with curiosity, wondering if Konoha had any hidden defenses. He had little concern for the village, as his connection to it was tenuous at best. As Hiruzen commanded the shinobi to fall back, he utilized the shadow clone technique, creating 4 clones. Together, they unleashed a combination of techniques spanning all 5 basic nature transformations. The resulting great combo technique collided with the incoming tailed beast ball, creating a massive explosion that shattered windows throughout Konoha. Hiruzen sighed in relief, having successfully blocked the attack, but at a significant cost to his chakra reserves. He realized he could only use the technique a couple more times. Fugaku Uchiha, watching Hiruzen's display of power, felt his rebellious thoughts diminish. The strength of the third Hokage made Fugaku reconsider his ambitions, realizing that even with his hidden Mangekyo Sharingan, he might not be able to defeat Hiruzen without opposing the entire village. As Shin copied Hiruzen's great combo technique, he prepared to leave Konoha. He commanded the Eight Tails to retreat, and the tailed beast, abandoning its attack, vanished from sight. Hiruzen stood in shock for a moment before recovering, relieved by the sudden departure of the Eight Tails. The Konoha shinobi breathed a collective sigh of relief, their respect for Hiruzen deepening as they believed he had driven away the tailed beast through sheer strength. Unbeknownst to them, the Eight Tails had retreated on Shin's command, and many shinobi began to regard Hiruzen as the strongest Hokage in history. If Hashirama Senju had known that simply trading blows with the Eight Tails could earn someone such a title, he might have been moved to tears. Meanwhile, Shin found the Hyuga clan, led by Hayashi, who was tending to his injuries. Having been controlled by Shin to unleash power beyond his limits, he had suffered significantly. Shin released the Hyuga women, children, and elderly from the Kamui dimension, along with their supplies. Hayashi expressed his gratitude, thanking Shin formally. Shin, surprised by the gratitude, remarked that he thought Hayashi would hate him, considering that his actions had forced the Hyuga clan into exile. Hayashi insisted on thanking him again, to which Shin waved dismissively, stating that he had done it mostly for his own amusement. Behind Hayashi, Hizashi Hyuga felt a twitch of disbelief at the exchange. The defection of the Hyuga clan was a source of amusement for Shin. He had instigated their departure primarily for his own entertainment, but he had no intention of helping them find a new home. When he inquired about their plans, Hayashi responded that they intended to return to their ancestral lands first before deciding on their next move. After leaving Konoha, they would head back to the Hyuga homeland, which had been abandoned since they joined Konoha. Hayashi aimed to lead his clan back there and figure out how to handle their relationship with Konoha. Becoming missing Nin did not guarantee safety, as Konoha could send pursuers at any time. However, Hayashi felt confident that the Hyuga clan could manage any threats that might arise. He doubted that Hiruzen, the Hokage, would take personal action against them, and he believed that other clans in Konoha would not get involved either, as it was a thankless task. The Hyuga had no significant feuds with other clans, aside from the Uchiha. Hayashi held little concern for civilian shinobi, viewing them with disdain as they struggled to master powerful jutsu. Rising stars like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze were rare exceptions, having relied on their connections to achieve their status. As Shin prepared to leave, Hayashi stopped him, expressing his hope that Shin would take good care of Hinata. Shin assured him that Hinata would be much better off with him than with her family. If she ever missed them, he would bring her back for a visit. Hayashi did not argue. He recognized that in their current situation, Hinata would indeed be safer with Shin. To further ensure her safety, he handed Shin a Flying Thunder God kunai, explaining how to use it to call for help if needed. Shin's knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique astonished Hayashi, who had never been able to access it himself. After giving Hayashi the kunai, Shin departed without further ceremony, and Hayashi led his clansmen toward their ancestral homeland, aware that they were too close to Konoha for comfort. Upon returning to the Land of Whirlpools, Hinata rushed to Shin, gripping his hand tightly. She felt scared in this new environment, despite knowing that the women around her were not bad people. Her natural timidity made her shy around strangers, and even the gentle Mikoto and Konan could not fully ease her anxiety. However, with Shin's return, Hinata finally relaxed. Kushina observed Hinata sitting obediently beside Shin and noted how the little girl flinched away whenever she attempted to pat her head. Shin commented that Hinata's behavior indicated a lack of charm on Kushina's part, which prompted her to question whether Shin was implying she was not charming. Despite her threatening demeanor, Shin remained unfazed. Mikoto asked Shin if Hinata would be living with them from now on, to which he confirmed that she would. He had already discussed it with Hinata, and she had agreed to stay with him. This meant they would see Hinata every day, which brought a smile to Konan's face, although Hinata remained shy and clung to Shin's clothes. Tsunade expressed her amazement at Shin's success in convincing the entire Hyuga clan to defect. Shin downplayed his role, explaining that their dissatisfaction with Konoha and Hiruzen Sarutobi had driven their decision. Tsunade sighed, reflecting on Konoha's potential decline, as the once powerful clans were now fractured. The Senju clan had dwindled to just her and Nawaki, while the Hyuga had completely defected. She knew the Uchiha clan's relationship with Konoha was strained, and they might follow a similar path. Shin shared his own discontent with Hiruzen's actions, which had led him to leave Konoha. Mei Terumi, feeling wronged by her circumstances, lamented her situation after becoming a missing nin. Shin playfully flicked her forehead, which only made her feel more aggrieved. Despite her indignation, she tried to maintain her composure, refusing to cry. As the news of the Hyuga clan's defection spread throughout the shinobi world, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, saw it as good news for Tsunagakure. Having lost the Third Shinobi World War and been forced into an alliance with Konoha, he recognized the potential advantages this development could bring to his village. Raza, though not particularly strong, was ambitious and eager to capitalize on the situation. He had never given up on attacking Konoha. As for the alliance treaty, it was merely a piece of paper, easily discarded when convenient. In Iwagakure, Inoki laughed uncontrollably upon hearing the news, much to his son Kitsuchi's concern. Kitsuchi wondered if his father had finally lost his mind. Inoki declared that he was fine, even better than ever, as he shared the good news from Konoha. The Hyuga clan had defected. He handed the intelligence report to Kitsuchi, who was puzzled by the implications of such a significant event. Inoki found Konoha's constant internal turmoil amusing. The departure of Shin Uzumaki for unknown reasons, likely tied to Konoha's leadership, was a relief to him. A Konoha with Shin Uzumaki could have posed a serious threat. The news of Hatake Tsukumo, a powerful figure, being driven to suicide by his own village also brought Inoki joy. After the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha had suffered the Nine Tails incident, losing their fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Now, with the Hyuga clan's defection, Konoha seemed to be in disarray, with only the aging Hiruzen Sarutobi holding things together. Inoki eagerly anticipated the inevitable conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Although he did not know all the details, he was aware of the growing friction between Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha. He believed that this conflict was bound to erupt eventually, leading to a fight to the death. Regardless of the outcome, it would only benefit Iwagakure. Kitsuchi, still puzzled, questioned whether Konoha was truly that weak if the Hyuga clan had managed to defect successfully. Inoki paused, realizing that he had been so caught up in his gloating that he had overlooked this crucial point. The intelligence report did not mention how the Hyuga had succeeded in their defection, prompting Inoki to decide that further investigation was necessary. He found it hard to believe that a clan, no matter how strong, could defeat an entire village. In the meantime, Inoki dispatched agents to look into the circumstances surrounding the Hyuga clan's defection. The fourth Reikage of Kumogakure also received the news, along with an inquiry from Hiruzen Sarutobi. The sudden appearance of the third Reikage puppet and the Eight Tails raised Hiruzen's suspicions about Kumogakure's involvement in the Hyuga defection. Indeed, Kumogakure was indirectly involved. Without their actions, the Hyuga would not have defected. Slammed his fist on his desk in frustration, shattering the furniture. He immediately connected the dots, realizing that Shin Uzumaki was behind the events. With his father's corpse turned into a puppet and the 8 tails captured, only Shin could be responsible. In response to Hiruzen's inquiry, Ace sent a defiant message, indicating that if Konoha desired war, Kumogakure would gladly oblige. When Hiruzen received this message, he was not entirely surprised by Shin's involvement. He recalled that Guy had reported Shin's presence in Konoha, and Hayashi had informed him that Shin was staying in the Hyuga compound. Amidst the chaos of the Hyuga defection, Hiruzen had momentarily forgotten about Shin's role. Now, everything made sense. The Hyuga's defection had been orchestrated by Shin Uzumaki, which explained their audacity. Hiruzen felt a sense of dread at the thought of confronting Shin. Konoha could not afford to provoke such a powerful enemy at this time. Even at the age of 12, Shin had possessed the power to intimidate the entire shinobi world, and Hiruzen wondered how much stronger he had become since then. His true strength remained a mystery, one that the 5 great villages were desperate to unravel, yet none dared to test him directly. Hiruzen understood that Konoha, already plagued by troubles, could not take such a gamble. On the surface, Konoha still held the title of the #1 hidden village, but its actual strength might not justify that claim anymore. This realization led Hiruzen to sacrifice the Hyuga clan in hopes of appeasing Kumogakure. Losing the Hyuga clan was a significant blow to Konoha, and the defection had destabilized the village internally. The Uchiha clan, usually kept in check, had become increasingly restless. If not for Fugaku Uchiha's efforts to suppress them, they would have been even more audacious. Fugaku held back mainly because he had witnessed Hiruzen's strength and doubted his own ability to win in a confrontation. He hoped that, given the Hyuga's fate, Hiruzen would try to appease the Uchiha rather than suppress them further. However, Fugaku was mistaken. In the Hokage's office, the discussion revolved around the need to suppress the Uchiha clan. Danzo, accompanied by Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane, confronted Hiruzen about the situation. Danzo insisted that the Uchiha clan was the greatest source of instability and argued that eliminating them was the only way to achieve true stability for Konoha. Hiruzen took a deep breath, recognizing the ruthless glint in Danzo's eyes. He understood Danzo's longing to eliminate the Uchiha entirely, but Konoha could not afford such turmoil, nor could they lose the Uchiha's strength. Hiruzen firmly stated that they could not touch the Uchiha clan, as it would further destabilize Konoha internally. With external threats looming, including Kumogakure's refusal to agree to peace, the village could not risk losing the trust of other clans. Danzo remained unwavering in his longing to destroy the Uchiha, insisting that their elimination was essential for Konoha's stability. Hiruzen sighed, realizing that Danzo lacked an understanding of the bigger picture. He reiterated that the Uchiha clan could not be touched at that moment and warned Danzo against acting recklessly. For once, Hiruzen asserted his authority, reminding Danzo of his position as Hokage. Danzo's anger flared as he warned Hiruzen that he would regret this decision when the Uchiha rebelled. Hiruzen knew that Danzo hated it when he used his Hokage status to pressure him, but he held the true power in the village. Hamura Mitokado then stated that regardless of how Hiruzen handled the Uchiha, they should not be allowed into the inner circle of decision-making. This was a condition that Hiruzen reluctantly agreed to, recognizing it as a necessary compromise that aligned with his own intentions. He never intended to allow the Uchiha to rise to positions of power. While he did not wish to destroy the Uchiha clan for the village's sake, he still viewed them as a potential threat, particularly after the incident involving the Hyuga. It was no longer an option to appease the Uchiha, as he had lost trust in them. His long-term strategy remained focused on suppressing their influence. Tsunade gave Shin a curious look as she noticed the red-haired girl with glasses following him. The girl appeared slightly older than Hinata, though not by much. Tsunade wondered where Shin kept finding these children. She couldn't help but think that he might have developed an unusual interest in bringing home young girls. Mei Terumi observed Shin with suspicion, questioning his intentions. Despite her doubts, Shin called for Mei, offering her a gift. However, Mei was not naive. She sensed that the gift would not be something pleasant. Konan, noticing the situation, also regarded Shin with a hint of skepticism, especially given that he had recently brought back 2 young girls. Kushina, intrigued by the newcomer, inquired about the girl's background. Shin confirmed that the girl was indeed an Uzumaki, named Karen. He had specifically tasked White Zetsu with locating her, and it had not taken long for them to find her. Kushina's face lit up with joy as she knelt to pat Karen's head. Unlike Hinata, who was shy and clung to Shin, Karen appeared more outgoing, though Hinata had begun to warm up to the others after spending time with them. Kushina noticed a sadness in Karen's expression and asked about it. Shin explained that Karen had recently lost her mother, which was the source of her grief. Her mother had possessed a unique ability that allowed others to heal by absorbing her chakra through her skin, likely a manifestation of her sage body. After the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's mother had sought refuge in Kusagakure, but the price for safety had been her constant healing of the village's ninja, ultimately leading to her death from chakra exhaustion. Mikoto listened intently, feeling pity for Karen. In a moment of anger, Kushina expressed her longing for revenge against Kusagakure, but Shin quickly intervened, revealing that he had already dealt with the village, leaving nothing but a crater in its place. As Shin turned his attention to Mei, who was muttering under her breath, he decided to DSPLN her for her behavior. He swiftly moved to grab her, and despite her pleas for help, the others chose not to intervene, fearing the consequences of getting involved. Inside Shin's room, Mei eyed him warily, uncertain of his intentions. He challenged her to guess what he would do next, but she felt trapped and miserable, unable to predict his plans. As she resigned herself to her fate, Shin teased her about her nervousness and playfully pinched her cheek, causing her to stiffen momentarily before relaxing. He found her flushed cheeks adorable and leaned in to kiss her lightly, leaving her momentarily stunned. Mei snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of indignation and excitement. She accused Shin of stealing her first kiss and insisted that he take responsibility. Despite her outward anger, she felt a thrill at the situation. When Shin asked if she truly wanted him to take responsibility, she affirmed that she had entrusted her life to him, leaving no other choice. Shin then suggested they take the next step in their relationship. Although Mei initially hesitated, claiming she was not ready, she did not resist when he made his move. In that moment, she transitioned from a young girl into a young woman, caught in a blend of shyness and newfound emotions. Meanwhile, Kushina pressed her ear against Shin's door, trying to hear what was happening inside, but the soundproofing of the house made it impossible. Tsunade approached her and tapped her shoulder, startling Kushina, who glared at her for the sudden scare. Tsunade questioned her about eavesdropping, but Kushina insisted that she was not doing so. Kushina felt annoyed at the accusation of eavesdropping. Konan couldn't help but comment on the absurdity of eavesdropping being done openly. Kushina, curious about Konan's newfound sass, moved towards her, intending to grab her, but Konan quickly created distance using the Flying Thunder God technique. Kushina, gritting her teeth, questioned why Konan was avoiding her, insisting she wouldn't do anything harmful. Konan expressed uncertainty about that. Mikoto, observing the exchange, asked Kushina what she had been trying to listen to. When Kushina accused her of eavesdropping, Mikoto quickly denied it, her cheeks flushing slightly. This reaction only heightened the suspicion of the others, including Tsunade and Konan. Mikoto swiftly changed the subject, wondering what Shin and Mei were doing inside. Tsunade noted that they had been in there for almost 2 hours, suggesting they might be up to no good. Kushina proposed they should check on them, and Mikoto agreed, declaring that the task should fall to Kushina. Despite her initial reluctance, Kushina was flattered by Mikoto's compliments, though she remained wise enough not to be easily swayed. Mikoto sighed, realizing that Kushina had become more perceptive. They considered sending Hinata in, and Kushina excitedly encouraged her to see Shin. Hinata, though bewildered, nodded, feeling most comfortable around him. However, Tsunade intervened, concerned that they might stumble upon something inappropriate for a child. Just then Shin emerged from his room, and the group turned to look at him. Although he appeared calm, he was inwardly panicking, having just engaged in something he shouldn't have with Mei. Kushina approached him, her expression darkening as she sniffed the air, accusing him of becoming a scumbag. In a fit of anger, Kushina attempted to punch Shin, but he quickly blocked her. He suggested they talk it out calmly, but Kushina was furious, insisting she could smell what had happened. Tsunade stood up, her expression unreadable, while Mikoto silently prepared a kunai, and even Konan glared at him. Shin, realizing the situation was escalating, pleaded for calm, but Tsunade coldly reminded him that he often resorted to violence himself. In the end, Shin received a thorough lesson from the women, leaving him disheveled and looking like a beggar. Kushina felt a sense of relief after venting her anger, but then she realized the metaphorical betrayals she had endured, leading her to lash out at Shin once more, threatening him fiercely. Just then, Karen Uzumaki approached Shin, offering to help heal his injuries by allowing him to bite her. Though she had never experienced it before, she was willing to endure anything for him. Instead of pain, she felt a warm hand gently stroking her hair as Shin reassured her that he was not hurt. Hinata, concerned about Shin's appearance, asked if he was truly okay. He confidently assured her that he was fine, dismissing the incident as minor. However, Mikoto playfully suggested another round of lessons, prompting Shin to quickly backtrack, not wanting to repeat the embarrassing experience. Days passed peacefully, with the women mostly getting along. Bored, Shin decided to teach Karen, while Hinata remained too young for serious training, as starting at her age was pushing it. In Shin's room, Mei-Terumi finally woke up, feeling weak and disoriented. As she stepped out, she stumbled, but Shin caught her just in time. Mei, now exuding a newfound allure, flirtatiously expressed her concern about his absence. Kushina, observing the scene, coldly questioned how long they would remain like that. Shin helped Mei stand, and she shot Kushina a provocative wink, teasingly asking if she was jealous. Kushina, indignant, challenged Mei's authority as the main wife, prompting Tsunade to interject, questioning when Kushina had assumed that role. Tensions rose as Kushina glared at Tsunade, while Shin wisely chose to remain silent, knowing that any comment would only draw attention to himself. As the days continued, the group settled into a new routine, navigating their complex relationships while Shin sought to keep the peace among the women in his life. Since Hinata lacked the sage body, Shin was concerned that training her too early could lead to injury. Chakra extraction drew energy directly from the body's cells, and any carelessness could be dangerous. The shinobi world remained relatively calm. Although the defection of the Hyuga clan had caused a stir, Konoha managed to suppress the news. A truce had been reached between Konoha and Kumogakure, albeit at a hefty price in resources and money. Hiruzen Sarutobi had not yet taken action against the Hyuga clan, knowing that Shin Uzumaki was involved. Hiruzen was cautious, as Shin's reputation served as a powerful deterrent, and he did not want to provoke him without fully understanding the situation. However, this peace was soon shattered by Kakuzu. He had accepted a high-paying bounty from the black market for the eldest son of the Land of Fire's daimyo. The reward was tempting enough for Kakuzu, who was known for his greed, to take the risk. He understood that assassinating the daimyo's son would lead to significant trouble, but the allure of wealth outweighed the danger. Kakuzu went through with his plan, killing not only the daimyo's eldest son but also 3 of the 12 guardian ninja who were protecting him. This act enraged the Land of Fire daimyo, who immediately ordered Konoha to capture Kakuzu at all costs. Upon receiving the news, Hiruzen Sarutobi personally led a team to hunt down Kakuzu. His actions were driven not only by loyalty to the daimyo but also by personal loss, as Kakuzu had killed his son, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma had had a falling out with his father and had become one of the daimyo's 12 guardian ninja. Despite their disagreements, Hiruzen felt compelled to avenge his son. When Shin learned of Asuma's death, he was taken aback. He recalled that in the original story, Asuma had died at the hands of Haiden, Kakuzu's partner, and that Haiden had not even joined the Akatsuki at that time. Asuma had not survived long enough to see the main storyline unfold. Shin informed Kushina that Asuma was indeed Hiruzen Sarutobi's son. Although the news surprised him, he noted that Asuma's strength was not particularly significant. At his peak, he had only been an elite jonin, and at this point he was likely just a jonin. If someone like Itachi Uchiha or Naruto Uzumaki had died prematurely, Shin would have paid more attention. Kushina expressed her surprise at learning that the third Hokage had a son, while Shin acknowledged Kakuzu's boldness, given his history of fighting the first Hokage. He understood that killing the third Hokage's son would mean Hiruzen would pursue Kakuzu relentlessly. Tsunade, intrigued, asked if Kakuzu was strong, to which Shin replied that he was decent, but Hashirama had likely gone easy on him during their encounter. Kakuzu had survived because Hashirama had spared him. Had he attempted to assassinate Madara Uchiha instead, he would not have lived to tell the tale. Shin decided to visit the Akatsuki to see how Nagato would react to the chaos Kakuzu had caused. He knew that as the Akatsuki leader, Nagato would have to clean up the mess, as he could not allow Kakuzu to be hunted by Konoha ninja without consequences. Kushina insisted on joining him, and he agreed, opening a portal with his technique. As they arrived at the Akatsuki's base in the Land of Rain, Kushina commented on the dark and gloomy atmosphere, likening it to a rat's nest. Pain appeared, displeased by Kushina's presence and questioning why Shin had brought an outsider to their secret base. The Akatsuki's goal of collecting the tailed beasts put them at odds with the 5 great villages, and exposure was dangerous, especially after their previous mission in Kirigakure had already drawn attention. Kushina, undeterred, boldly declared herself as Shin's wife, revealing Pain's true nature without hesitation. She sensed that he was a corpse puppet, a fact that intrigued Orochimaru and Sasori, who were present. Meanwhile, Nagato, hidden away, clenched his fists in frustration at having his secret exposed. Kushina then pointed out the demonic statue of the Outer Path, which was familiar to her. Nagato was taken aback, realizing that she had seen the statue before and questioning where it had been prior to his summoning of it. Kakuzu's voice interrupted the moment, projecting his image and reminding them of his dire situation, as Konoha's shinobi were still hunting him relentlessly. Pain ordered Orochimaru and Sasori to assist Kakuzu, but Orochimaru expressed concern that they might not be enough, given that Hiruzen Sarutobi was leading the pursuit. Acknowledging his teacher's strength, Orochimaru knew that even with Kakuzu and Sasori, their chances were slim. Pain, however, resolved to go himself, determined to confront the situation head-on. Pain had not expected Shin to agree to join him. He assumed Shin was merely there for the spectacle. However, Pain's personal involvement suited Orochimaru perfectly, providing him with an opportunity to assess Pain's true strength. Orochimaru recalled Kushina Uzumaki's description of Pain as a puppet, a notion he found plausible, especially when considering the other paths. He pondered whether his former teacher, Hiruzen, could force Pain's true controller to reveal themselves. They set off immediately, planning to meet Kakuzu at a location outside the Land of Rain. Nagato preferred to keep their hideout concealed, opting for the neighboring Land of Grass as the battlefield. Kushina expressed her eagerness to accompany Shin, insisting that she would not miss the chance to be alone with him. She clung to his arm tightly, fearful of being left behind. Shin chuckled at her enthusiasm, enjoying the closeness. The journey to the Land of Grass was brief, and within an hour, Pain and his group met Kakuzu. Kakuzu apologized to Pain for the trouble he had caused the Akatsuki, acknowledging that he needed their assistance to evade Konoha's relentless pursuit led by Hiruzen and the village's top trackers. He felt cornered, unable to hide from them. Kushina scoffed at Kakuzu, questioning how he could kill the third Hokage's son yet fear facing the third Hokage himself. Kakuzu remained silent, reflecting on his own limitations compared to Hiruzen's mastery of various combat styles. He recognized that his only option was to flee. Kushina continued her sharp remarks, expressing disbelief that he had ever fought the first Hokage and survived. Shin observed Kushina's boldness, rating her sharp tongue highly. Kakuzu, irritated by her taunts, warned her that words could be deadly. Unfazed, Kushina welcomed the challenge, eager for a fight after her confinement in the Land of Whirlpools. Kakuzu, despite his anger, refrained from attacking, knowing that Kushina would not hold back against him. Kakuzu urged Pain to prepare, informing him that Konoha's shinobi would soon arrive. He had been on the run for over a day and knew they would catch up quickly. Pain remained calm, awaiting their arrival. Kushina asked Shin what expression Hiruzen would wear upon seeing them, to which Shin replied that it would certainly be interesting. Not long after their meeting with Kaku, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with his pursuers. Upon seeing Kakuzu accompanied by others, Hiruzen hesitated, his attention drawn to Shin, Kushina, and Orochimaru. His expression shifted through various emotions, revealing his surprise and concern. Orochimaru greeted Hiruzen, who also glanced at Shin, silently questioning their alliance with Kakuzu. Hiruzen sensed something was amiss, and the thought of them working together weighed heavily on him. Pain, feeling ignored, attempted to assert his presence, demanding Hiruzen acknowledge him. However, Hiruzen dismissed Pain entirely and launched an earth release technique at Kakuzu. Pain countered effortlessly with Shinra Tensei, a technique that repelled Hiruzen's attack. Pain's cold gaze reflected his disdain for being overlooked, and he felt a deep-seated hatred for Konoha, stemming from the loss of his parents to Konoha ninja. Although Jiraiya's teachings had complicated his feelings, the death of Yahiko reignited his animosity. Hiruzen finally addressed Pain, asking who he was. Pain introduced himself, declaring that he could be called either Pain or God. Kushina, unimpressed by Pain's arrogance, muttered her disbelief at his self-proclaimed title. Shin explained that Pain was indeed powerful, capable of defeating even the strongest shinobi with ease. Kushina, eager for a challenge, expressed her longing to spar with him, confident in her own strength. As Shin and Kushina discussed their thoughts on Pain, he had already engaged Hiruzen in battle. Taking advantage of Hiruzen's unfamiliarity with the Rinnegan's abilities, Pain quickly gained the upper hand, forcing Hiruzen into a defensive position. Hiruzen recognized the Rinnegan's legendary status and understood the gravity of the situation. Pain's earlier claim of divinity now seemed more credible. Hiruzen inquired if Kakuzu was working with Pain, to which Pain confirmed the alliance. The tension in the air thickened as both sides prepared for the impending confrontation. Kakuzu's leader stood firm, ready for battle. Shin observed the scene, noting the casual responses of the fighters. He had come all the way from the Land of Whirlpools, and the chatter seemed unnecessary. A young ninja, eager to prove himself, stepped forward to assist Hiruzen, the Hokage. This young man was Uchiha Shursui, a notable member of the Uchiha Clan, recognized by the symbol on his attire. Hiruzen, surprised by Shursui's determination, questioned his confidence. Shursui, aware of the challenges ahead, expressed his willingness to try his best, despite the daunting task of facing Pain. Hiruzen devised a plan, focusing on defeating Kakuzu while the others distracted Pain. He did not expect Shursui and the others to defeat Pain, only to keep him occupied. As Shursui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, Hiruzen marveled at the young Uchiha's power. The Uchiha clan was known for its strength, and Hiruzen felt a mix of admiration and concern about the potential threat such power posed to the village. Seizing the opportunity as Shursui engaged Pain, Hiruzen moved toward Kakuzu, driven by a personal vendetta to avenge his son, Asuma. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, lurking nearby, recognized the significance of Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Although his ultimate goal was the Rinnegan, he coveted the Mangekyo Sharingan as well, knowing the immense power it could wield. Kakashi Hatake, an Umbu member, prepared to confront Orochimaru. He unleashed the Lightning Blade, a powerful jutsu that concentrated chakra into a piercing attack. Orochimaru narrowly avoided the strike, using an Earth-style substitution jutsu at the last moment. Kakashi's skill impressed those watching, particularly Kushina, who admired the technique's precision. The battlefield erupted into chaos as Hiruzen faced Kazu and Sasori, while Kakashi held off Orochimaru. Shursui led the elite Konoha ninjas in a tactical engagement against Pain. Observing from a distance, Shin expressed his lack of interest in joining the fray, finding the opponents too weak to warrant his involvement. Kushina, initially eager to fight, chose instead to enjoy the moment with Shin. As Shursui activated his Susanoo, a green figure emerged to block Pain's attack. The activation took a toll on Shursui, causing him immense pain. Despite the agony, he pressed on, wielding a rapidly rotating spiral sword aimed at Pain. He quickly identified a weakness in Pain's Rinnegan, noting a 5-second interval in its defensive jutsu. Shursui's combat skills were impressive, rivaling those of Itachi Uchiha, and his potential loss would be felt deeply. Pain, however, remained unfazed, confident in his abilities. Just as Shursui's attack was about to land, the Deva path vanished, summoned away by the animal path, rendering Shursui's strike ineffective. The Azura path retaliated with powerful attacks, forcing Shursui's Susanoo back. The battlefield was filled with explosions, and Shin watched intently, captivated by the unfolding chaos. Beside him, Kushina felt a strong urge to join the fight. She observed Hiruzen Sarutobi, the elderly leader of the village, who was demonstrating remarkable strength. After summoning Enma, Hiruzen wielded his adamantine staff with precision, sweeping away several of Sasori's puppets with each powerful strike. Sasori, in turn, was filled with fury as he watched his creations being destroyed. He contemplated whether to reveal his trump card, the third Kazekage puppet, but ultimately decided against it. In the world of shinobi, it was wise to keep some secrets hidden. Hiruzen, however, was not holding back. Confronted by the man responsible for his son's death, he unleashed his full power, having already destroyed one of Kakuzu's masked beasts, effectively taking one of his hearts. The most intense battle was unfolding between Shursui Uchiha and the Six Paths of Pain. Shursui's Susanoo was repeatedly destroyed, forcing him to expend his ocular power and chakra to repair it. Desperate to maintain his defense, he resorted to swallowing soldier pills, which rapidly restored chakra but came with dangerous side effects. Overusing them could be life-threatening, as they extracted energy from the body cells. Despite the risks, Shursui had no choice but to push himself to the limit. Eventually, the chakra consumed by Susanoo proved too great, and he collapsed, unconscious. Yet, he had managed to destroy the Azura path of the Six Paths of Pain, a commendable achievement, though ultimately futile. The Naraka path could summon the King of Hell to repair the damaged paths, rendering Shursui's sacrifice meaningless. Even if the Azura path could not be restored, Nagato could simply create another. Orochimaru, who had been engaged with Kakashi, seized the opportunity when he saw Shursui collapse and rushed toward him. If he had been serious, he could have dealt with Kakashi long before, but he had been stalling, waiting for Pain to defeat Shursui. Orochimaru thought that even though he hadn't seen Pain's true body, acquiring a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan would still be a valuable prize. Just as Orochimaru reached for Shursui, Hiruzen's adamantine staff struck him, sending him flying. Orochimaru scrambled to his feet, glaring at Hiruzen with resentment for thwarting his plan to capture Shursui. Meanwhile, Shin mentally commanded the system to use one advanced replication card to copy Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, leaving him with 3 cards remaining. He recognized the value of Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, a powerful dojutsu capable of altering someone's will without their awareness. While Mikoto also possessed the ability, Shin had not copied hers due to its limited application. Shin was curious about the potential effectiveness of Kodo Amatsukami on individuals at the Six Paths level. He believed he could alter the will of anyone below that tier, but he was uncertain about those who had Mstred Yin-Yang released to such an extent. Observing the battle, Shin noted that everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Hiruzen could not kill Kakuzu, and unless he could defeat the Six Paths of Pain, Nagato would not allow Kakuzu to perish. Hiruzen ordered Kakashi to retreat with the unconscious Shursui, realizing that continuing the fight would be disastrous. He had not gained any advantage against Sasori and Kazu, both formidable opponents. Leading the Konoha ninja in retreat, Hiruzen recognized the need to regroup. Orochimaru, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, questioned whether they would pursue Hiruzen. Pain, however, chose not to engage, understanding that killing Hiruzen would lead to all-out war with Konoha. Despite its weakened state, Konoha remained a powerful force, and Nagato was wary of the potential threat posed by Jiraiya, who was still at large. Pain instructed Kakuzu to refrain from missions for a while, knowing that if he were captured again, he might not be able to escape. Although Pain did not care for Kakuzu's life, he recognized the value of his abilities and wanted to ensure his survival. After the battle concluded, Pain noticed that Shin Uzumaki was missing. Sasori informed him that Shin had left just moments ago. Pain acknowledged this and led the remaining members back to the Akatsuki base. Shin and Kushina did not return to the Land of Whirlpools immediately. Kushina clung to Shin's arm, eager to spend more time with him. Shin, understanding her longing, did not refuse. Kushina reminisced about their past, longing for the days when it was just the two of them before the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. However, her mood soured as she recalled the present, feeling resentment over Shin's perceived disloyalty. Shin, aware of Kushina's temper, quietly reflected on her complaints about Hiruzen's behavior, realizing the irony in her own actions. He then inquired whether Mikoto and the others would be upset if they extended their time away. Kushina, ignited by jealousy, glared at Shin, her temper flaring at the thought of him thinking about other women during such a critical time. Her small fists rained down on Shin like machine gun fire. He sighed, dodging her relentless attacks as the entire street descended into chaos due to their antics. Kushina had been chasing him for a while, but catching him was proving to be an impossible task. If Shin didn't want to be caught, she could chase him forever and still fail. Kushina insisted that she wouldn't hit him anymore, trying to convince him to stop running. She claimed to be a woman of her word, promising that if she was lying, she would be a puppy. Her tone was pitiful, seeking his trust. Shin, however, teased her, pointing out that she bit him all the time, making her a puppy already. Kushina, with her hair whipping around as her chakra flared, charged at him with her fists raised, declaring that she wouldn't kill him. Shin felt a shiver at the sight of her genuine anger and quickly dodged her attack. The unfortunate wall beside him crumbled under the force of her punch. He coughed lightly, trying to lighten the mood, stating that he preferred gentle women and that she was too violent. Kushina, unhappy with his words, questioned if he liked Mikoto and Konan more. Shin quickly reassured her that she was the one he loved the most, among others, silently acknowledging his emotional intelligence. Her radiant smile returned, captivating him, and he found himself lost in her beauty. Noticing his dazed expression, Kushina asked what he was staring at. He admitted that he was captivated by her smile, which made her blush slightly. She quickly masked her embarrassment, unwilling to admit she was shy. Shin, recognizing her fluster, decided not to tease her further, knowing it could lead to trouble. After a while, Kushina announced that she was hungry, having chased him for so long. Shin suggested they see if there was anything good to eat nearby. They were in a town within the Land of Fire, a place Shin had never visited before. Despite his extensive travels, he hadn't explored every corner of every nation. Kushina expressed her preference for him to cook for her, but Shin reminded her that they lacked ingredients and cooking tools. She saw through his excuse, knowing he was just being lazy. In the past, when they lived together in Uzumaki and later with Tsunade in Konoha, he had been diligent in cooking. However, after Mikoto joined them and took over most household chores, he had grown accustomed to leisure and avoided cooking whenever possible. Shin pointed out a popular sushi restaurant nearby, bustling with a long queue that indicated the food must be good. Kushina's curiosity was piqued by the enticing aroma drifting from the shop. She agreed to try it but insisted that he promise not to refuse her next cooking request. Shin breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, knowing that as long as Kushina agreed now, he could deal with the next time later. He was confident he could find another way to distract her if she brought it up again. Later, Kushina held up a bounty poster, surprised to learn that Kazu actually had a bounty on his head, and it was exceptionally high. Shin explained that it was not surprising, given that Kazu had killed the daimyo's son and the Hokage's son. It would be strange if his bounty wasn't high. He joked about Kakuzu's greedy nature, wondering if he would cut off his own head for the reward, though he knew Kakuzu wasn't that foolish. Kushina was puzzled about who would pay to have the Land of Fire daimyo's eldest son killed. Shin speculated that it was likely one of the daimyo's other sons, as internal struggles and schemes were inevitable among them. He noted that Kakuzu was audacious to accept such a mission, and the black market was even more daring for issuing such a bounty. After discussing the implications of Kakuzu's actions, Shin suggested they head back after being out for 5 days. Kushina, blinking innocently, asked if he was tired of being with her. He quickly reassured her that he would get tired of himself before he got tired of her. Despite calling him a liar, her smile revealed her true feelings, and his words made her heart flutter. Kushina decided there was no need to rush back, wanting to enjoy a few more days with him. She clung to his arm, pleading sweetly, and he ultimately couldn't resist her charm. After spending a few more days traveling and enjoying themselves, Shin and Kushina finally prepared to return to the Land of Whirlpools. Tsunade and the others might storm out looking for him, but before heading back, Shin had one more thing to do. As they stood in the deserted wilderness, Kushina looked around and wondered why they were in such an isolated place. The thought crossed her mind that perhaps Shin had brought her there for some private time, which made her blush. She quickly waved her hands frantically at him, trying to dismiss the idea. Shin looked at her, bewildered by her reaction. He couldn't fathom what she was imagining. He asked her if she had been thinking inappropriate thoughts, suspecting that she might be. Though he guessed correctly, Kushina vehemently denied it, insisting she was not thinking anything of the sort. However, her blushing face betrayed her completely. Shin playfully encouraged her to share her thoughts, suggesting that he might be able to make her dreams come true. In response, Kushina threatened him, shaking her fist and insisting that if he mentioned it again, she would hit him. Whenever she got flustered and angry, she resorted to threats, and at that moment, she was both flustered and angry. Shin, knowing better than to push her further, decided to focus on his business instead. He quickly formed hand seals, completing several in an instant before clasping his hands together. Kushina's face paled as she recognized the hand seals associated with the Reaper Death Seal, even though she had not learned the jutsu herself. She panicked and grabbed Shin's hand, urging him to reconsider. Shin reassured her that he was not crazy and that he merely wanted to meet the Shinigami. He explained that he did not believe it could take his soul, as he was alive and had no intention of ending his life. Kushina remained worried, but Shin calmed her down by ruffling her hair and assuring her that he had assessed the Shinigami's power when Minato Namikaze had used the Reaper Death Seal. As they spoke, the Shinigami materialized before them, more clearly than before. It was clad in white robes, had a demonic face, 2 horns, and a short blade clenched in its teeth. When their gazes met, the atmosphere grew tense. Shin questioned whether the Shinigami was merely an inanimate object, unsure if it possessed independent thought or was just a puppet-like entity. The Shinigami did not answer but instead lunged at him, brandishing the blade. Shin activated his 9-tomo Rinnegan, manifesting immense ocular power that formed a tangible blade to block the attack. The Shinigami's expression flickered slightly at the sight of Shin's power, but he paid it no mind. Since it dared to attack him, it would have to face the consequences. Using his ocular power and mental energy, Shin formed an invisible blade and severed one of the Shinigami's arms. Despite the injury, the Shinigami showed no sign of pain and distanced itself warily from Shin. He decided to pause his assault and engage in conversation, asking about the Shinigami's connection to the Uzumaki Clan. He sensed a level of power within it that suggested a deeper connection. When Shin mentioned the Uzumaki Clan, the Shinigami visibly reacted, its dark eyes fixed intently on him. It finally spoke, raspy and curious, asking how he knew about the clan. Shin noted that records of the Uzumaki Clan had nearly vanished from the shinobi world, with only the Sage of Six Paths remembered, but not by name. The Shinigami then inquired if the destruction of the Uzumaki Clan on the moon had been Shin's doing. Before answering, Shin challenged the Shinigami to reveal its own name instead of hiding behind the title of Shinigami. He provoked it, hoping to elicit a reaction. The Shinigami coldly promised to remember him before giving Shin one last deep look and slowly fading away. After its departure, Kushina let out a breath, feeling relieved. The Shinigami's presence had been overwhelming, especially the pressure it exerted on their souls. Kushina warned Shin that the Shinigami now had its eyes on him, urging him to be careful. Shin, however, smiled faintly, confident in his ability to handle the situation. He was determined not to be targeted by such a dangerous entity and resolved to eliminate it. He suspected that the Shinigami, or the one controlling it, was Hagoromo Otsutsuki. With a determined thought, he opened a spatial portal and pulled Kushina through, arriving in a strange, unique space. Kushina looked around curiously and asked where they were. Shin explained that this was where the Shinigami had returned. He had left a mental imprint on it during their earlier encounter, allowing him to track it back to its base. As he prepared to search for the Shinigami, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Himura Otsutsuki, who revealed himself, his white Byakugan eyes fixed on Shin. Shin's expression showed genuine surprise. He had been mistaken in assuming the entity behind the Shinigami was Hagoromo, never considering Himura. The Uzumaki clan were descendants of Hagoromo, not Himura, and this revelation shifted the dynamics of the encounter entirely. The connection between their sealing techniques and Himura was perplexing. Shin had never considered Himura's existence, having always believed him to be dead. During the time Shin eradicated the Uzumaki clan on the moon, Himura had not shown himself. As Himura confronted Shin, he expressed his intent with a greedy demeanor, claiming that Shin's eyes would soon belong to him. He had created the Shinigami puppet and understood the extent of Shin Uzumaki's ocular power, which surpassed his own. Even as an Otsutsuki, Himura coveted Shin's abilities. Shin observed Himura's confidence, questioning its source. Himura proclaimed that this place was his domain, asserting that no one could challenge him except for his brother, and even he had to tread carefully. He demanded Shin surrender his eyes and pledge loyalty, offering a chance at survival. In response, Kushina could no longer remain passive. She unleashed a powerful wood-release technique, causing vast trees to erupt and envelop Himura. However, Himura dismissed the attack as a mere trick, transforming his Byakugan into the Tensigan. With a powerful repulsive force, he obliterated the dense forest. Shin recognized Himura's true identity upon seeing the Tensigen, realizing that whether it was Hagoromo or Himura, he had no intention of allowing either to live. Himura, addressing Shin with condescension, inquired about his name. Shin introduced himself, emphasizing the importance of being remembered by his opponent before their demise. Himura's fury escalated as Shin's words struck a nerve. Shin took pleasure in Himura's agitation, feeling a sense of satisfaction in provoking the arrogant Otsutsuki. In a sudden burst of speed, Himura attacked, but his strike passed harmlessly through Shin's form. The realization dawned on Himura that Shin had utilized space-time ninjutsu to teleport here, making it impossible to reach this dimension without such abilities. Himura, now serious, acknowledged Shin's impressive ocular power. He had previously underestimated Shin, viewing him as unworthy of his full strength. After sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki, Himura had feared only his brother and the true Otsutsuki clan, which was far more formidable than the deluded bloodline Shin had defeated. Shin calmly challenged Himura to take the fight seriously, as an easy victory would be unsatisfying. Kushina, sensing the overwhelming power of both combatants, felt she could not interfere. She wisely kept her distance, recognizing the danger of the battle. With a fierce determination, Shin unleashed his full aura, shaking the very fabric of the dimension. Himura's composure faltered as he felt the weight of Shin's power, realizing he had misjudged his opponent. Shin's punch, delivered with incredible speed, struck Himura squarely in the face, sending him flying thousands of meters and creating shockwaves that rippled throughout the dimension. Shin reflected on the effectiveness of his abilities, noting that Tenmamai, a technique allowing him to rewind time, was particularly advantageous against space-time ninjutsu. This made him nearly unbeatable. As he appeared before the battered Himura, Shin looked down at him with disdain, noting the extent of his injuries. Himura, despite his condition, summoned 9 truth-seeking orbs, his aura surging as he healed from his wounds. Although not a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his regenerative abilities were remarkable. In response, Shin manifested 12 truth-seeking orbs, surpassing Himura's count and intensifying Himura's frustration. In a moment of desperation, Himura unleashed his ultimate technique, the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, channeling his chakra into a barrage of fists. Shin, recognizing the technique, decided to counter it with his own ultimate dojutsu, Takamagara. This technique granted him immunity to all attacks and reflected them back at the attacker. As the sky filled with massive chakra fists raining down on Himura, he found himself devastated by the very attack he had initiated. The realization that his own power was being turned against him left him in disbelief. Himura Otsutsuki found himself grappling with an absurd situation. First, he had been unexpectedly struck in the face, an attack that would have been fatal to anyone else if not for his extraordinary durability. Now, his ultimate taijutsu technique was being reflected back at him, and he felt a surge of frustration at the unfairness of it all. However, he quickly reminded himself that this was not the time for complaints. He needed to focus on the incoming 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Understanding the power of his own technique, Himura knew that while he would survive the hit, it would certainly cause him pain. He swiftly summoned his truth-seeking orbs, forming them into a massive black shield to defend against the attack. The truth-seeking orbs were remarkably versatile, capable of offense, defense, and support, and they excelled in all aspects of combat. Himura had just used them to block the reflected 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Although the orbs successfully defended against the onslaught, the shield shattered in the process. While the orbs could nullify ninjutsu, they were ineffective against taijutsu attacks. Despite the loss of the orbs, it was not a significant setback for Himura, as he possessed Kekkei Mora. Even if the orbs were completely destroyed, he could recreate them. As he blocked the reflected attack, a massive Raisin Shuriken was hurled at him. This was Sage Art, a form of power that even the truth-seeking orbs could not completely nullify. With no other option, Himura channeled all his energy into a repulsive force, attempting to counteract the incoming attack. Meanwhile, Shin was not idle. He transformed the truth-seeking orbs behind him into the shape of a katana, demonstrating their ability to take various forms, including weapons. With a single slash, the blade tore through Himura's defenses, splitting both Himura and the very dimension in two. Observing from a distance, Kushina felt a mix of awe and fear at the staggering destructive power of Shin's attack. She marveled at how even her mastery of would-release Sage Art seemed insignificant in comparison to Shin's strength. Despite the overwhelming power of the Starfall Slash, Himura reappeared, cautious yet undeterred. Although his physical body had been destroyed, he continued to exist in another form, akin to how Hagoromo Otsutsuki manifested as a being of pure chakra. Himura was now purely energy, and he understood that as long as his chakra remained, he could eventually revive. Shin feigned annoyance at Himura's resilience, questioning whether another strike would truly be enough to finish him off. Himura, composed yet aware of his limitations, calmly asserted that Shin would find it useless to try. He believed that, like the tailed beasts, as long as his chakra existed in the world, he could not truly die. Shin, however, posed a new threat, the possibility of obliterating Himura's will. This notion struck fear into Himura, as he realized that if his will was destroyed he would be truly dead. It was a fate he believed even the strongest beings could not achieve. As Himura hesitated, Shin confidently declared that he had sealed the space with Fuinjutsu, ensuring that escape was impossible. With a mission issued by the system to eliminate Himura, Shin felt a renewed sense of purpose. He was determined to carry out the task, especially since it came with a reward. Himura, sensing the danger, began to panic and proposed cooperation, but Shin dismissed the idea, viewing their encounter as a fight to the death. In a swift motion, Shin pulled Himura's consciousness into a genjutsu space and annihilated his spirit. Despite Himura's attempts to resist, his mental power was no match for Shin's. With the destruction of Himura's spirit, he was truly dead. Shin reflected on the effectiveness of the genjutsu technique, which had been inspired by Shirsue's ultimate move. He felt a surge of satisfaction as he completed the mission and received a divine replication card as a reward. Additionally, he obtained a pair of Tensigen from Himura's bisected corpse, which he had deliberately preserved during the battle. As Shin descended, he gazed at Himura's remains, contemplating the power of the Tensigen. While he could not use them himself, he recognized their potential to help others, such as Hinata awakening her own Tensigen or assisting Mikoto in evolving her eyes into the Rinnegan. Once the battle concluded, Kushina rushed over, filled with concern for Shin's well-being. She asked if he was hurt, to which Shin responded with a smile, reassuring her that he was fine. Not only was he unscathed, but his clothes were also completely spotless. Shin had gained a better understanding of his combat strength, realizing he could completely dominate opponents at the 6 paths level. Although he had been confident in his abilities before, he lacked a proper benchmark. Easily dispatching Himura Otsutsuki confirmed his power, indicating he had likely surpassed the standard 6 paths level. During the fight with Himura, Shin had not even used his full strength, let alone gotten serious. He expressed a sense of helplessness, wishing for a more intense battle, but acknowledged that his strength simply did not allow for it. Kushina, however, perceived his demeanor as mere showing off. Despite Shin's claims of modesty and his search for a worthy opponent, Kushina saw through his facade. As they prepared to leave the eerie dimension, Kushina suddenly remembered the Shinigami. Shin reassured her, stating that it was merely a tool now, controlled by Himura Otsutsuki and reduced to a masterless entity after his defeat. Shin had his own reasons for not eliminating the Shinigami. He intended to leave it as bait to potentially lure out Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Though the chances were slim, they were not non-existent, so he decided to let the Shinigami remain. Using Yamatsu Hirasaka, Shin transported Kushina away from Himura's dimension, and they reappeared in the Land of Whirlpools. Tsunade greeted them with sarcasm, expressing her relief that they had returned, as she had feared they might never come back. Both Shin and Kushina had anticipated this reaction, knowing they had been absent for quite some time. Mikoto ignored them completely, while Konan turned her head away, clearly upset. Mei Terumi also felt resentment, regretting that she had not been able to accompany them on their journey. It would have been nice to travel freely with Shin and Kushina for a few days. In an attempt to justify their absence, Shin exaggerated the circumstances of their departure, claiming he had encountered a powerful enemy and fought for 7 days and nights before finally defeating him. Kushina, though slightly amused by his explanation, chose not to expose his exaggeration. Tsunade looked at Shin skeptically, and he insisted that Kushina could vouch for him. However, Mei interjected, suggesting that Kushina's testimony did not count, as they were likely in cahoots. Tsunade and Mikoto nodded in agreement, indicating they would not believe it based on Kushina's word alone. To prove his claims, Shin revealed his spoils of war, Himura's Tensigen, showing it to Mikoto, Tsunade, and the others. Mikoto was captivated by the immense power emanating from the Tensigen, feeling its energy even through the glass. Concerned for Shin, she asked if he was all right. Konan rushed over to examine him closely, while Hinata grabbed his hand, looking worried. Karen offered her arm, suggesting that a bite could heal him, but Shin assured them he was not injured. Tsunade, puzzled by the Tensigen, questioned Shin about it. He explained that it was the same as the eyes of Otsutsuki Ryusuke from the moon, identifying it as the Tensigen. Tsunade admitted they had not gotten a good look at it last time, although she noted a slight resemblance to Shin's own eyes, which were a fusion of the Tensigen and Rinnegan. Curious, Mikoto asked who the strong enemy was that Shin had fought. Mei, unfamiliar with the Tensigen, raised her hand, expressing her confusion. Shin's explanation clarified that the Tensigen was the evolution of the Byakugan and was on the same level as the Rinnegan. He had fought Himura Otsutsuki, the brother of the Sage of 6 Paths. Kushina stepped in to explain further, allowing Shin to breathe a sigh of relief internally. the topic of their prolonged absence was effectively diverted, and he felt he had successfully escaped scrutiny. Kushina discreetly gave him a thumbs up, which he acknowledged without showing excessive pride. He understood the importance of remaining humble and not becoming complacent. As Shin contemplated the Tensigen floating in the saline bottle, he considered its potential. He wondered if the Tensigen's ocular power could help Mikoto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolve into the Rinnegan. Although he was uncertain, he believed that since he had previously fused the Tensigen and Rinnegan into the Rinne Tensigen, it might be possible to use the Tensigen's power to assist Mikoto in awakening the Rinnegan. Determined to try, Shin sought out Mikoto, who was at the training ground guiding Karen's training. Upon arriving, he called out to her, and she approached with curiosity. Shin's mysterious expression piqued the interest of Kushina, Tsunade, and the others, who gathered around. Despite their impatience, Shin insisted that this matter concerned Mikoto specifically. He then revealed the Tensigen to Mikoto, explaining his plan to extract its ocular power and seal it into her eyes. Mikoto was intrigued when Tsunade mentioned the possibility of evolving her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although she was not particularly obsessed with gaining strength, the idea of evolution piqued her interest. Tsunade explained that the evolution of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could lead to the Rinnegan, which made Mikoto wonder if her eyes would transform. However, Tsunade clarified that while she could not guarantee such an evolution, it would at least enhance the ocular power of Mikoto's existing abilities. The prospect of potential benefits outweighed any risks, making it worth a try. Even if this attempt did not yield immediate results, Mikoto had the potential to awaken the Rinnegan on her own in the future, especially with her current abilities. When Mikoto inquired about what she needed to do, Shin assured her that he would handle everything. He produced one Tensigen, a powerful ocular artifact, and began the extraction process, which took considerable time and effort. After completing the extraction, the Tensigen was rendered useless, but Shin felt no remorse. Its purpose had been fulfilled. He then used a sealing technique to transfer the ocular power into Mikoto's eyes. As she closed her eyes, she felt a cool sensation, and her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, though it did not evolve immediately. Konan observed the lack of change in Mikoto's eyes and noted that it would take time for her to absorb the new power. The outcome would only be clear once Mikoto fully integrated the ocular energy. Kushina, curious about the other Tensigen, asked if Shin would extract its power as well. Shin explained that one Tensigen's power was sufficient for Mikoto, serving as a catalyst for her potential evolution. He had different plans for the remaining Tensigen, believing it would be more compatible with Hinata. After sealing the power into Hinata's Byakugan, he hoped it would nourish her eyes, although he could not guarantee an evolution. Kushina expressed concern about the implications of Mikoto potentially awakening the Rinnegan, wondering if it would mean she could no longer compete with Mikoto. Shin confirmed that if Mikoto did awaken the Rinnegan, she would indeed surpass Kushina's current strength. This led to a discussion about the overwhelming power of dojutsu, with Kushina expressing her frustration about their capabilities. Despite her confidence in her own strength, Shin playfully teased her about her envy, which only fueled her determination. As the playful banter continued, Mikoto suggested they focus on guiding Karen's training. With multiple instructors, Karen was making rapid progress, driven by her longing to be helpful to Shin. Although she was unsure how she could assist him, she dedicated herself to becoming stronger. 3 years passed swiftly. In Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura convened a private meeting with Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. This select group represented the core leadership of Konoha, and their decisions held significant weight. The primary topic of discussion was the Uchiha clan, which had become increasingly marginalized since the Hyuga clan's defection. Hiruzen had refrained from taking action against the defected Hyuga, wary of Shin Uzumaki's influence. However, the Uchiha were growing restless, feeling the weight of their resentment toward Konoha. Fugaku Uchiha had hoped the Hyuga incident would lead to better treatment for the Uchiha, but instead, they faced continued suppression. Hiruzen, aware of the brewing unrest within the clan, sought input from his colleagues on how to address the situation. Danzo, with a ruthless glint in his eye, suggested that annihilating the Uchiha clan was the only viable option. Hamura and Koharu agreed, viewing the Uchiha as a threat to Konoha's stability. Hiruzen remained contemplative, weighing the potential consequences of such drastic measures. While the Uchiha posed a significant threat, they were also a valuable asset to the village. Danzo, frustrated by Hiruzen's hesitation, pressed for action, seeing this as an opportunity to eliminate the Uchiha, a goal he had long desired. Hiruzen, however, recognized the high cost of such an action, understanding that the Uchiha were powerful and not easily subdued. The meeting highlighted the tension within Konoha's leadership as they grappled with the complexities of loyalty, power, and the future of the village. The Uchiha clan thrived through the intensity of battle, with life and death struggles serving as the ultimate catalyst for awakening their unique abilities. Despite their reduced numbers, the Uchiha's combat strength remained formidable. In the current shinobi world, few could rival the power of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, the Hokage, understood the broader implications of the situation, unlike Danzo, who was singularly focused on the destruction of the Uchiha. A knock at the door interrupted the tense atmosphere. Shursui Uchiha stood outside, requesting an audience with Hiruzen. Danzo's expression darkened at the mention of Shursui's name, questioning the purpose of his presence in a closed meeting. Hiruzen clarified that he had invited Shursui to join them, which shocked Danzo and the elders present. As Shursui entered and bowed respectfully, his impeccable etiquette left little room for criticism, though Danzo remained cold and dismissive. Danzo confronted Hiruzen directly, questioning the wisdom of including an Uchiha in their discussions. Hiruzen expressed his belief that Shursui could help resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, emphasizing the importance of unity within the village. Danzo, however, was skeptical, doubting Shursui's ability to effect any real change. Shursui, confident in his strength, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and explained his powerful technique, Kodo Amatsukami, which could permanently alter a person's thoughts and will. This revelation took everyone by surprise, including Hiruzen, who felt a wave of unease wash over him. The potential danger of Shursui's ability was not lost on Hiruzen, who feared the implications of such power if misused. Despite his loyalty to Konoha, Shursui's openness about his abilities put him in a precarious position. Hiruzen's thoughts turned dark as he considered the threat Shursui's power posed, realizing that even he might see Shursui as a liability. Danzo, ever the schemer, eyed Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan with greed, contemplating how such power could elevate him to the Hokage position. After the meeting, Shursui left, troubled by the growing tension between his clan and the village. He felt that only his abilities could resolve the conflict, but doing so would require betraying his clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. Shursui planned to use Kodo Amatsukami to ensure Fugaku's loyalty to Konoha, believing that if the clan leader abandoned his rebellious thoughts, the rest of the clan would follow suit. Determined to discuss his plan with Itachi Uchiha, Shursui set off to find him. As he made his way to the Uchiha compound, he was unexpectedly bumped into by someone who dropped a note at his feet. After reading the note, Shursui learned that Danzo wanted to meet with him regarding the Uchiha clan. Although he was wary of Danzo's intentions, he felt there was no immediate danger and decided to attend the meeting. The designated location was an abandoned training ground in a secluded area of Konoha. Upon arrival, Shursui found the place empty and waited for Danzo to arrive. After some time, Danzo appeared, accompanied by several root ninjas. Danzo wasted no time in expressing his disbelief in Shursui's ability to resolve the Uchiha issue, which made Shursui anxious as he pleaded for Danzo's trust. Danzo approached Shursui with a menacing demeanor, declaring his lack of faith in him. In a sudden and brutal move, Danzo attacked, gouging out Shursui's right eye before he could react. The pain was excruciating, and Shursui was left reeling from the betrayal. Clutching his bleeding eye socket, he struggled to comprehend Danzo's motives. Danzo calmly explained that Shursui's eyes were too dangerous to remain in his possession, believing that such perilous abilities should be controlled by him. Nearby, Shin observed the scene unfold, having come to Konoha to investigate the situation with the Uchiha clan. He had learned that Obito was also in the village and anticipated the impending Uchiha massacre. As he watched Danzo's ruthless actions, he reflected on the brutality of the situation, recognizing that he himself was not without his own ruthlessness. Danzo demanded that Shursui surrender his remaining eye, knowing that the true power of the Sharingan could only be unlocked with both eyes. Shursui, however, refused to comply, determined to protect his remaining ability and unwilling to betray his fellow Konoha ninja. The tension in the air was palpable as the stakes continued to rise. Shursui Uchiha felt the weight of impending doom as he confronted Danzo. The tension in the air was palpable, and Shursui's heart raced with anger and disbelief at Danzo's betrayal. Danzo had poisoned the area with a colorless, odorless gas, ensuring that Shursui would be weakened before their confrontation. The poison coursed through Shursui's veins, leaving him sluggish and unable to fight back effectively. As Danzo commanded his root ninja to attack, Shursui instinctively drew his sword, blocking the first strike from one of the assailants. Despite his efforts, he was pushed back, struggling against the weakness that enveloped him. Realization dawned on Shursui. Danzo had indeed poisoned him, a calculated move that left him vulnerable. Danzo, focused on eliminating Shursui, sought a swift opportunity to finish him off. He was aware that this remote location still lay within Konoha, and any disturbance could attract the attention of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage. Danzo had no fear of facing Hiruzen after Shursui was dead, but he dreaded the possibility of Hiruzen intervening before he could achieve his goal. In a moment of desperation, Shursui reacted to Danzo's ninjutsu attack. Using the force of the impact, he propelled himself backward, seizing the chance to escape. He knew he could not allow Danzo to obtain his remaining Sharingan eye, as the consequences could be catastrophic. With incredible speed, Shui vanished from sight, evading the root ninja who were ordered to pursue him relentlessly. Despite being poisoned and injured, he managed to escape, though his body bore the marks of battle, cuts and bruises from the skirmish. Once he found a moment of solitude, Shui reflected on Danzo's betrayal, feeling a surge of anger. He had never imagined that a fellow villager could turn against him in such a brutal manner. Soon, Itachi Uchiha arrived, alarmed by Shui's condition and the loss of his eye. Shui did not conceal the truth, revealing Danzo's involvement in the attack. Itachi, filled with concern for his mentor and friend, felt a wave of anger rise within him. He was determined to confront Danzo, but Shui cautioned him against it, knowing that Danzo would deny any wrongdoing. Instead, Shui had a different purpose for calling Itachi. He reached up and plucked out his remaining eye, offering it to Itachi with the hope that he would use it to protect Konoha. Shui's plan was to sacrifice himself, believing that his death would awaken the Uchiha clan to the futility of their rebellion against Konoha. He hoped that by losing one of their strongest members, they would reconsider their intentions. With a faint smile, Shui walked to the edge of a cliff and leaped into the river below, leaving Itachi in shock, clutching the Mangekyo Sharingan that Shui had entrusted to him. As Itachi stood frozen in anguish, Shin appeared, his gaze fixed on the river where Shui had jumped. Using his powers, Shin pulled Shui's body from the water, recognizing its potential use. He took the lifeless form and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Obito was hidden within Konoha, startled by Shin's sudden appearance. He had long suspected that White Zetsu was leaking information, and now he wondered how Shin had tracked him down. Shin's presence made Obito uneasy, as he felt the power imbalance between them. Shin revealed that he had come to observe the unfolding events, while Obito expressed his intentions to recruit Itachi into the Akatsuki. Shin, aware of Itachi's dual allegiance, cautioned Obito to be wary of potential betrayal. Their conversation shifted as Shin sought White Zetsu, who happened to be following Obito. The dynamic between the three was tense, with Obito grappling with his feelings of inadequacy in the presence of Shin's strength. As the pieces of their intertwined fates began to align, the future of Konoha and the Uchiha clan hung in the balance, marked by betrayal, sacrifice, and the looming specter of conflict. Shin approached White Zetsu with a smile, but the expression filled White Zetsu with unease. A sense of foreboding settled deep within. Shin turned and walked away, beckoning White Zetsu to follow. Despite the apprehension, White Zetsu felt compelled to obey, trailing cautiously behind Shin. As they moved further, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Obito observed the interaction, his mind racing with questions about Shin's intentions. He regarded Shin as a potential threat, keen to analyze every action. Shin led White Zetsu to an open area and addressed it directly. White Zetsu, eager to please, expressed his willingness to assist, striking a pose of devotion. Shin felt a pang of guilt for what he was about to request. He assured White Zetsu that he would be remembered, but then revealed the unsettling truth. He needed White Zetsu to serve as a sacrifice. White Zetsu's demeanor shifted dramatically, its face reflecting despair at the thought of death. Despite the fear, it understood that resistance was futile, recognizing its own limitations as a mere clone. The distinction between clone and original was irrelevant. Even if the original perished, others would remain. Shin retrieved Shui Uchiha's corpse from the Kamui dimension and instructed White Zetsu to possess it. White Zetsu had the unique ability to inhabit other bodies, even those that were lifeless. Once the possession was complete, Shin initiated the Edo Tensei technique, using White Zetsu as the vessel to revive Shui. The technique required a piece of the deceased's flesh, and Shin utilized Shui's entire corpse. Upon awakening, Shui expressed confusion about his state of being. Shin confirmed that while he had been dead, he had now returned in a different form. Recognition dawned on Shui as he realized who stood before him. Shin Uzumaki, a name once feared in the shinobi world, had faded from memory for many, but not for Shui. Shui's loyalty to Konoha surged as he questioned Shin's intentions. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, prepared to defend his village. The flaws of the Edo Tensei became evident. Shui's eyes had been removed in life, yet they remained in the reanimated form. This inconsistency puzzled even Shin, who had mastered the technique. Shin, feeling pity for Shui, revealed his longing to disrupt the tranquility of Konoha, suggesting that it had become too quiet. Shui's anger flared at the thought of an attack on his home. He unleashed the Great Fireball technique, but Shin remained unfazed, watching as the fireball dissipated harmlessly. In a desperate attempt, Shui invoked Kodo Amatsukami, hoping to alter Shin's will and protect Konoha. However, Shin dismissed the attempt, as his spiritual power far surpassed Shui's. The attempt at genjutsu failed, and Shin reflected the technique back onto Shui, forcibly changing his will. Shui, once aggressive, now turned and left, his actions no longer his own. As the reanimated Shisui walked toward the Uchiha compound, he appeared unsettlingly cracked and fragile. An Uchiha clansman, shocked by Shisui's condition, led him to the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha. Upon seeing Shisui, Fugaku immediately noticed the unnatural state of his body. Shisui calmly explained that he was dead and had been revived through the Edo Tensei technique. Fugaku, recognizing the forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage, pressed for details about Shisui's death. Shisui recounted his betrayal by Danzo, the theft of his eye, and his subsequent demise. Fugaku's expression darkened as he absorbed the weight of Shisui's words. Fugaku understood the implications of Danzo's actions and the threat they posed. He inquired about who had used Edo Tensei to revive Shisui, his gaze intense. Shisui answered without hesitation, revealing that it was Shin Uzumaki. Fugaku's mind raced as he considered Shin's motives, knowing that only someone as powerful as Shin could orchestrate such a revival. Shisui emphasized that understanding Shin's goals was secondary to ensuring the survival of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Speculation would not aid them, they needed to focus on what lay ahead. The power Shin Uzumaki wielded was a formidable force, one that the Uchiha clan could not afford to underestimate. Even the combined strength of the entire Uchiha clan could not match Shin Uzumaki alone. Fugaku Uchiha pondered the situation, turning to Shisui Uchiha for his thoughts. He understood Shisui's deep love for the village. If faced with a choice between the clan and Konoha, Shisui would undoubtedly choose the village. This presented a significant dilemma for Fugaku. Shisui was the Uchiha's top fighter, yet his loyalty extended beyond the clan. Fugaku contemplated what leverage he had against Konoha. Shisui expressed his unwavering commitment to protect the honor of the Uchiha clan and to fight for it. Fugaku observed Shisui's earnestness and decided to trust him. If Shisui were not sincere, he would not have revealed such crucial information. Shisui warned Fugaku that the third Hokage would likely take action against the Uchiha clan soon. He advised Fugaku to prepare and to be cautious of potential threats. When Shisui mentioned Itachi Uchiha as an obstacle, Fugaku's heart sank. He felt a heavy weight of complex emotions as he considered the implications of Shisui's words. Shisui believed that Itachi was no longer a friend but an enemy, someone who posed a threat to the clan. Fugaku questioned Shisui's assertion, recognizing that he did not know Itachi as well as he should, given his responsibilities. He regretted allowing Itachi to join the Umbu, where he had become a double agent, providing Hiruzen Sarutobi with information while feeding the Uchiha misleading intel. Fugaku resolved to speak with Itachi and asked Shisui when he thought Hiruzen would act against the clan. Shisui speculated that it would likely happen within the next 2 days, given the failure of their original plan. Fugaku decided to find Itachi, his pride and joy, but he wore a bitter smile as he approached his son's room. Upon entering, he found Itachi in a daze, still grappling with the shock of Shisui's death. Fugaku informed Itachi of his decision to launch a coup d'état that very night and inquired about any movements from Hiruzen's side. Itachi's brow furrowed with concern as he questioned the wisdom of such a decision, warning of the dire consequences that could arise from a conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Fugaku remained calm, asserting that the Uchiha clan could no longer afford to consider consequences. Itachi, young and intelligent, understood the potential fallout of their actions. Fugaku realized that if he had not been pushed to the brink, he would never have considered such a drastic course of action. Their conversation ended in disagreement, with Itachi storming out of the room. Fugaku sighed, knowing he could not bring himself to harm his own kin. He had steeled himself for that moment, but ultimately, he could not follow through. He resolved that the next time they met, they would be enemies, and he would show no mercy to a traitor of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Itachi left the Uchiha compound and headed straight to the Hokage Tower, where he revealed the Uchiha clan's plan to launch a coup that night to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He expressed his willingness to annihilate the Uchiha clan but insisted that his younger brother, Sasuke, must survive. Itachi was prepared to sacrifice everything for Sasuke, even if it meant killing his own family. Hiruzen, aware of the Akatsuki's growing threat, considered Itachi's terms. Itachi offered to provide Konoha with intelligence about the organization in exchange for Sasuke's safety. Hiruzen agreed, recognizing that sparing Sasuke was a small price to pay in the grand scheme of things. Danzo Shimura, present at the meeting, questioned Itachi's confidence in his ability to eliminate the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, exuding an intimidating presence. Despite his longing for vengeance against Danzo for Shisui's death, Itachi maintained his composure. After their discussion, Itachi left the Hokage Tower, while Hiruzen sighed heavily, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Danzo advised Hiruzen to mobilize the Umbu, suggesting that Itachi might not be able to carry out the task alone. Hiruzen, recognizing the need for a contingency plan, agreed to Danzo's suggestion. If Itachi failed to eliminate the Uchiha, Konoha would have to intervene. An oppressive atmosphere settled over Konoha, creating a sense of impending doom that even the ordinary villagers could feel. Among them, Shin stood apart, sitting leisurely in a tavern and enjoying his sake. He observed the unusual activity in Konoha, particularly the increased movement of Umbu ninja, and anticipated the unfolding events. He purchased 2 more jugs of sake before leaving, eager for the spectacle to begin. This Uchiha massacre would be unlike the original story. Shisui Uchiha, who should have been dead, had been revived by Shin using Edo Tensei. The reanimated individuals possessed significant advantages, such as infinite chakra and the ability to regenerate from complete destruction. The only way to deal with an Edo Tensei summon was through sealing techniques. Additionally, the current Fugaku Uchiha was not passively awaiting his fate. He would not simply allow his son to kill him. As night fell, Shin arrived at the Uchiha compound, undetected by anyone. He stood on the roof of Fugaku Uchiha's house, observing the quiet compound while the training grounds bustled with activity. The Uchiha clan ninja had gathered, and Shin noted that Itachi alone could not defeat the entire clan. Even with Obito Uchiha's assistance, annihilation seemed impossible. In the original story, Itachi's success stemmed from a surprise attack, many Uchiha being asleep, Obito's help, and Fugaku's lack of resistance. Now, Itachi would have to confront the Uchiha clan directly, and despite their weakened state, they remained formidable. Shin had no intention of allowing the Uchiha massacre to follow the original script. If Konoha attempted to destroy the Uchiha clan now, they would pay a heavy price, unlike the effortless annihilation of the past. He sighed dramatically, acknowledging that some of Konoha's disasters were, in fact, his doing. As he scanned the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, he spotted Itachi, even in the darkness. He considered whether to copy Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan but found himself more interested in Itachi's 3 sacred treasures, the Totsuka blade, the Yata mirror, and the Yasaka Amagatama. Although he doubted their usefulness, his collector's instinct compelled him to replicate them. After using an advanced replication card, he successfully copied Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. With this new power, Shin settled in to watch the unfolding drama, knowing it would be spectacular. He shifted his gaze back to Fugaku Uchiha, who had gathered all the clan's ninja. Without needing to speak, they understood the gravity of the situation after their council meeting. Fugaku, clad in battle armor, addressed his clansmen, emphasizing that tonight's battle would determine the fate of the Uchiha clan. Failure would mean their end, while success could lead to control over Konoha. Driven by ambition and desperation, Fugaku had no choice but to rally his clan to fight to the death. Their thunderous roar echoed through the compound as Itachi stepped onto Uchiha grounds, his expression hardening. Obito Uchiha appeared beside him, commenting on the trouble at hand. Itachi recognized him as the masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha. Regardless of his true identity, Itachi was more concerned with whether Obito could assist him. Obito coldly remarked that he expected Itachi to demonstrate strength worthy of his attention, or else he would be of no use. As Itachi drew his katana and resolutely approached the assembled clan, Shin mused about the impending clash and wondered how Itachi would react upon seeing Shisui. Fugaku led his men forward, and soon father and son stood face to face. Itachi addressed his father, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan without hesitation. Fugaku expressed his disappointment, questioning Itachi's choice to stand against his family. Despite his father's words, Itachi remained resolute, stating that his actions were for the village. At that moment, Shisui stepped out from the crowd, fixing his gaze on Itachi. The sight of Shisui shocked Itachi, who had believed him to be dead. Shisui calmly explained that he now existed in a different form and declared that they were enemies, promising no mercy. Itachi, confused and desperate for answers, struggled to comprehend Shisui's transformation and motivations. Shisui insisted that he now fought solely for the Uchiha clan, leaving Itachi bewildered. Fugaku intervened, asserting his intention to face his son himself. The tension in the air was palpable as Shin observed the dramatic confrontation unfold. The clash between father and son was imminent, and the stakes had never been higher. As they stood on opposing sides, the absence of words only heightened the intensity of the moment. Though he had not spent much time with Itachi, Fugaku understood certain aspects of his son's personality. Once Itachi made a decision, he was resolute and unyielding. The clash of metal echoed as a kunai met a katana, sparks flying from the impact. Fugaku's superior strength forced Itachi back. At 13, Itachi could not match his father in raw power, nor was strength his primary skill. He quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of flames that surged toward Fugaku from all directions. Fugaku activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, perceiving the incoming flames as if they were moving in slow motion. This allowed him to clearly see their trajectory, making it easy to dodge the attacks. He weaved left and right, skillfully avoiding Itachi's assault while closing the distance between them. Itachi understood that he could not win in a direct confrontation with his father, so he maintained his distance, attacking with ninjutsu and engaging Fugaku in a running battle. Fugaku responded by forming hand seals and unleashing a powerful fire technique. If it struck Itachi, it would be fatal. Unless a ninja reached 6 paths level, their body remained fragile. Even a single kunai could be lethal, let alone a direct hit from a high-level ninjutsu. Itachi channeled chakra to his right foot, stomping hard and bursting forward with incredible speed, twisting his body to evade the attack. The fire dragon slammed into the ground, creating a large, scorched crater, demonstrating Fugaku's full power. Shin observed the battle, noting that neither father nor son showed mercy. Every attack was aimed to kill. Itachi was determined to eliminate the Uchiha clan, and Fugaku, as its father, could not tolerate his son's rebellion. In a sense, Itachi was indeed a great rebel, siding with outsiders against his own people, including his blood relatives. Regardless of perspective, this was undeniably an act of treachery. After dodging another of Fugaku's attacks, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Ordinary techniques were ineffective against Fugaku, leaving Itachi no choice but to use the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. He pulled Fugaku into the illusionary realm of Tsukuyami, a space where time, mass, and reality were under Itachi's complete control. In this realm, Itachi showed no mercy, binding Fugaku and subjecting him to relentless torment. After enduring prolonged mental torture, Fugaku managed to break free using the power of his own Mangekyo Sharingan. As he escaped, Itachi suffered the backlash of the genjutsu, blood streaming from his left eye. He was shocked to discover that his father had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan as well, a closely guarded secret Fugaku had kept from everyone. Fugaku, pale and weakened from the mental strain of Tsukuyami, commanded the Uchiha clansmen behind him to retreat to the Hokage Tower, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Shisui led the Uchiha ninja away, but not a single clan member offered to stay and assist Fugaku. This was a matter between father and son, and they could not interfere. As Shisui guided the clan out of the Uchiha compound, they were intercepted by Umbu ninja. Shisui attacked first, demonstrating his exceptional speed and skill. His figure flickered, appearing instantly before an Umbu ninja, swiftly dispatching him. He continued to utilize his advanced body flicker technique, pushing his body to its limits. However, in his Edo Tensei state, he felt no physical strain. Even if his body was destroyed, it would regenerate. With infinite chakra and immunity to fatal injuries, Shisui's strength was significantly amplified. The Uchiha clansmen fought fiercely alongside Shisui, overwhelming the Umbu ninja in a matter of minutes. Though the Umbu were skilled, they fell quickly under the combined assault. Root Ninja, observing the chaos, chose to remain hidden, following Danzo's orders to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observing the Uchiha compound through his telescope technique, felt a surge of urgency. The loss of elite ninja was unacceptable, especially at a time when Konoha was at its weakest. The village was caught between generations, and without strong leaders like Shisui and Itachi, Konoha's future appeared grim. Hiruzen rushed toward the Uchiha compound, bringing a large contingent of ninja with him. Reinforcements were crucial, as the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He ordered an Umbu ninja to inform Danzo to come immediately, understanding the gravity of the situation. If Konoha suffered catastrophic losses, it would leave the village vulnerable to outside threats. Upon arriving at the Uchiha compound, Hiruzen found the battle had escalated dramatically. Both Fugaku and Itachi had activated their Susan, towering armored figures radiating immense power. Hiruzen recognized the destructive potential of their abilities. As he approached, Hiruzen encountered Shisui. A complex mix of emotions surged within him as he realized Shisui was indeed in an Edo Tensei state. Hiruzen questioned whether Shisui was being controlled, but Shisui coldly stated that it did not matter, he was now an enemy. Without further hesitation, Hiruzen summoned his powerful monkey companion, Enma, ready to confront the threat before him. Enma, one of the strongest summons, would be crucial in the battle ahead. The atmosphere was tense as Hiruzen Sarutobi faced off against Shisui Uchiha, while the remaining Umbu engaged other members of the Uchiha clan. The battle was fierce, with Fugaku Uchiha locked in a dramatic confrontation with his son, Itachi Uchiha. Their clash escalated as both unleashed the ultimate power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Susan. This display of power ravaged the Uchiha compound, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. High above, Shin observed the chaos below, noting the brightness of the moon. It was a night that seemed perfect for conflict. He speculated whether the other clans had been alerted to the turmoil and if they would choose to intervene. The magnitude of the battle, particularly the clash of Susanoo between Fugaku and Itachi, sent shockwaves throughout the area. If the other clans remained unaware after such a commotion, their fate was sealed. Yet, whether they would choose to act remained uncertain. Despite their disdain for the Uchiha, it was unlikely they would strike when they were vulnerable. Shursui had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and manifested his Susanoo, knowing that without it, he could not hope to contend with Hiruzen. Despite Hiruzen's age, he was a formidable opponent, especially with the aid of his summon, Enma. With agility reminiscent of a monkey, Hiruzen leaped into the air and brought his staff crashing down onto Shursui's Susanoo. The impact was tremendous, forcing the Susanoo back and shattering the point of contact. Shursui remained unfazed, channeling chakra to repair the damage, as the Edo Tensei technique allowed him to sustain this effort indefinitely. Hiruzen, breathing slightly, realized the challenge he faced. The reanimated Shursui was proving to be a troublesome adversary, and he knew that sealing was the only viable option against him. He ordered the Umbu to notify the sealing team, all while fending off Shursui's relentless Susanoo attacks. As a drill-like spiral sword moved toward him, Hiruzen dodged just in time, the attack creating a massive crater where he had stood moments before. The realization struck him that defeating an Edo Tensei summon in a battle of attrition was a fool's errand. As Shursui's Susanoo unleashed a barrage of chakra arrows, Hiruzen called upon a defensive jutsu, the Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Despite the strain it placed on his chakra reserves, he managed to erect a barrier, but it was quickly overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. The Umbu suffered casualties as they faced the relentless onslaught of chakra arrows, each one capable of inflicting severe damage or death. At that moment, Danzo arrived on the scene, surprised to find Hiruzen in such a precarious situation. Hiruzen urged Danzo to assist him against Shursui, who was now a formidable foe. Danzo was taken aback to see Shursui's intact eyes, recalling their past encounters. The animosity between them was palpable, as Shursui's memories of Danzo's betrayal lingered. Shursui launched an attack, one of Susanoo's most powerful techniques, aimed directly at Danzo. However, Danzo, ever the strategist, used the body flicker technique to evade the attack, showing his skill and experience. Hiruzen, aware of the stakes, insisted that they work together to hold off Shursui and let the sealing team handle him. Danzo, understanding the implications of facing an Edo Tensei summon, inquired about who had resurrected Shursui, but Hiruzen had no answers. He knew it was not someone from the Uchiha clan, as they lacked access to such forbidden techniques. As the battle raged on, Shin watched with a sense of satisfaction, contemplating whether to increase the chaos in Konoha. The confidence displayed by Hiruzen and Danzo intrigued him, and he considered how to raise the stakes further. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, the challenges ahead would test their resolve and strength in ways they could not yet imagine. Konoha was on the brink of collapse, and increasing the difficulty of the situation would lead to disaster. Sensing the distraction of Hiruzen and Danzo, Shursui Uchiha could no longer contain himself and unleashed another powerful attack. The Magatama in his Susanoo's chest pulsed, releasing a denser barrage of green chakra arrows than before. As the battle continued, Shursui became more adept at wielding the power of his Susanoo. Despite possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had rarely used Susanoo due to the immense toll it took on his body, risking blindness and extreme physical strain. Hiruzen, striving to protect the Konoha ninja, urged Danzo to focus on blocking Shursui's relentless attacks rather than discussing who had revived Shursui. Hiruzen had many questions about the history between Shursui and Danzo, especially after witnessing Shursui's earlier outburst. However, there was no time for inquiries as Shursui's assault continued unabated. Even with their combined efforts, Hiruzen and Danzo struggled against Shursui, though their teamwork alleviated some of the pressure. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha was even more brutal. Itachi knelt on the ground, his Susanoo flickering and barely holding together. His vision blurred, and he was overwhelmed by pain and exhaustion. Despite this, Itachi pushed through the agony. Fugaku, in slightly better condition, demonstrated that his position as clan head was earned through strength, not merely connections. In the original timeline, Itachi had succeeded in the massacre because Fugaku had not resisted, but now Fugaku was fighting back. Fugaku's eyes streamed with blood, a testament to the immense cost of using Susanoo. He offered Itachi a chance at redemption, suggesting that he could forgive him if he chose to help the Uchiha clan. Itachi, however, argued that even if the Uchiha clan succeeded in their coup, it would ultimately lead to war. Fugaku's expression remained stoic, but his sorrow was evident as he acknowledged the painful reality of father fighting son. After expressing his remorse, Itachi wielded the Tatsuka blade, a spirit weapon formed from chakra, and aimed it at Fugaku. Anyone struck by the Tatsuka blade would be sealed away forever in a genjutsu world. The blade pierced through Fugaku's Susanoo, heading directly for him. Sensing the imminent danger, Fugaku abandoned his Susanoo just in time to narrowly evade the attack. He resolved to show no mercy moving forward. Both father and son unleashed the same technique simultaneously, resulting in a deafening explosion that leveled the Uchiha compound. Itachi, unable to maintain his Susanoo any longer, coughed up blood and quickly consumed soldier pills to replenish his chakra. Fugaku also deactivated his Susanoo, not due to a lack of chakra but because of insufficient ocular power. His vision was fading, and he was on the verge of blindness from previous battles. Suddenly, a blade pierced Fugaku's flesh, and he looked down in shock to see a ninja sword protruding from his body. Obito, who had been observing the fight, had seized the opportunity to attack when Fugaku's focus was solely on Itachi. Fugaku swung his kunai in retaliation, but it passed harmlessly through Obito's intangible form. Itachi, suppressing his inner turmoil, appeared before Fugaku and moved his katana through his father's heart. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief as he faced his tragic fate. In a moment of desperation, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, engulfing Fugaku's body in black flames that reduced him to ashes. Itachi had not intended to desecrate his father's remains. He acted to prevent the masked man from obtaining Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. As Itachi gazed at the ashes of his father, he suppressed his grief and turned his attention to Obito, who claimed to be Madara Uchiha. Itachi's pupils constricted as he noticed something behind Obito. Obito, puzzled by Itachi's reaction, was soon reassured by Shin, who stood behind him. Shin's presence alleviated Obito's concerns, as he knew that if Shin wanted him dead, he would not be safe anywhere. Obito maintained his composure and acknowledged the potential of Itachi as a member of the Akatsuki. Itachi, however, remained silent, his focus on Shin, whom he recognized from his studies of the shinobi world's history. The realization that Shin was part of the Akatsuki raised the threat level in Itachi's mind. Obito inquired about the reanimated Shursui, and while Shin did not confirm directly, Obito understood that it was indeed Shin's doing. With Shin present, Obito felt it was time to leave. He gestured for Itachi to follow, but Itachi had unfinished business. He intended to ensure that Konoha could eliminate the Uchiha clan while minimizing their own casualties, as heavy losses could trigger another shinobi world war. Itachi had witnessed the horrors of war and was determined to prevent further suffering. Though young during the Third Shinobi World War, Itachi Uchiha had witnessed its horrors firsthand. Mature beyond his years, he did not want to see rivers of blood flow again or countless deaths. This was why Itachi chose the village over his clan. His rational mind told him to sacrifice the few for the many. The Uchiha clan could not be saved, it was better to sacrifice them to prevent a larger war. If a shinobi world war erupted, the casualties would be 100 times worse. Itachi's decision to kill his family was treacherous, yet arguably justifiable from the perspective of the greater good. While his actions might seem noble from a moral standpoint, he was not the kind of person suited for friendship. One could never know if he might sacrifice them one day for the greater good. Even his beloved younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, was not exempt from his schemes. Itachi had planned to use a powerful technique on Sasuke to ensure he would forever protect Konoha. In the face of the village's interests, even his brother took second place. These were merely speculations, of course. Only Itachi himself knew who truly held more importance in his heart, the village or his brother. Obito, observing the situation, found Itachi's refusal to leave troublesome. He questioned whether Itachi was planning to break their agreement, his eyes flashing with cold light. Obito was not easily fooled. Itachi's strength was indeed valuable, and recruiting him would strengthen the Akatsuki, but Obito did not need him. There were countless geniuses in the world. Itachi was not indispensable. Their agreement had been that Obito would help Itachi annihilate the Uchiha clan. Though Fugaku was dead, many Uchiha clansmen remained. However, Obito was reluctant to get involved now, especially since Shursui Uchiha had been revived by Shin Uzumaki. This could be part of Shin's scheme, and Obito did not want to become entangled. Itachi expressed his intention to join the Akatsuki after resolving the Uchiha clan problem, having already promised Hiruzen that he would infiltrate as a spy. With that, Itachi used body flicker and rushed toward the distant battlefield. Obito did not stop him. If Itachi survived, he would recruit him into the Akatsuki. If not, it did not matter. Obito then turned to Shin, questioning whether he would stop Itachi, who seemed likely to disrupt their plans. Shin, with a faint smile, remarked that he had no plans, and the so-called plans were merely Obito's assumptions. If Shin had a goal, it was likely just to make the unfolding drama more exciting. Shin invited Obito to watch the potential confrontation between Itachi and Shursui Uchiha. Obito had once considered recruiting Shursui into the Akatsuki but found him unsuitable after an investigation. Shursui would likely choose death over joining the Akatsuki, which is why Obito had set his sights on Itachi instead. He remained eager to see how Konoha would deal with the Edo Tensei, a technique he understood well. Over the years, with White Zetsu gathering intelligence, few secrets remained from him, and he recognized how troublesome Edo Tensei could be. As Itachi arrived on the battlefield, he did not immediately engage Shursui. Instead, he cooperated with Konoha's Umbu ninja, beginning to eliminate the Uchiha clansmen. Shin observed this ruthlessness, noting Itachi's lack of mercy towards his own clan. The dying Uchiha, filled with rage, called Itachi a traitor and wished for his demise. Despite the curses and the fury directed at him, Itachi's resolve only hardened. Even his father, Fugaku, could not sway him. The anger of his clansmen only fueled his determination further. As more Uchiha gathered, charging toward Itachi, their enemies, the Konoha ninja, became secondary. Itachi was their primary target. No one could tolerate a traitor, and betrayal was deemed worse than death. Itachi had already broken their spirits by revealing that he had killed Fugaku, intensifying their hatred. He was seen as a patricidal traitor, a stain on the Uchiha clan's honor. Itachi, reflecting on the narrow-mindedness of his clan, expressed that it was time for their ambitions to rest eternally. His words, coming from a mere 13-year-old, seemed jarring. It was hard to believe that someone who spoke with such conviction could still be just a boy. Shin, observing Itachi, thought about the nature of human selfishness. The Uchiha coup was not merely a sign of narrow-mindedness, they were fighting for their survival. For the Uchiha clan, it was kill or be killed. They would rather die fighting than surrender meekly. As the battle raged on, it neared its end. Konoha ninja reinforcements continued to arrive, vastly outnumbering the Uchiha. With Itachi's ruthless actions, only a few Uchiha clansmen remained fighting, while the rest had fallen. None surrendered, the Uchiha had too much pride to yield. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi checked on Danzo after he was sent flying. Danzo, silent and in pain, reflected on his condition. He had narrowly escaped death from a powerful attack. He decided he could not continue fighting, doing so would force him to use his trump card, a forbidden technique that he preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. This technique required a Sharingan to activate and was known for its power, but it came with significant risks. Within the effective time of the jutsu, any damage suffered by the user, including death, would revert to a recorded state. Essentially, all negative effects, including death, became illusions, while all beneficial actions, like the user's attacks, became reality. This jutsu, which manipulated reality and illusion, was known as Izanagi. It was a powerful technique, but the cost was immense. The Sharingan used to activate Izanagi would be permanently blinded. Danzo had many Sharingan implanted in his body, but he was cautious about using Izanagi recklessly, aware that Hiruzen would not easily overlook such an act. Danzo understood the stakes and decided he would only use it if his life was genuinely in danger. Hiruzen allowed Danzo to withdraw, preparing to face Shisui Uchiha alone. Shisui, having fought against two opponents for an extended PRD, showed no signs of fatigue. As an Edo Tensei summon, he could fight indefinitely unless Shin released the jutsu or Shisui was sealed. There were other methods to defeat Edo Tensei, such as yin-yang release or truth-seeking orbs, which could easily overcome reanimated bodies. Another option was to destroy the soul. If the soul was annihilated, the Edo Tensei would be broken. However, aside from sealing, Konoha lacked the means to deal with Shisui. Itachi Uchiha approached Hiruzen, offering to handle Shisui. Hiruzen, concerned, questioned Itachi's ability to manage the situation. Itachi admitted uncertainty about his chances of victory but chose not to elaborate further, aware that the masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha might be watching. He wanted to avoid raising suspicion by appearing too close to Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Obito, already suspicious, grew wary upon hearing Shin inform him of Itachi's plans to infiltrate the Akatsuki as a spy. Obito's cold gaze reflected his thoughts. He believed Itachi was trying to deceive him. Even if Itachi was indeed a spy, Obito intended to use his strength to his advantage, viewing everyone in the Akatsuki as tools for his purposes. Although he had considered eliminating Itachi, Obito decided to keep him around for now and would assign someone to monitor him, knowing that any insignificant information leaked would not matter. The battle between Itachi and Shisui commenced. Itachi refrained from using Susanoo, as his current condition could not support it. Relying on his agility, he fought Shisui, but his attacks felt ineffective against the formidable defense of Susanoo. Even S-rank ninjutsu could not completely breach its defenses. Itachi was aware of Susanoo's weakness, the ground beneath the user's feet. For non-perfect body Susanoo, the user still stood on the ground, an area unprotected by Susanoo's defense. However, knowing this weakness did not help Itachi, as he lacked the jutsu to attack from underground and had not studied earth release extensively. As the battle continued, Itachi, trying to catch his breath, suggested to Shisui that they stop and talk. Shisui paused his assault, and Itachi felt a small measure of relief, realizing that Shin Uzumaki did not have complete control over Shisui. Itachi questioned whether attacking Konoha was truly what Shisui wanted. Shisui's resolute response made it clear that he fought solely for the Uchiha clan now, regardless of his past beliefs. Itachi struggled to understand the drastic change in Shisui's mindset after being reanimated by Shin. He realized that Shisui's mind had likely been altered. In a moment of clarity, Itachi thought of a way to deal with the reanimated Shisui. he decided to use the power Shursui had left behind against him. Biting his finger, Itachi quickly formed hand seals for a summoning jutsu and summoned a crow. One of the crow's eyes held Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, identical to the one possessed by the reanimated Shursui. Itachi activated Kodo Amatsukami, altering the reanimated Shursui's will and returning him to his former self, free from Shin's influence. Although it was not a complete liberation from Shin's control, as Shin had merely reflected Shursui's own Kodo Amatsukami back at him, Itachi had successfully changed it back. Shursui deactivated his Susanoo and offered Itachi a faint smile, expressing gratitude. Itachi, glancing at the few remaining Uchiha clansmen who had fallen to the Konoha ninja, inquired about Shursui's plans. Shursui reflected on his existence, acknowledging that he no longer belonged to this world. He had already died once and did not wish to cling to life in his reanimated state. However, he felt a strong longing for revenge against Shin Uzumaki, who had caused immense damage to Konoha and the loss of nearly 100 Konoha ninja. Shursui sought atonement for his actions and believed that confronting Shin was necessary for peace of mind. Itachi remained silent, taking one last look at Shursui before drawing a kunai and throwing it towards Hiruzen Sarutobi in the distance. Without waiting for the outcome, Itachi used the body flicker technique to swiftly leave Konoha. He had initially intended to see Sasuke one last time, but the destruction of the Uchiha clan and the presence of Hiruzen and the Konoha ninja made it impossible. If he lingered any longer, he would jeopardize his chances of gaining the Akatsuki's trust. Itachi was aware that he was already distrusted and would need to find a way to regain that trust later. Hiruzen Sarutobi caught the kunai Itachi had thrown, which had a note attached. He discreetly put it away, planning to read it later. Shursui glanced at Hiruzen and Danzo one last time before vanishing into the darkness, determined to find Shin Uzumaki. Shin, observing from a distance, acknowledged Itachi's cleverness in breaking the Edo Tensei control. He had known that Kodo Amatsukami could achieve this but had not anticipated Itachi employing such a method. However, he realized that the Mangekyo Sharingan in Itachi's crow would likely be unusable for the next 10 years. With everything concluded, Shin understood that the battle had reached its end. Obito Uchiha used his ability, Kamui, to depart, leaving behind the remnants of a tense situation. Shin observed the direction in which Shursui had vanished, contemplating the need to confront him. Despite the distance, Shin's exceptional hearing had picked up Shursui's vow for revenge, and he resolved that anyone seeking vengeance against him could not be allowed to remain. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi directed the Konoha ninja to clean up the battlefield. In a private moment, he opened a note from Itachi Uchiha, which requested that the Uchiha massacre not be publicly labeled as a clan rebellion, in order to protect the Uchiha name. Itachi stated he would take full responsibility for the massacre and urged Hiruzen to look after Sasuke. He even issued a warning: if anything were to happen to Sasuke, he would expose Konoha's confidential information. Hiruzen, aware of Itachi's past as an Umbu captain and his knowledge of Konoha's secrets, understood the weight of this threat. However, even without it, Hiruzen had no intention of harming Sasuke. One surviving Uchiha was of little consequence, and Sasuke's existence could be used to keep Itachi in check. The aftermath of the incident was dire. Unlike the original events where Itachi, under Danzo's orders and with Obito's assistance, swiftly eliminated the Uchiha clan, this time Konoha had suffered significant losses. Hiruzen needed to manage the consequences carefully to avoid triggering another shinobi world war, a scenario he desperately wished to prevent. Fortunately, the Third Shinobi World War had recently concluded, and the major villages were still recovering, making them less likely to initiate another large-scale conflict. Had this occurred at a different time, the other villages would have seized the opportunity to attack the weakened Konoha. Hiruzen sighed, knowing that the blame for the Umbu casualties would fall squarely on Itachi Uchiha, who would likely accept this burden. He instructed the Umbu ninja to announce Itachi's defection and elevate him to S-rank missing nin status. This decision was the best way for Hiruzen to alleviate pressure from himself. However, he recognized the need for a serious discussion with Danzo regarding Shursui Uchiha and to caution him against causing further issues. Hiruzen understood Danzo's tendencies. If he didn't intervene, Danzo would likely create more problems behind the scenes, especially concerning the Umbu casualties. Shortly after leaving Konoha, Shin intercepted Shursui Uchiha. Shursui glared at Shin with palpable hatred, his killing intent evident as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin, unfazed by Shursui's hostility, acknowledged the animosity with a chuckle, knowing that Shursui was about to meet his end. Shursui demanded to know why Shin was targeting Konoha, but Shin did not deny it, recognizing the futility of such a denial. Fueled by rage, Shursui activated his Susanoo and charged at Shin. However, Shin summoned a perfect body Susen, its dark form resembling a fearsome samurai. When Shursui's attack struck, it caused no damage. Shin's Susanoo was far superior. With a chakra katana in hand, Shin unleashed a devastating blow that cleaved the earth and bisected Shirsui's Susanoo, obliterating Shirsui himself within it. Despite the complete destruction, Shirsui began to regenerate due to his Edo Tensei state, which granted him a form of immortality. However, the thoroughness of his destruction slowed his regeneration. As he reformed, Shin pointed out the vast gap in their strengths, a reality that Shirsui found difficult to accept. He activated his Susanoo once more, driven by the courage that came from his reanimated state, and attacked again. Shin admired Shirsui's bravery, recognizing that most would have lost the will to fight after such a devastating blow. However, he intended to demonstrate that even Edo Tensei was not a reliable source of courage. With a casual gesture, Shin summoned a truth-seeking orb and hurled it at Shirsui. The orb, containing the power of all things, pierced through Shirsui's Susanoo and enveloped him completely, erasing him from existence. The power of the truth-seeking orb was such that it could obliterate even reanimated beings, making regeneration impossible. With Shirsui gone, Shin deactivated his Susanoo and prepared to return to the Land of Whirlpools. He had not informed the girls of his departure and anticipated potential trouble upon his return. Using Yamatsu Hirasaka, he arrived back home. As soon as he returned, Kushina confronted him, hands on her hips, demanding to know where he had been. Shin shrugged, claiming he had gone out for a stroll, but Kushina saw through his lie immediately. She pounced on him, playfully biting him without mercy. After a while, she released him, wearing a triumphant smile as she noted the absence of another woman's scent on him. Tsunade walked past Shin, her expression pointed as she made a remark about his fidelity. Shin, feeling defensive, pinched her cheek in annoyance, which only fueled Tsunade's anger. She was taken aback by his boldness and felt a mix of irritation and disbelief at his audacity. The situation was made more complicated by the presence of their friends, including Kushina, Mikoto, Konan, and Meitarumi, along with the two younger girls, Hinata and Karen. Tsunade's frustration grew as she thought about how Shin's words would be perceived by everyone. Kushina, sensing Tsunade's discomfort, took the opportunity to tease her, questioning why she wasn't confronting Shin more assertively. The playful banter continued, with Kushina expressing her determination to retaliate against Shin for his actions, while Mikoto simply encouraged her to go ahead. However, when Kushina attempted to deflect Shin's attention onto Mikoto, the latter shot her a disapproving look, causing Kushina to feel a twinge of guilt. As the conversation shifted, Konan inquired about Shin's recent whereabouts. He explained that he had been in Konoha, where the Uchiha clan had attempted a coup and ultimately faced destruction. The news surprised Mei, who glanced at Mikoto, whose expression reflected a mix of sadness and detachment. Despite having distanced herself from the Uchiha clan, the news still affected her. Tsunade, well aware of the Uchiha struggles, elaborated on the historical marginalization they faced within Konoha, attributing their drastic actions to years of discrimination. She reflected on the downfall of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, expressing a sense of nostalgia for the past. Shin, observing her sentimentality, questioned her emotional response, but Tsunade simply rolled her eyes, asserting her right to feel nostalgic. With a shift in focus, Shin decided to take Karen and Hinata to the training grounds. He asked Hinata if she had learned the 8 trigrams 32 palms, to which she shyly confirmed her progress. Shin praised her, patting her head, which caused her to blush deeply and lose her balance. He caught her just in time, bemused by her increasing shyness as she grew older. Karen, witnessing Hinata's fainting spell, had grown accustomed to it over time. Shin decided to wait for Hinata to recover before turning his attention to Karen, who was eager to learn. She enthusiastically confirmed her mastery of the Rinnegan, demonstrating her skill by creating a hole in a nearby tree. Despite her young age, she had already grasped this A-rank technique. Shin acknowledged Karen's potential but cautioned her against attempting S-rank jutsu just yet, as her chakra reserves were still developing. He encouraged her to continue practicing the Rinnegan and promised to teach her the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu once she had mastered it. Karen's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of learning Fuin jutsu, a specialty of her clan. Shin reassured her that while he would teach her, she could also seek guidance from Kushina, who enjoyed teaching and would be happy to assist. With that, Shin encouraged Karen to focus on her current training, knowing that she would soon be ready for the next step in her development. Shin returned to the Land of Whirlpools and began instructing Karen and Hinata, focusing on their training while largely ignoring events in the outside world. He relied on White Zetsu or the third Reikage puppet, now under the control of Gyuki, to inform him of any significant occurrences. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha had defected from Konoha and successfully evaded pursuit for several days before joining the Akatsuki. Obito had informed Nagato of Itachi's arrival, and Pain welcomed him into the organization. However, Obito also disclosed that Itachi was a spy, which initially prompted Nagato to consider eliminating him to prevent future complications. Obito, however, argued against this course of action, emphasizing the effort invested in recruiting Itachi and his potential value to the Akatsuki. Itachi's combat strength was a coveted asset, and Obito believed that if they could not manage a spy, it would reflect poorly on them. Orochimaru observed Itachi's integration into the Akatsuki with a sinister smile, intrigued by the young man's formidable reputation. Itachi, aware of Orochimaru's interest, remained impassive. Orochimaru had previously regarded Itachi as a potential rival to Shin Uzumaki, particularly impressed by Itachi's ability to annihilate an entire clan at such a young age. Kakuzu, another member of the Akatsuki, assessed Itachi with curiosity, recognizing the significance of his past actions against the Uchiha clan, which was renowned even in its weakened state. Pain, sensing Kakuzu's intentions to test Itachi, intervened to prevent any infighting among the core members of the organization. He understood that while expendable recruits could be replaced, Kakuzu and Itachi were valuable assets that needed to remain unharmed until they had fulfilled their purposes. Kakuzu suppressed his longing to challenge Itachi, feeling restless after a series of precarious situations. His past actions had made him a target for Konoha ninja, and he had grown cautious. Orochimaru, on the other hand, felt disappointment at the missed opportunity to gauge Itachi's strength. He had long coveted the Sharingan, and the prospect of obtaining Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan intensified his ambitions. Orochimaru contemplated the potential of evolving the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through a siblings transplant, recalling that Itachi had a younger brother. However, attacking Itachi would likely provoke Pain's wrath, leading Orochimaru to weigh his options carefully. Sasori, sensing Orochimaru's ulterior motives, warned Itachi to be cautious. Although Itachi appreciated the warning, he had already sensed Orochimaru's ill intentions. Sasori's animosity towards Orochimaru was evident, and his warning stemmed from a longing to thwart Orochimaru's schemes rather than any goodwill towards Itachi. As Itachi observed the dynamics within the Akatsuki, he recognized the inherent discord among its members. The organization, primarily composed of rogue ninjas, lacked harmony, with only Pain's strength maintaining order. Pain instructed Itachi to remain at the base until a mission was assigned, and Itachi complied, feeling exhausted from his recent overexertion of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the relentless pursuit by Konoha. Upon arriving at his quarters, Itachi found Orochimaru waiting for him. The atmosphere was tense, and Itachi immediately sensed the danger. Orochimaru's intentions were clear, and Itachi understood the need to remain vigilant. Orochimaru expressed surprise at Itachi's presence, revealing his longing to discuss matters outside. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi agreed, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a strategic approach. The two left the Akatsuki base and entered a nearby forest, where the overcast sky and light drizzle were typical of the land of rain. Orochimaru, fixated on Itachi's eyes, expressed his intentions regarding the Sharingan. He revealed his plan to acquire Itachi's eyes, promising to assist Itachi's younger brother in awakening his own Mangekyo Sharingan, which would ultimately lead to Orochimaru possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's ambitions for power and immortality were evident, and he understood that strength was essential for survival. Yet, his ultimate priority remained the pursuit of immortality, with power serving as a means to that end. Itachi, aware of Orochimaru's greed and ambition, remained composed, understanding the implications of their encounter. Orochimaru initially intended to kill Itachi and seize his Sharingan, but he soon changed his mind. He saw potential in Itachi as a vessel for his reincarnation, believing that Itachi would be a far superior host compared to Kimimaro. Itachi, however, was curious about how Orochimaru had learned the secret to awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a knowledge he had only acquired through extensive study of Uchiha clan texts and the Uchiha stone tablet. Orochimaru casually revealed that he had received this information from Shin Uzumaki. This revelation caused Itachi to frown, as he was aware of Shin's formidable reputation. Orochimaru noted that despite Itachi's genius, he still fell short compared to Shin, who had already established himself as invincible in the shinobi world at the tender age of 12. Orochimaru felt a pang of envy, recalling that at 12, he had only been a chunin. In an attempt to distract Itachi, Orochimaru unleashed a sneak attack with a poisonous snake, but Itachi's vigilance allowed him to swiftly decapitate the creature. Orochimaru acknowledged Itachi's perceptiveness but felt a flicker of disappointment. He had not underestimated Itachi, as evidenced by his sneak attack. Determined to escalate the confrontation, Orochimaru transformed grotesquely, elongating his neck and lunging to bite Itachi. Although Itachi felt a moment of unease at this transformation, he quickly blocked the attack with his sword. Orochimaru's body had been modified to the point where he barely resembled a human. Itachi activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and cast the demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique. As their eyes met, Orochimaru found himself ensnared in a genjutsu, experiencing excruciating pain as giant stakes pierced his limbs. Despite the effectiveness of Itachi's technique, Orochimaru was not easily defeated. He had anticipated Itachi's genjutsu and prepared for it. Breaking free, he spat out the Kusanagi blade, which sliced through Itachi's sword and extended toward him. Just in time, Itachi used the substitution jutsu to evade the attack, reappearing on a distant tree branch, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru. Unlike the original story where Orochimaru fell victim to a single genjutsu, he was now a veteran Kage-level shinobi and would not be so easily defeated. Orochimaru, despite his poor resistance to genjutsu, had not suffered significant damage to his spirit, allowing him to maintain his composure. Orochimaru declared that Itachi could not escape and began forming hand seals to unleash the 10,000 snakes formation, summoning countless snakes that surged toward Itachi. The sight was overwhelming, likely causing panic in anyone with a fear of snakes. However, Itachi remained calm and unafraid. Suddenly, Pain's icy voice echoed, reminding Orochimaru that infighting among core Akatsuki members was forbidden. Despite having been warned, Orochimaru had disregarded Pain's authority by attacking Itachi. Realizing that Pain was aware of the situation, Orochimaru understood that he could no longer remain in the Akatsuki. He turned to leave, knowing that Pain would not let him off easily and would likely punish him severely. Orochimaru attempted to negotiate, claiming to possess research results that Shin Uzumaki needed. He asserted that if anything happened to him, Shin would come looking for Pain. Despite facing Pain's overwhelming killing intent, Orochimaru remained calm, confident in his ability to escape by using Shin as leverage. He understood the risks of misusing Shin's name but felt assured in his survival skills. Meanwhile, Shin learned about Orochimaru's defection from the Akatsuki and how he had used Shin's name to threaten Pain. White Zetsu, considering this a significant event, reported the information to Shin to prevent potential trouble. Although Shin was not particularly concerned about making enemies, he found it annoying that Orochimaru had involved him in this conflict. He decided to pay Orochimaru a visit, not to settle scores, but to inquire about the Shikatsumiyaku research he had entrusted to him years ago. Before leaving the Land of Whirlpools, Shin informed Hinata and Karen to continue their training and that he would return soon. With that, he vanished, leaving the two girls surprised at his sudden departure. As they headed back home, Shin set out to find Orochimaru, knowing it would not be difficult to locate him. During their last meeting, Shin had placed a spatial marker on Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru did not use his living corpse reincarnation to establish bodies, Shin could locate him at any time. After leaving the Land of Rain, Orochimaru stopped in his tracks when he sensed Shin's presence behind him. Although he appeared calm, he was panicking internally. Unlike his encounters with Pain and the others, where he felt danger yet was confident in his ability to escape, facing Shin filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Shin inquired about the Shikatsumiyaku research he had previously requested. Orochimaru, relieved that the confrontation was not about settling accounts, handed over the research data he had compiled. He acknowledged that while he had discovered several things, he had not been able to determine the origin of Shikatsumiyaku, as Kekkei Genkai were notoriously difficult to study. As Shin reviewed the data, he realized it did not contain the information he needed. His primary goal in asking Orochimaru to conduct the research was to see if it could aid him in developing the all-killing ash bones. Disappointment washed over him, though he had not held high hopes to begin with. He returned the data to Orochimaru, expressing that it was not what he required and warning him not to use his name again in the future. Orochimaru quickly agreed, understanding that this was a warning, albeit a verbal one for now. He knew that if he crossed Shin again, the next encounter might not be so civil. Shin then asked Orochimaru about his next destination. Orochimaru mentioned he was heading to the Land of Rice Paddies, where he had previously established a small hidden village. Shin recognized that this village was likely Otoge-kure, the village hidden in sound. Shin encouraged Orochimaru to continue his research on Shikatsumiyaku, promising a handsome reward for any breakthroughs. Orochimaru, seeing the benefit of maintaining this connection for protection against the Akatsuki, agreed to keep working on it. After parting ways, Shin returned to the Land of Whirlpools. Upon arriving home, he informed Tsunade and the others about his visit to Orochimaru regarding the Shikatsumiyaku research. While Orochimaru had found some information, it was not useful to Shin, and he had requested Orochimaru to continue his efforts. He also mentioned that he had warned Orochimaru against using his name, as it would only create more enemies for him. Kushina then approached Shin with a proposal to take over teaching Karen and Hinata. After some consideration, Shin agreed to let Kushina teach Karen but expressed his reservations about her teaching Hinata, given that she lacked knowledge of the gentle fist technique, which required the Byakugan. Kushina, confident in her skills in sealing jutsu, decided to focus on teaching Karen instead. Meanwhile, Hinata had returned from visiting her mother and younger sister, Hanabi. She expressed her joy about her sister's cuteness, and when Hayashi, her father, asked if she could stay for a few days, Shin suggested that Hinata should decide for herself. Hinata ultimately chose to return with Shin, which left Hayashi feeling a pang of discomfort at the distance growing between him and his daughter. Hayashi then approached Shin with a serious request. He bowed deeply, indicating the gravity of the matter. He explained that the Hyuga clan had left Konoha, and while they had not faced immediate trouble, he was concerned about their future security. Hayashi understood that Konoha was currently preoccupied with its own issues and wary of Shin Uzumaki, but he feared that this situation would not last forever. The Hyuga clan needed to consider their future and the possibility of conflict with Konoha. Shin Uzumaki found himself in a tense meeting with Hayashi Hyuga, who had a bold plan in mind. Hayashi aimed to lead the Hyuga clan to the Land of Water, specifically targeting Kirigakure, with intentions of taking action against the village. Shin, however, was skeptical about the feasibility of such an ambitious endeavor, bluntly pointing out Hayashi's lack of strength to achieve it. Hayashi, aware of the Hyuga clan's limitations, sought Shin's assistance, feeling a mix of embarrassment and determination as he made the request. He understood that for the sake of his clan's future, he needed to set aside his pride. Shin was not one to offer help without a price. He made it clear that he did not work for free, prompting Hayashi to promise that if Shin aided the Hyuga clan in establishing a foothold in Kirigakure, the entire village would be at his disposal. Hayashi had made a decision: if relying on Shin Uzumaki could secure the Hyuga clan's development, he would embrace it. Shin's strength far surpassed that of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the Hyuga clan had suffered betrayal in the past while depending on him. As Shin considered Hayashi's proposal, he noted the significant increase in Hayashi's chakra, indicating that he had grown stronger, likely reaching a level comparable to a Kage. This newfound strength explained Hayashi's ambition. It was clear that strength often fueled ambition. Shin inquired about the timing of their move against Kirigakure, and Hayashi responded that the Hyuga clansmen were ready to depart at any moment. When asked why Kirigakure was the target, Hayashi hesitated, realizing that the answer was obvious to him. Kirigakure was currently the weakest among the 5 great villages. The Hyuga clan had conducted thorough investigations, uncovering the village's internal turmoil and lack of leadership since the death of Yagura. The absence of a strong Mizukage and the ongoing power struggles made Kirigakure a prime target for Hayashi's ambitions. Despite Hayashi's confidence in targeting Kirigakure, he admitted that he lacked the strength to face the numerous ninja there without Shin's help. Understanding the gravity of their situation, Shin instructed Hayashi to prepare for their journey. Hayashi nodded in agreement, knowing they were already equipped for the mission, as he intended to lead only the elite members of the Hyuga clan. As they prepared to leave, Hayashi expressed his reliance on Shin, acknowledging that their success depended entirely on him. Shin reassured Hayashi, indicating that he would not betray him, as doing so would serve no purpose. He even made a light-hearted comment about looking after Hayashi's family, which left Hayashi feeling uneasy. After parting ways with Hayashi, Shin returned to Uzumaki, where he updated Kushina and the others about the situation with the Hyuga clan. Konan remarked on the ambition of the Hyuga clan, while Mei Terumi reflected on the implications of an outsider potentially becoming the Mizukage. When Konan offered to accompany Shin, he welcomed her presence, appreciating her willingness to join him. However, the other women expressed their disinterest in the mission. Using Yamatsu Hirasaka, Shin arrived in Kirigakure ahead of Hayashi and his clansmen, knowing they would not arrive until later in the evening. He intended to wait for them, understanding the importance of being well-rested for the upcoming confrontation. Konan noted the level of trust Hayashi placed in Shin, recognizing the stakes involved. Shin playfully pinched Konan's cheek, dismissing any notion of untrustworthiness, as he prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Konan looked at Shin with an innocent expression, denying any implication in his teasing. Despite her firm denial, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she considered the playful banter that might follow. The thought of being teased by Shin stirred a strange excitement within her, one she found herself looking forward to. Shin, noticing her flushed face, playfully speculated about her thoughts, suggesting they might be inappropriate. Flustered, Konan shyly ran ahead, leaving Shin to catch up. He knew her well enough to understand her reaction. With plenty of time before the Hyuga arrived, they decided to explore Kirigakure together, seeking out local delicacies. As they strolled through the village, holding hands, Konan felt a warmth spread through her. It had been years since Yagura's death, and the absence of a new Mizukage left Kirigakure in a state of disarray. Shin mused about the village's lack of leadership and wondered if the Hyuga clan's involvement could bring about positive change, although it would not be welcomed by those currently in power. Night fell, and the Hyuga clansmen arrived at the Land of Water, standing outside Kirigakure. Hizashi, seeking guidance, asked his older brother Hayashi about their next move. Hayashi confirmed their plan to infiltrate the village, emphasizing the need for stealth. Hizashi expressed his doubts about Shin Uzumaki's reliability, but Hayashi reassured him, trusting in Shin's intentions as they moved forward. With Kirigakure's defenses weakened and the village in turmoil, the elite Hyuga ninja slipped in unnoticed, utilizing the Byakugan for reconnaissance. Hayashi gathered his clansmen to establish a battle plan, aiming to eliminate Kirigakure's high-ranking officials and seize control. He intended to remove the current leadership, believing it was the only way to achieve their goals. Meanwhile, Shin was enjoying a seafood feast, savoring the lobster meat Konan had offered him. His Kagura mind's eye detected the Hyuga's arrival, prompting him to take Konan's hand and vanish from the restaurant, reappearing before Hayashi. Startled, Hayashi instinctively prepared for a confrontation but relaxed upon recognizing Shin. Shin questioned Hayashi's secretive approach, suggesting that if the goal was to control Kirigakure, they should be more direct. Hayashi explained his plan to assassinate the village's leaders first, but Shin pointed out the challenges they would face, including the protection surrounding those leaders. He proposed a more straightforward solution, to fight and defeat them all. Hayashi was taken aback by Shin's suggestion, doubting the Hyuga clan's ability to take on the entire village. However, Shin reassured him, emphasizing that he would not stand by while they faced the Kiri ninja alone. He unleashed a powerful technique, a chakra beam that devastated a significant portion of Kirigakure, leaving the Hyuga clansmen in awe of his strength. Realizing that assassination was no longer feasible, Hayashi ordered a clansman to summon Hizashi. The display of power had alerted the entire village, and Hayashi understood that they needed to adapt their strategy. Shin acknowledged the potential of the gentle fist technique but pointed out that the Hyuga had yet to unlock its true power. His words struck a chord with Hayashi and the other clansmen, igniting a fierce determination within them to train harder and master their techniques. Hayashi, now looking to Shin for guidance, felt a shift in their dynamic. He recognized Shin as their pillar of support in the face of the impending confrontation with the Kiri ninja. As the tension mounted, Hayashi struggled with his anxiety, while Shin remained calm, ready to face the challenge ahead. Hayashi questioned whether Shin Uzumaki was truly reliable, but he had no choice but to follow his lead as they prepared for the battle that awaited them. Trusting him had become a source of doubt for Hayashi. Internally panicking, he forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor, mirroring the composed nature of Shin. Fear was a personal struggle, but he knew he could not reveal it, especially with the Hyuga clansmen observing him. This situation transcended his own pride. It was about upholding the morale of his clan. Hizashi Hyuga returned with a group of clansmen, witnessing the aftermath of Shin's powerful technique, the 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. Concerned, he inquired about what had happened. Hayashi, instead of responding verbally, simply gestured towards Shin Uzumaki, who stood nearby. Shin noted the changes in Hizashi, particularly the absence of the caged bird curse seal, which had likely been removed by Hayashi. This alteration seemed to lighten Hizashi's demeanor. They had once been classmates, and Hizashi had never anticipated that Shin would grow to command such fear across the shinobi world. Hizashi expressed his concern about their discovery by Kirigakure and sought to understand Shin's plans. Shin reassured him, emphasizing that Hayashi had placed his trust in him and that he would not let them down. His gaze shifted towards the approaching Kirigakure ninja, who were moving at a surprisingly slow pace. If this had been any other hidden village, the commotion would have attracted attention much sooner. As the Kiri ninja arrived, they demanded to know who Shin and his companions were. Shin felt a mix of disdain and disbelief at their inability to recognize the obvious Byakugan, even under the bright moonlight. Hayashi sensed the intense killing intent emanating from the Kiri ninja, a reflection of their experiences during the Bloody Mist era. However, compared to Shin's presence, their bloodlust felt minor. Without needing further instruction, Konan unleashed her paper ninjutsu, the paper rain, which swiftly eliminated the incoming Kiri ninja. They were weak and unable to withstand the attack, but Shin knew that the truly formidable ninja from Kirigakure had yet to arrive. Before long, high-ranking officials from Kirigakure appeared, their eyes filled with malice as they recognized the Hyuga clan. Panic spread among them when they realized Shin's identity, recalling the heavy losses they had suffered at his hands, including the death of the third Mizukage. Shin wasted no time, declaring that Hayashi Hyuga would be the new Mizukage of Kirigakure and demanded agreement or opposition. One elder voiced his objection, only to be instantly silenced by a paper spear that pierced his heart, demonstrating the consequences of defiance. The Kiri ninja, enraged and seeking revenge for their fallen elder, launched a coordinated attack against Konan. She calmly informed Shin that she would handle it, and he nodded in agreement, confident in her abilities. Hayashi, however, questioned whether she could truly manage the assault, as more than 10 ninja attacked simultaneously. Konan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, effortlessly redirecting the water release attacks aimed at her. The Hyuga brothers watched in astonishment, recognizing the technique's legendary status, famously wielded by Minato Namikaze. As she formed hand seals, a water vortex erupted, unleashing countless streams of water that tore through the Kiri ninja, culminating in the formation of a massive water dragon that surged downwards, overwhelming them. The power of her S-rank water release jutsu left Hayashi in awe, realizing the technique's origins and its devastating capabilities. Amidst the chaos, a young white-haired ninja wielding the twin swords Hiramakari charged at Konan. The sword glowed with chakra, and he swung it towards her, but she evaded with ease, utilizing her mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Shin recognized the young ninja as Mangetsu Hozuki, a figure of legend in the shinobi world. Mangetsu expressed his surprise at Shin's knowledge of him, but Shin felt no longing to indulge in legends, especially those of the dead. Konan, having received Shin's order to eliminate Mangetsu, prepared to carry out her task. She coldly declared his fate, summoning countless pieces of paper to form a massive shuriken. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, she appeared behind him, delivering a lethal strike that could cut through steel. Despite the imminent danger, Mangetsu remained undeterred, ready to confront his fate. As a member of the Uzumaki Clan, he possessed their secret technique known as the hydrification technique. This jutsu allowed him to liquefy his body at will, making physical attacks ineffective, similar to the elemental transformations of a Logia devil fruit user. However, it had its weaknesses. Lightning release was particularly dangerous, capable of turning the user into a jelly-like form, while a strong enough fire release could evaporate the water. Mangetsu used the technique to narrowly escape death, momentarily surprising Konan. One of the elders from Kirigakure rallied the ninja, urging them to attack Shin Uzumaki collectively, insisting that the combined strength of their village could overcome what they believed to be mere rumors of his power. Shin observed them, noting that if they had accepted his terms earlier, they might have survived. He activated Susanoo, a technique that, while not his strongest, was one of the most intimidating. The only techniques that surpassed its visual impact were Tengai Shinsei and would release Sage Art, true several thousand hands. Other techniques, like the truth-seeking orbs, were powerful but lacked the deterrent effect against those unaware of their true power. The towering black Susanoo materialized, its overwhelming presence freezing the Kiri ninja in their tracks. For the older Kiri ninja, this was not their first encounter with Susanoo, and the memory of its world-destroying power resurfaced instantly. Fear gripped them even before the battle began, and some considered dropping their weapons and surrendering. The sheer power of Susanoo was terrifying. A single stomp could potentially cause mountains to crumble and the earth to split. Hisashi Hyuga felt a pang of envy, yearning for such power, though he understood it was unattainable for him. Konan, however, focused on Mangetsu Hozuki, knowing she had to finish him off to face herself with confidence. She formed a ball of fire in her hand, radiating intense heat that scorched the air around it. Mangetsu's eyes filled with fear. Although he typically would not fear fire release, his hydrification technique had left him severely dehydrated, making him hesitant to rely on water to counter fire. As he attempted to flee, Konan had already marked him with a Flying Thunder God formula, making escape impossible. Teleporting behind him, she unleashed the orange fireball, instantly vaporizing Mangetsu and leaving only his twin swords, Hiramakari, clattering to the ground. Konan glanced at the sword but dismissed it, finding it unappealing and not worth her interest. As Konan finished off Mangetsu Hozuki, Shin controlled his Susanoo and swung its sword. The perfect body Susanoo could easily cleave mountains, and with a single slash, it killed the Kirigakure elders and other high-ranking officials. More than half of the Kiri ninja who had rushed over perished, and the terrain of Kirigakure was altered, leaving a long canyon carved into the land. Though hundreds of Kiri ninja had arrived, more than half were lost in that single strike. Shin had intentionally spared the survivors, knowing he could have caused far greater destruction if he had chosen to get serious. The surviving ninja knelt on the ground, their eyes vacant and devoid of light. Although this single strike had not killed them, it had shattered their courage. Shin addressed Hayashi Hyuga, suggesting it was time for him to step up and subdue the remaining ninja. If his goal had simply been to deal with Kirigakure, a single Super Shinra Tensei could have leveled the entire village. Hayashi finally snapped back to reality, realizing this was the first time he had witnessed Shin's true power firsthand. What he saw might only be the tip of the iceberg, yet even this glimpse filled him with dread. Shin instructed Hayashi to subdue the remaining ninja and figure out how to handle the rest of Kirigakure. These were the elite fighters of the village, and if Hayashi could gain their allegiance, the rest would likely follow. Hayashi approached the remaining Kiri ninja, expecting resistance, but found them surprisingly willing to submit, perhaps out of fear of Shin. Shin advised Hayashi to handle the rest himself and assured him that if he encountered any trouble, he could seek him out, as he would be staying in the village for a while. With most of Kirigakure's top fighters eliminated, Hayashi now had the foundation to control the village. Shin and Konan left to find an inn to rest, remaining calm amidst the chaos of Kirigakure. The inn they found was deserted, as even the owner had fled. Shin smiled at Konan, telling her it was just the two of them for the night and encouraging her to rest well. Konan felt a flutter of nervousness at his slightly wicked smile, even though they had grown close over time. Shin found her shyness charming. A week passed swiftly, and during their time in Kirigakure, the Hyuga clan had essentially taken control of the village. Initially, Hayashi had moved slowly, but Shin, growing impatient, used a large-scale genjutsu to hypnotize and subdue the remaining resistance, resolving the situation quickly. This left Hayashi feeling unnerved whenever he saw Shin, as the thought of hypnotizing thousands of people with genjutsu was terrifying. Shin discovered a book in a shop, and upon seeing the cover, Konan's face flushed red, recognizing it as Ika Ika Paradise, written by Jiraiya. Shin purchased the book, surprised by its price but unconcerned, as he was not short on cash. Shin was genuinely curious about the contents of Ika Ika Paradise, Kakashi Hataki's favorite book. He wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Konan looked at him, her impression of him slightly diminished, and questioned why he had bought such a book. Shin explained that he was simply curious and considered it a contribution to Jiraiya's royalties. Konan's expression turned peculiar upon learning that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was the author. The Sannin had a reputation that could be considered questionable, especially since Tsunade had a history of gambling that could leave Shin bankrupt if she continued her old habits. With the situation in Kirigakure resolved, Shin expressed his longing to return to the Land of Whirlpools. He had spent a week in Kirigakure and finally understood why it was called the village hidden in the mist. 6 out of 7 days were foggy. Although the fog was not caused by pollution but rather water vapor, it still left clothes damp and uncomfortable. In contrast, the Land of Whirlpools, another island nation, rarely experienced heavy fog, making it much more pleasant for Shin. As they made their way back, Konan wondered if Kushina and the others would be angry upon their return. Shin reassured her that they probably wouldn't be angry but would definitely be annoyed after their long absence. He took Konan's hand, and they utilized space-time ninjutsu to return home. Upon their arrival, Hinata rushed out to greet them, her face lighting up with joy. Kushina expressed her irritation, stating that if they hadn't returned soon, they would have gone to Kirigakure to bring them back. As expected, Kushina was annoyed, and she wasn't alone in that sentiment. Tsunade pointedly remarked on their so-called important matters, while Mikoto quietly suggested that Shin could have taken a moment to visit. Shin, feeling a bit guilty, chose not to elaborate further, as he and Konan had indeed enjoyed their time in Kirigakure. Before Konan could reveal what Shin had bought, he quickly covered her mouth, knowing she was about to mention Ika Ika Paradise. He could not let that slip, as it would completely tarnish his image. Konan looked at him with teary eyes and nodded in understanding, unable to reveal the truth. Mei Terumi, curious about what Shin had purchased, pressed Konan for answers. However, Konan managed to fabricate a story about special Kirigakure delicacies they had consumed on their way back, leaving the others to question her sincerity. Shin felt a wave of relief wash over him as his image was temporarily salvaged. He had only bought Jiraiya's Ika Ika Paradise out of pure curiosity, wanting to appreciate the author's literary skills. He had experienced various forms of knowledge and was simply interested in the book, especially since Kakashi treated it like a treasure. After skimming through Ika Ika Paradise, Shin tossed it aside in disappointment. He had not expected much, but found it utterly bland compared to the works he had encountered in his previous life. With no interest in the book, he pondered whether to visit Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, or even Mei Terumi that night. Meanwhile, the entire shinobi world, particularly the other 4 great villages, was in shock over Hayashi Hyuga becoming the Mizukage of Kirigakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi could hardly believe it. He had never paid much attention to Hayashi, but the recent events had surprised him. The clan-wide defection and now Hayashi's rise to Mizukage left Hiruzen wondering how it had happened. He concluded that Shin Uzumaki must be involved, as he found it hard to believe Hayashi could achieve such a position on his own. Danzo, upon hearing the news, felt resentment. The idea of Hayashi, someone he had always looked down upon, achieving such a status infuriated him. In his anger, Danzo plotted against Hiruzen, dispatching root operatives to assassinate him. However, Hiruzen, a renowned powerhouse, was not easily taken down. Although he suspected Danzo's involvement, he had no concrete proof and chose not to act against an old friend. The other major villages were equally shocked by Hayashi's new position. Questions arose about what was happening in Kirigakure, as even if Hayashi had led the Hyuga clan to join, they were still considered outsiders. An outsider becoming Mizukage raised questions among the villagers of Kirigakure, who were now seen as weak. Rumors spread that Kumogakure, located across the sea from the Land of Water, considered an attack on Kirigakure. However, upon discovering that Shin Uzumaki was involved behind the scenes, they quickly abandoned their plans. The entire village of Kumogakure held a deep-seated grudge against Shin, particularly the 4th Reikage, who harbored intense animosity towards him. Yet, they understood their limitations. While hatred fueled their emotions, reality dictated their actions. They recognized that they were no match for Shin. Despite A's fiery temperament, he maintained a rational perspective as a Kage. He understood that even if he was willing to risk his life, he could not jeopardize the safety of his village. As a Kage, he bore the weight of responsibility, and until he possessed enough strength, thoughts of revenge were futile. Hayashi Hyuga's ascension to the position of Mizukage did not create significant upheaval in the shinobi world. No major village made any notable moves in response. Both Konoha and Kumogakure were wary of Shin Uzumaki, or rather, intimidated by him. Iwagakure and Sunagakure, despite any longing to intervene, were too distant to take action, particularly Sunagakure. The shinobi world entered a period of relative tranquility, with the major villages still recovering from the Third Shinobi World War, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Shin himself had no interest in causing trouble. He anticipated that once the main storyline unfolded, numerous events would arise. His current focus was on teaching Hinata and Karen, although it was primarily Hinata who received his attention. Kushina had taken Karen under her wing, insisting on training her personally. Despite Karen's reluctance, she felt compelled to comply with Kushina's wishes. Shin inquired about Mikoto's eyes, curious if they had changed since he had sealed the ocular power of a Tensigen within them 3 years prior. By now, he expected her to have fully absorbed and integrated that power, leading him to wonder if there were any signs of her eyes evolving into the Rinnegan. Mikoto shook her head, indicating that she felt no changes. She expressed that she did not mind whether her eyes evolved or not, maintaining a gentle smile. Mikoto had always preferred a peaceful existence and lacked ambition. The evolution of her eyes held little significance for her. Shin reassured her that the Rinnegan was not easy to awaken and, in his opinion, was not aesthetically pleasing. He believed that while the Rinnegan was undoubtedly powerful, it could not compare to the beauty of the Sharingan. Mikoto playfully responded, expressing her newfound disinterest in the Rinnegan after hearing Shin's opinion on its appearance. Shin, taken aback by her reaction, acknowledged that even if the Rinnegan was unattractive, it only manifested during use, so there was no need for concern. He explained that the Rinnegan, when awakened naturally, could be deactivated, unlike Nagato's transplanted eyes, which were derived from Madara Uchihas and could not be turned off voluntarily. This was similar to Kakashi Hataki's Sharingan, which he had to keep active constantly, leading to limitations in his chakra reserves. As the conversation shifted back to Hinata, Mikoto asked about her progress and whether there were any signs of her Tensigen awakening. Shin noted that Hinata's eyes displayed a hint of blue within the white, resembling faint blue pupils, although it was not easily noticeable. He explained that Hinata still held a significant amount of sealed ocular power, which she was not yet able to fully digest. However, he was confident that she would eventually awaken the Tensigen, as her Byakugan was exceptionally pure, making evolution almost certain. As Shin and Mikoto continued their discussion, Hinata completed her training and approached Shin with excitement, eager to know how her gentle fist practice had gone. Shin praised her efforts, noting that she had mastered the 8 trigrams 32 palms and was ready to begin learning the gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Mikoto, observing from a distance, stifled a laugh, knowing that Shin had not actually been watching Hinata's training but had been engaged in conversation instead. However, she chose not to reveal this truth, wanting to preserve Hinata's joy. Hinata blushed with excitement at Shin's praise, feeling that her hard work had finally paid off. Mikoto then suggested that Shin could teach Hinata other ninjutsu techniques, questioning whether members of the Hyuga clan were limited to just the gentle fist. Shin clarified that while Hyuga could learn other ninjutsu, their strength lay in the gentle fist, which was their clan's advantage. He intended for Hinata to focus on mastering this technique first, as it was best learned at a young age. Young children were more flexible and adaptable, making it an optimal time for training. However, Shin acknowledged the risks involved, especially for a child's fragile body, and was grateful that Hinata possessed the perfect sage body, a transformation he had facilitated through the life contract. Mikoto announced her intention to return home to prepare dinner, reminding Shin to come back later. Nowadays, the cooking responsibilities primarily fell to Mikoto and Konan, with Mikoto serving as the main chef. While Konan was skilled, she lacked Mikoto's finesse in the kitchen. The others, including Kushina, Tsunade, and Mei Terumi, were not particularly helpful in culinary matters. Although Shin knew how to cook, his lazy nature often led him to avoid it. After a while, Shin finished training with Hinata and took her hand as they made their way home for dinner. Later that evening, Karen approached Shin quietly, expressing her preference to train with him instead of Kushina. She was concerned about being overheard and quickly gestured for him to lower his voice. Karen explained that she found Kushina to be somewhat unreliable and preferred Shin's guidance. Kushina's teaching abilities came into question when Shin heard Karen express her doubts about her. Although Shin had never witnessed Kushina in a teaching role, he began to feel skeptical about her capabilities. He gently patted Karen's head, eliciting a blush from her as she affectionately rubbed against his hand before skipping off to find Kushina. However, it wasn't long before a dejected Karen returned, looking disheartened and complaining that Kushina wouldn't allow her to train with Shin. Kushina soon emerged, confronting Shin with irritation, accusing him of trying to steal her student. Shin, choosing his words carefully, suggested that perhaps it would be better for Karen to learn from him, given Kushina's lack of teaching experience. Kushina pondered this, recognizing her own struggles to explain concepts to Karen. Although she found certain techniques easy to perform, articulating them was another matter entirely. Shin proposed that they train Karen together, and Kushina reluctantly agreed. As they began their joint training, Shin quickly realized why Karen had deemed Kushina unreliable. Kushina's explanations were often disorganized, and she tended to skip over foundational techniques, jumping straight to advanced concepts. It became clear that teaching was not Kushina's strong suit, yet her passion for it was undeniable. Determined to improve, she took notes during their sessions. As evening approached, they returned to the cabin, greeted by a delicious aroma wafting through the air. Kushina couldn't contain her excitement, her mouth watering at the scent of the food. Shin, amused, pointed out her eagerness, teasing her about her drooling. Embarrassed, Kushina wiped her mouth and playfully pounced on him, biting him lightly. Shin, exasperated, reminded her to maintain a proper image, especially in front of Karen, who watched with envy. Kushina suddenly remembered her role as a teacher and attempted to regain her composure, which struck Shin as odd. He preferred her more carefree demeanor, finding her newfound seriousness somewhat insincere. In her room, Karen nestled under the covers with a book, her cheeks flushed as she dreamily murmured Shin's name. Hinata entered, curious about Karen's late awakening. Concerned, she asked if Karen was feeling unwell, but Karen quickly dismissed her worries, urging Hinata to wait outside. Once alone, Karen sighed in relief and retrieved the book she had hidden, Shin's copy of Aika Aika Paradise. Her curiosity had led her to secretly borrow it, and she had become engrossed in its contents. After breakfast, Kushina took Karen outside to assess her progress in sealing jutsu, while Hinata was given a day off to rest. As Hinata passed Karen's room, her curiosity was piqued again. Despite feeling it was wrong to pry, she couldn't resist the urge to sneak a peek. Quietly entering the room, she searched for the book and soon found it. The title alone made her face turn crimson, and overwhelmed by embarrassment, she fainted. Karen returned later to find Hinata unconscious on the floor, prompting her to panic and call for help. Shin and the others rushed in, and upon seeing the book in Hinata's hand, Shin understood the cause of her fainting spell. Although he had tried to help Hinata overcome her shyness, she remained incredibly sensitive to such topics. The sight of the book alone had been enough to send her into a swoon. Karen, flustered and wishing to disappear, covered her face in embarrassment, realizing the chaos that had unfolded due to her secret. Kushina felt utterly mortified as she picked up a book and flipped through its pages, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Tsunade inquired about the book, and Kushina revealed it was a forbidden one. The title alone made its nature clear. Konan recognized it as the book Shin had purchased, prompting a collective gaze from Kushina, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Meitarumi towards Shin. He shot Konan a dark look, wishing she had kept quiet. Konan, shocked, questioned Shin about giving the book to Karen. To everyone's surprise, Karen confessed that she had secretly taken it from Shin's room, lowering her head in embarrassment. The others stared at her in astonishment, and Mikoto declared that the book should be burned, incinerating it with a burst of fire while glaring at Shin. Meitarumi added that such depravity warranted severe punishment. Karen quickly defended Shin, taking the blame upon herself, which touched Shin. He thought highly of Karen for her loyalty. Just then, Hinata regained consciousness, momentarily distracting everyone from Shin. Initially groggy, she quickly remembered everything, her face flushing with embarrassment. Shin, noticing her distress, urged her not to faint again. In the living room, Hinata sat with her head lowered, struggling to stay awake. She apologized to Karen, feeling guilty for the situation. Karen, though frustrated, didn't blame Hinata. She mourned the loss of the book that had been burned, though no one realized it. Tsunade expressed her disdain for Shin, calling him despicable for buying such a book. Shin defended himself, claiming curiosity drove him to purchase it, wanting to see Jiraiya's writing style. Tsunade scoffed, asserting that Jiraiya's writing wasn't impressive and that she could do much better. Shin, confident from his past experiences, struck a pose and claimed he could write a better book. Karen, intrigued, asked if Shin had considered writing one himself. After the initial embarrassment, she seemed eager for him to create something similar. She fantasized about a story featuring a male protagonist based on Shin and a female protagonist based on herself. Kushina, overhearing her thoughts, admonished Karen for thinking about such inappropriate matters at her age, tapping her head lightly. Kushina pointedly blamed Shin for the situation, and he felt a headache coming on. He worried about Karen's fangirl tendencies and how they might escalate after reading the book. He resolved to guide her properly in the future. Shin reluctantly accepted responsibility, asking how he would be punished. Kushina declared that he would be in charge of cleaning the house and doing the laundry. Shin shrugged, finding cleaning easy, especially with the help of shadow clones, but he balked at the idea of doing laundry. Mei Terumi raised an eyebrow at his bargaining, but Shin was determined to negotiate his way out of it. He waved his hand dismissively and pulled Conan toward his room, explaining that she needed a punishment for mentioning the book. Conan felt nervous, sensing trouble ahead. She shot a pleading look at Kushina and the others, who pretended not to notice, except for Mikoto, who offered a sympathetic glance. Kushina ordered Karen to reflect on her actions, and Karen muttered that she had already done so. Mei Terumi slyly suggested that Karen might be genuinely interested in learning about such matters, but Kushina swiftly intervened, knocking Mei out with a chop to the back of her neck. She reassured the others that her strength was controlled and that Mei would only be unconscious for a short while. Karen shrank back, not wanting to end up like Mei, while Kushina instructed her to write a self-criticism report. Karen nodded meekly, returning to her room to fulfill the task. Shortly after, Hinata entered, looking extremely guilty. She had come to apologize, not expecting her curiosity to lead to such chaos. Karen reassured Hinata that it was all right and that she didn't need to feel so guilty. Adjusting her glasses, she smiled, having moved past her initial frustration. She teasingly asked Hinata if she had read any of the book's contents. Hinata, flustered, vehemently denied it, and Karen assured her that she believed her. Hinata felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, so much so that she might have fainted at the thought of facing the situation. However, seeing that Karen believed in her allowed Hinata to relax slightly, though a lingering guilt still weighed on her. Noticing Hinata's discomfort, Karen decided to engage her in conversation to provide some comfort. Karen suggested that they work together on a self-criticism report, admitting that she had no idea how to write one and genuinely seeking Hinata's assistance. This proposal left Hinata momentarily speechless. She lowered her head, feeling uncertain, and confessed that she had never written such a report before. Karen reassured her, suggesting that they could tackle the task together. She believed that collaborating would be more effective than struggling alone. With this newfound partnership, both girls were determined to navigate the challenge ahead.